Part 6. 1. Daria Alexandrovna was spending the summer with her children in Pokrovsku at her sister Kitty Levin's. On her own estate the house had completely fallen apart, and Levin and his wife had persuaded her to spend the summer with them. Stepan Arkadyevich highly approved of this arrangement. He said he was very sorry that his duties prevented him from spending the summer in the country with his family, which would have been the greatest happiness for him, and he remained in Moscow, occasionally going to the country for a day or two. Besides the Oblonsks, with all the children and the governess, the old princess also stayed with the Levins that summer, considering it her duty to look after her inexperienced daughter, who was in a certain condition. Besides that, Varenka, Kitty's friend from abroad, had kept her promise to visit Kitty when she was married and was now her friend's guest. These were all relations and friends of Levin's wife. And though he loved them all, he slightly regretted his Levin world and order, which was smothered under this influx of the Strabudsky element, as he kept saying to himself. Of his own relations only Sergei Ivanovitch stayed with him that summer, but even he was a man not of the Levin but of the Koznishev stamp, so that the Levin spirit was completely annihilated. In Levin's long deserted house there were now so many people that almost all the rooms were occupied, and almost every day the old princess had to count them as they sat down at the table and seat the 13th granddaughter or grandson at a separate table. And for Kitty, who diligently occupied herself with the household, there was no little bother over procuring chickens, turkeys and ducks, of which, considering the summer appetites of guests and children, a great many were needed. The whole family was sitting at dinner. Dolly's children were making plans with the governess and Varenka about where to go mushrooming. Sergei Ivanovitch, whose intellect and learning enjoyed a respect among all the guests amounting almost to veneration, surprised them all by mixing into the conversation about mushrooms. "Take me with you. I like mushrooming very much," he said, looking at Varenka. "I find it a very good occupation." "Why, we'd be very glad to," Varenka said, blushing. Kitty exchanged meaningful glances with Dolly. The suggestion of the learned and intelligent Sergei Ivanovitch that he go mushrooming with Varenka confirmed some of Kitty's surmises, which had occupied her very much of late. She hastened to address her mother, so that her glances would not be noticed. After dinner Sergei Ivanovitch sat with his cup of coffee at the drawing-room window, continuing a conversation he and his brother had begun and glancing towards the door through which the children who were going mushrooming were supposed to come. Levin sat on the window seat beside his brother. Kitty stood near her husband, obviously waiting for the end of the conversation, which did not interest her, so that she could tell him something. "You've changed in many ways since you got married, and for the better," said Sergei Ivanovitch, smiling at Kitty and obviously not much interested in the conversation they had begun. "But you've remained loyal to your passion for defending the most paradoxical themes." "Katya, it's not good for you to stand," her husband said to her, moving a chair over for her and giving her a meaningful look. "Well, yes, and anyway there's no time," Sergei Ivanovitch added, seeing the children run out. Ahead of them all came Tanya in her tight stockings, galloping sideways, waving her basket and Sergei Ivanovitch's hat and running straight towards him. Having boldly run up to Sergei Ivanovitch, her eyes shining, so like her father's beautiful eyes, she handed him his hat and made as if to put it on him, softening her liberty with a timid and tender smile. "Varenka's waiting," she said, carefully putting the hat on his head, seeing by Sergei Ivanovitch's smile that it was allowed. Varenka stood in the doorway, having changed into a yellow cotton dress, with a white kerchief tied on her head. Coming, Varvara Andreevna," said Sergei Ivanovitch, finishing his cup of coffee and putting his handkerchief and cigar case in his pockets. "How lovely my Varenka is, isn't she?" Kitty said to her husband, as soon as Sergei Ivanovitch got up. She said it so that Sergei Ivanovitch could hear her, which he obviously wanted. "And how beautiful she is, how nobly beautiful." "Varenka," Kitty shouted, "will you be in the Millwood?" "We'll meet you there." "You quite forget your condition, Kitty," the old princess said, hurrying out of the door. "You mustn't shout like that." Varenka, hearing Kitty's voice and her mother's reprimand, quickly came up to her with a light step. Her quickness of movement, the color that suffused her animated face, all showed that something extraordinary was taking place in her. Kitty knew what this extraordinary thing was and observed her closely. She had called Varenka now only so as to bless her mentally for the important event which, in Kitty's mind, was to take place after dinner today in the forest. "Varenka, I'll be very happy if a certain thing happens," she said in a whisper, kissing her. "And will you come with us?" Varenka said to Levine, embarrassed and pretending not to have heard what had been said to her. "I will, but only as far as the threshing floor, and I'll stay there." "Now, what have you got to do there?" said Kitty. "He must look over the new wagons and do some figures," said Levin. "And where will you be?" "On the terrace." Too. The entire company of women gathered on the terrace. They generally liked to sit there after dinner, but today they also had things to do. Besides the sewing of little shirts and the knitting of baby blankets, with which they were all occupied, jam was being made there according to a method new to Agafia Mikhailovna, without the addition of water. Kitty was introducing this new method which they used at home. Agafia Mikhailovna, who had been in charge of it before, considering that nothing done in the Levins' house could be bad, had put water in the strawberry and wild strawberry jam all the same, insisting that it could not be done otherwise. She had been caught at it, and now raspberry jam was being made in front of everyone, and Agafia Mikhailovna had to be brought to believe that jam without water could turn out well. Agafia Mikhailovna, with a flushed and upset face, her hair tousled, her thin arms bared to the elbows, rocked the basin in circular movements over the brazier and stared gloomily at the raspberry jam, wishing with all her heart that it would thicken before it was cooked through. The princess, feeling that Agafia Mikhailovna's wrath must be directed at her, as the chief advisor on making raspberry jam, tried to pretend she was busy with something else and not interested in the jam, talked about unrelated things, but kept casting sidelong glances at the brazier. "I always buy dresses for my maids myself, at a discount," the princess said, continuing the conversation they had begun. "Shouldn't you skim it now, dear?" she added, addressing Agafia Mikhailovna. "It's quite unnecessary for you to do it yourself, and it's hot." She stopped Kitty. "I'll do it," said Dolly, and, getting up, she began drawing the spoon carefully over the foaming sugar, tapping it now and then to knock off what stuck to it onto a plate, which was already covered with the bright-colored yellow-pink scum, with an undercurrent of blood-red syrup. "How they'll lick it up with their tea." She thought of her children, remembering how she herself, as a child, had been surprised that grown-ups did not eat the best part, the scum. "Steva says it's much better to give them money." Dolly meanwhile continued the interesting conversation they had begun about the best way of giving presents to servants. "But how can you give money?" the princess and Kitty said with one voice. "They appreciate presents so. Last year, for instance, I bought not poplin exactly but something like it for our Matryoshka Semyonovna," said the princess. "I remember, she wore it for your name-day party. The sweetest pattern, so simple and noble. I'd have liked to make it for myself, if she hadn't had it. Like Varenka's. So sweet and inexpensive." "Well, it seems to be ready now," said Dolly, pouring the syrup off the spoon. "When it leaves a tail, it's ready." "Cook it a little longer, Agafia Mikhailovna." "These flies," Agafia Mikhailovna said crossly. "It'll be all the same," she added. "Ah, how sweet he is, don't frighten him," Kitty said suddenly, looking at a sparrow that had alighted on the railing and, turning over a raspberry stem, began pecking at it. "Yes, but you keep away from the brazier," said her mother. "Apropos de Varenka," Kitty said in French, which they had been speaking all the while so that Agafia Mikhailovna would not understand them. "You know, Maman, for some reason I expect a decision today." "You understand what I mean." "How good it would be." "What an expert matchmaker, though," said Dolly. "How carefully and skillfully she brings them together." "No, tell me, Maman, what do you think?" "What is there to think? He meaning Sergei Ivanovich, could always make the foremost match in Russia. He's not so young anymore, but I know that many would marry him even now. She's very kind, but he could." "No, Mama, you must understand why one couldn't think of anything better for him or for her. First, she's lovely," Kitty said, counting off one finger. "He likes her very much." "It's true," Dolly confirmed. "Then, He occupies such a position in society that he has absolutely no need for a wife with a fortune or social position. He needs one thing, a good and sweet wife, a peaceful one. Yes, with her he can be peaceful, Dolly confirmed. Third, that she should love him. And that's there. I mean, it would be so good. I'm just waiting for them to come back from the forest and everything will be decided. I'll see at once from their eyes. I'd be so glad. What do you think, Dolly? Don't get excited. You must never get excited, said her mother. But I'm not excited, Mama. I think he'll propose today. Ah, it's so strange. When and how a man proposes, there's some obstacle, and suddenly it's broken through, said Dolly, smiling pensively and recalling her past with Stepan Arkadyevich. Mama, how did Papa propose to you? Kitty asked suddenly. There was nothing extraordinary, it was quite simple, replied the princess, but her face became all bright at the memory. No, but how? Anyway, you loved him before you were allowed to talk? Kitty felt a special charm in being able to talk with her mother as an equal about these most important things in a woman's life. Of course I loved him. He used to visit us in the country. But how did it get decided? Mama, you probably think you invented something new. It was all the same. It got decided by looks, by smiles. How well you put it, Mama. Precisely by looks and smiles, Dolly confirmed. But what words did he say? What did Kostya say to you? He wrote with chalk. It was amazing. It seems so long ago, she said. And the three women fell to thinking about the same thing. Kitty was the first to break the silence. She recalled that whole last winter before her marriage and her infatuation with Vronsky. One thing, that former passion of Vrenka's, she said, recalling it by a natural train of thought. I wanted somehow to tell Sergei Ivanovich, to prepare him. They, all men, she added, are terribly jealous of our past. Not all, said Dolly. You are judging by your husband. He still suffers from the memory of Vronsky. Yes, it's true. It is, Kitty replied, smiling pensively with her eyes. Only I don't know. The princess mother defended her motherly supervision of her daughter. What past of yours could bother him? That Vronsky courted you? That happens to every girl. Well, that's not what we mean, Kitty said, blushing. No, excuse me, her mother went on, and then you yourself didn't want to let me have a talk with Vronsky. Remember? Oh, Mama, Kitty said with a suffering look. Nowadays there's no holding you back. Your relations couldn't go further than was proper. I myself would have called him out. However, it won't do for you to get excited, my dear. Please remember that and calm yourself. I'm perfectly calm. How happily it turned out for Kitty that Anna came then, said Dolly, and how unhappily for her. Precisely the opposite, she added, struck by the thought. Anna was so happy then, and Kitty considered herself unhappy. How completely opposite. I often think about her. A fine one to think about. A vile, disgusting woman, quite heartless, said the mother, unable to forget that Kitty had married not Vronsky but Levin. Who wants to talk about that? Kitty said in vexation. I don't think about it and I don't want to think, and I don't want to think, she repeated, hearing her husband's familiar footsteps on the terrace stairs. And I don't want to think. About what? Asked Levin, coming out on the terrace. But no one answered him, and he did not repeat the question. I'm sorry I've disturbed your women's kingdom, he said, looking around at them all with displeasure, realizing that they had been talking about something that they would not have talked about in his presence. For a second he felt that he shared Agafia Mikhailovna's feeling displeasure that the raspberry jam had been made without water, and in general with the alien Strubutsky influence. He smiled, however, and went over to Kitty. Well, how are you? He asked, looking at her with the same expression with which everyone now addressed her. Oh, fine, said Kitty, smiling. And you? They hold 3 times more than a cart. So, shall we go for the children? I told them to harness up. What, you want to take Kitty in the wagonette? Her mother said reproachfully. But at a walk, princess. Levin never called the princess Maman, as sons-in-law do, and that displeased her. But, though he loved and respected the princess very much, Levin could not call her that without profaning his feelings for his dead mother. Come with us, Maman, said Kitty. I don't want to witness this folly. I'll go on foot, then. It's good for me. Kitty got up, went over to her husband and took him by the hand. Good, but everything in moderation, said the princess. Well, Agafia Mikhailovna, is the jam done? Said Levin, smiling at Agafia Mikhailovna and wishing to cheer her up. Is it good the new way? Must be good. We'd say it's overcooked. So much the better, Agafia Mikhailovna. It won't get moldy. Our rice has all melted by now and there's nowhere to keep it, said Kitty, understanding her husband's intention at once and addressing the old woman with the same feeling. Besides, your pickling is so good, my mama says she's never tasted the like anywhere, she added, smiling and straightening the old woman's kerchief. Agafia Mikhailovna looked crossly at Kitty. Don't comfort me, mistress. I just look at you and him and I feel cheered, she said, and this crude expression him instead of the master touched Kitty. Come mushrooming with us, you can show us the places. Agafia Mikhailovna smiled and shook her head, as if to say, I'd gladly be angry with you, but it's impossible. Please do as I advise you, said the old princess. Cover the jam with a piece of paper and wet it with rum. It will never get moldy, even without ice. 3. Kitty was especially glad of the chance to be alone with her husband, because she had noticed a shadow of chagrin cross his face, which reflected everything so vividly. When he had come out on the terrace, asked what they were talking about and received no answer. When they went on foot ahead of the others and were out of sight of the house on the hard-packed, dusty road strewn with ears and grains of rye, she leaned more heavily on his arm and pressed it to her. He had already forgotten the momentary, unpleasant impression, and alone with her now, when the thought of her pregnancy never left him for a moment, he experienced what was for him a new and joyful delight, completely free of sensuality, in the closeness of a loved woman. There was nothing to say, but he wanted to hear the sound of her voice, which had changed now with her pregnancy, as had her look. In her voice, as in her look, there was a softness and seriousness such as occurs in people who are constantly focused on one beloved task. So you won't get tired? Lean more on me, he said. No, I'm so glad of the chance to be alone with you, and I confess, good as it is for me to be with them, I miss our winter evenings together. That was good, and this is still better. Both are better, he said, pressing her arm to him. Do you know what we were talking about when you came? Jam? Yes, about jam, too. But also about how men propose. Ah, said Levin, listening more to the sound of her voice than to what she was saying, and thinking all the while about the road, which now took them through the woods, and avoiding places where she might stumble. And about Sergei Ivanitch and Varenka. Have you noticed? I wish it very much, she went on. What do you think about it? And she looked into his face. I don't know what to think, Levin replied, smiling. I find Sergei very strange in that respect. I did tell you, yes, that he was in love with that girl who died. That was when I was a child. I know it by hearsay. I remember him then. He was amazingly nice. But since then I've been observing him with women. He's courteous, he likes some of them. But you feel that they're simply people for him, not women. Yes, but now with Varenka, it seems there's something. Maybe there is, but you have to know him. He's a special, astonishing man. He lives only a spiritual life. He's an exceedingly pure and high-minded man. How do you mean? Will it lower him? No, but he's so used to living only a spiritual life that he can't reconcile himself with actuality. And Varenka is after all an actuality. Levin was used now to speaking his thought boldly, without troubling to put it into precise words. He knew that his wife, in such loving moments as this, would understand what he wanted to say from a hint, and she did understand him. Yes, but it's not the same actuality in her as in me. I can understand that he could never love me. She's all spiritual. Ah, no, he loves you so. And it always pleases me that my people love you. Yes, he's good to me, but not like the late Nikolka. You really fell in love with each other, Levin finished. Why not speak of it? He added. I sometimes reproach myself. One ends by forgetting. Ah, what a terrible and lovely man he was. Yes, what were we talking about? Levin said after a pause. You think he's unable to fall in love, said Kitty, translating it into her own language. Not exactly unable, said Levin, smiling, but he doesn't have the weakness necessary. I've always envied him, and I still envy him even now, when I'm so happy. You envy him for being unable to fall in love? I envy him for being better than I am, said Levin, smiling. He doesn't live for himself. His whole life is subordinated to duty, and therefore he can be calm and satisfied. And you? Said Kitty, with a mocking, loving smile. She would never have been able to express the train of thought that made her smile, but the final conclusion was that her husband, in admiring his brother and demeaning himself before him, was insincere. Kitty knew that this insincerity came from his love for his brother, from his embarrassment at being too happy, and especially from the desire to be better, which never left him. She loved it in him, and so she smiled. "And you? What are you dissatisfied with?" she asked with the same smile. Her disbelief in his dissatisfaction with himself delighted him, and he unconsciously provoked her to give the reasons for her disbelief. "I'm happy, but dissatisfied with myself," he said. "How can you be dissatisfied if you're happy? I mean, how shall I tell you? In my heart I wish for nothing except that you shouldn't stumble now." "Ah, no, you mustn't jump like that." He interrupted his talk with a reproach, because she had made too quick a movement stepping over a branch that lay in the path. "But when I consider myself and compare myself with others, especially with my brother, I feel that I'm bad." "But in what?" Kitty went on with the same smile. "Do you also do things for others? And your farmsteads, and your farming, and your book?" "No, I feel, especially now, and it's your fault," he said, pressing her arm to him, that is not it. I do it casually, lightly. If I could love all this as I love you, but lately I've been doing it as a set task." "Well, what would you say of Papa?" asked Kitty. "Is he bad, too, since he's done nothing for the common cause?" "No. But one must have the simplicity, clarity and kindness that your father has, and do I have that?" "I do nothing and I suffer." "It's all you're doing." "When there was no you and no this," he said, with a glance at her stomach, which she understood, "I put all my strength into my work. But now I contend I'm ashamed. I do it just like a set task. I pretend." "Well, and would you like to change places with Sergei Ivanitch now?" said Kitty. "Would you like to work for this common cause and love this set task as he does, and only that?" "Of course not," said Levin. "Anyhow, I'm so happy that I don't understand anything." "And you really think he's going to propose today?" he added after a pause. "Do and don't. Only I want it terribly. Wait a second." She bent down and picked a wild daisy by the roadside. "Here, Count, he will propose." "He won't propose," she said, handing him the daisy. "He will." "He won't," Levin said, tearing off the narrow, white, grooved petals. "No, no." Kitty, who was excitedly watching his fingers, seized his hand. "You've torn off two." "Well, but this little one doesn't count," said Levin, tearing off a short, undeveloped petal. "And here's the wagonette catching up with us." "Aren't you tired, Kitty?" the princess shouted. "Not in the least." "You could get in, if the horses stay quiet and walk slowly." But it was not worthwhile getting in. They were nearly there, and everybody went on foot. For Varenka, with her white kerchief over her dark hair, surrounded by children, good-naturedly and cheerfully occupied with them, and apparently excited by the possibility of a declaration from a man she liked, was very attractive. Sergei Ivanovitch walked beside her and kept admiring her. Looking at her, he recalled all the nice conversation he had heard from her, all the good he had heard about her, and realized more and more that the feeling he had for her was something special, which he had experienced long, long ago, and only once, in his early youth. The feeling of joy at her nearness, ever increasing, reached the point where, as he put into her basket a huge mushroom he had found, with a slender foot and upturned edge, he glanced into her eyes and, noticing the blush of joyful and frightened excitement that spread over her face, became confused himself and silently smiled to her, the sort of smile that says all too much. "If it's so," he said to himself, "I must think it over and decide, and not give myself like a boy to some momentary infatuation. I'll go now and gather mushrooms on my own, otherwise my acquisitions won't be noticed," he said, and went alone away from the edge of the wood, where they were walking over silky, low grass among sparse old birches, towards the depths of the wood, where gray aspen trunks and dark hazel bushes showed among the white birch trunks. Going some 40 paces away and stepping behind a spindle tree in full bloom with its pinkish-red catkins, Sergei Ivanovitch stopped, knowing he could not be seen. Around him it was perfectly still. Only the flies made a ceaseless noise like a swarm of bees in the tops of the birches he was standing under, and now and then the children's voices reached him. Suddenly, from the edge of the wood not far away, he heard Varenka's contralto calling Grisha, and a joyful smile lit up Sergei Ivanovitch's face. Conscious of this smile, Sergei Ivanovich shook his head disapprovingly at the state he was in and, taking out a cigar, began to light it. For a long time he was unable to strike a match against the birch trunk. The tender film of the white bark stuck to the phosphorus and the flame went out. Finally a match flared up, and the strong scented smoke of the cigar, clearly outlined in a broad, undulating sheet, spread forward and up over the bush under the hanging birch branches. Following the strip of smoke with his eyes, Sergei Ivanovich walked on at a slow pace, reflecting on his state. And why not? He thought. If it were a momentary flash or passion, if I experienced only this attraction, this mutual attraction, I may call it mutual, but felt that it went against my whole mode of life, if I felt that in yielding to this attraction I would betray my calling and my duty, but it's not so. The only thing I can say against it is that, when I lost Marie, I told myself I would remain faithful to her memory. That is all I can say against my feeling. That's important, Sergei Ivanovich said to himself, feeling at the same time that for him personally this consideration could have no importance at all, but would only spoil his poetic role in the eyes of others. But apart from that, search as I may, I won't find anything to say against my feeling. If I were to choose with my mind alone, I couldn't find anything better. He recalled any number of women and girls he knew, but could not recall one who would combine to such a degree precisely all, the qualities that he, reasoning coldly, would wish to see in his wife. She had all the loveliness and freshness of youth, yet she was not a child, and if she loved him consciously, as a woman should love. That was one thing. Another, she was not only far from worldliness, but obviously had a loathing for the world, yet at the same time she knew that world and had all the manners of a woman of good society, without which a life's companion was unthinkable for Sergei Ivanovich. Third, she was religious, and not unaccountably religious and good, like a child, like Kitty, for instance, but her life was based on religious convictions. Even to the smallest details, Sergei Ivanovich found in her everything he could wish for in a wife. She was poor and alone, so she would not bring a heap of relations and their influence into the house, as he saw with Kitty, but would be obliged to her husband in all things, which he had also always wished for his future family life. And this girl, who combined all these qualities in herself, loved him. He was modest, but he could not fail to see it. And he loved her. One negative consideration was his age. But his breed was long-lived. He did not have a single gray hair. No one would have taken him for 40. And he remembered Varenka saying that it was only in Russia that people considered themselves old at the age of 50, that in France a 50-year-old man considered himself dans la force de l'âge, and a 40-year-old un jeune homme. But what did the counting of years mean if he felt himself young in his soul, as he had been 20 years ago? Was it not youth, the feeling he experienced now, when, coming out to the edge of the wood again from the other side, he saw in the bright light of the sun's slanting rays Varenka's graceful figure, in a yellow dress and with her basket, walking with a light step past the trunk of an old birch, and when this impression from the sight of Varenka merged with the sight, which struck him with its beauty, of a yellowing field of oats bathed in the slanting light, and of an old wood far beyond the field, spotted with yellow, melting into the blue distance. His heart was wrung with joy. A feeling of tenderness came over him. He felt resolved. Varenka, who had just crouched down to pick a mushroom, stood up with a supple movement and looked over her shoulder. Throwing his cigar away, Sergei Ivanovich walked towards her with resolute strides. In the prime of life, a young man. 5. Varvara Andreevna, when I was still very young, I made up for myself an ideal of the woman I would love and whom I would be happy to call my wife. I have lived a long life, and now for the first time I have met in you what I have been seeking. I love you and offer you my hand. Sergei Ivanovich was saying this to himself when he was just 10 steps away from Varenka. Kneeling down and protecting a mushroom from Grisha with her hands, she was calling little Masha. Here, there are small ones. Lots, she said in her sweet, mellow voice. Seeing Sergei Ivanovich approaching, she did not get up and did not change her position, but everything told him that she felt him approaching and was glad of it. So, did you find any? She asked, turning her beautiful, quietly smiling face to him from behind the white kerchief. Not one, said Sergei Ivanovich. And you? She did not answer him, busy with the children around her. That one, too, By the branch. She pointed Masha to a small mushroom, its resilient pink cap cut across by a dry blade of grass it had sprung up under. She stood up when Masha picked the mushroom, breaking it into 2 white halves. "This reminds me of my childhood," she added, stepping away from the children with Sergei Ivanovich. They went on silently for a few steps. Varenka saw that he wanted to speak. She guessed what it was about and her heart was gripped by the excitement of joy and fear. They went far enough away so that no one could hear them, and still he did not begin to speak. It would have been better for Varenka to remain silent. After a silence it would have been easier to say what they wanted to say than after talking about mushrooms, but against her own will, as if inadvertently, Varenka said, "So you didn't find any? But then there are always fewer inside the wood." Sergei Ivanovich sighed and made no answer. He was vexed that she had begun talking about mushrooms. He wanted to bring her back to her first words about her childhood, but, as if against his will, after being silent for a while, he commented on her last words. "I've heard only that the white boletus grows mostly on the edge, though I'm unable to identify it." Several more minutes passed. They went still further away from the children and were completely alone. Varenka's heart was pounding so that she could hear it, and she felt herself blush, then turn pale, then blush again. To be the wife of a man like Koznishev, after her situation with Madame Stahl, seemed to her the height of happiness. Besides, she was almost certain that she was in love with him, and now it was to be decided. She was frightened that he would speak, and that he would not. He had to declare himself now or never. Sergei Ivanovich felt it, too. Everything in Varenka's gaze, color, lowered eyes, showed painful expectation. Sergei Ivanovich saw it and pitied her. He even felt that to say nothing now would be to insult her. In his mind he quickly repeated all the arguments in favor of his decision. He also repeated to himself the words in which he wished to express his proposal, but instead of those words, by some unexpected consideration that occurred to him, he suddenly asked, "And what is the difference between a white boletus and a birch boletus?" Varenka's lips trembled as she answered, "There's hardly any difference in the caps, but in the feet." And as soon as these words were spoken, both he and she understood that the matter was ended, and that what was to have been said would not be said, and their excitement, which had reached its highest point just before then, began to subside. In the birch boletus, the foot resembles a 2-day growth of beard on a dark-haired man, Sergei Ivanovich said, calmly now. "Yes, that's true," Varenka replied, smiling, and the direction of their walk changed inadvertently. They began going towards the children. Varenka was both hurt and ashamed, but at the same time she had a sense of relief. On returning home and going through all the arguments, Sergei Ivanovich found that his reasoning had been wrong. He could not betray the memory of Marie. "Quiet, children, quiet!" Levin shouted angrily at the children, standing in front of his wife in order to protect her, when the bunch of children came flying to meet them with shrieks of joy. After the children, Sergei Ivanovich and Varenka also came out of the wood. Kitty had no need to ask Varenka. From the calm and somewhat embarrassed expressions on both their faces, she understood that her plans had not worked out. "Well, what happened?" her husband asked, as they went back home. "Didn't bite," said Kitty, her smile and manner of speaking resembling her father's, something Levin often noticed in her with pleasure. "Didn't bite, meaning what?" "Like this," she said, taking her husband's hand, putting it to her mouth, and touching it with unopened lips. "Like kissing a bishop's hand." "But which of them didn't bite?" he said, laughing. "Neither." "And it should have been like this. There are muziks coming." "No, they didn't see." 6. During the children's tea the grown-ups sat on the balcony talking as if nothing had happened, though they all knew very well, Sergei Ivanovich and Varenka especially, that something important, though negative, had happened. They both experienced an identical feeling, similar to that of a pupil after failing an examination, staying in the same class or being expelled from the institution for good. Everyone present, also feeling that something had happened, talked animatedly about unrelated subjects. Levin and Kitty felt particularly happy and amorous that evening, and the fact that they were happy in their love contained in itself an unpleasant illusion to those who wanted but could not have the same, and they were embarrassed. "Mark my words, Alexander won't come," said the old princess. Stepan Arkadyevich was expected on the train that evening, and the old prince had written that he, too, might come, "and I know why." The princess went on. He says that a young couple should be left alone at first. But Papa has left us alone. We haven't seen him, said Kitty. And what kind of young couple are we? We're already so old. Only if he doesn't come, I, too, will say goodbye to you, children, said the princess, sighing sadly. Well, what is it to you, Mama? Both daughters fell upon her. But think, how is it for him? You see, now, and suddenly, quite unexpectedly, the old princess's voice trembled. Her daughters fell silent and exchanged glances. Maman always finds something sad for herself, they said with these glances. They did not know that, good as it was for the princess to be at her daughter's, and useful as she felt herself there, it had been painfully sad for her and for her husband since they had given away their last beloved daughter in marriage and the family nest had been left empty. What is it, Agafia Mikhailovna? Kitty suddenly asked Agafia Mikhailovna, who stood there with a mysterious look and an important face. About super. Well, that's wonderful, said Dolly. You go and give the orders, and I'll go with Grisha to hear his lesson, otherwise he'll have done nothing today. That's a lesson for me. No, Dolly, I'll go, said Levin, jumping up. Grisha, already enrolled in school, had to go over his lessons during the summer. Darya Alexandrovna, who had studied Latin with her son while still in Moscow, had made it a rule when she came to the Levins to go over the most difficult lessons in arithmetic and Latin with him at least once a day. Levin had volunteered to replace her, but the mother had heard Levin's lesson once and, noticing that he did not do it in the same way as the teacher in Moscow, embarrassed and trying not to offend him, had told him resolutely that it was necessary to go by the book, as the teacher did, and that she had better do it again herself. Levin was vexed both with Stepan Arkadyevitch, who in his carelessness left it to the mother to look after the teaching, of which she understood nothing, instead of doing it himself, and with the teachers for teaching children so poorly, but he promised his sister-in-law that he would conduct the lessons as she wished. And he went on tutoring Grisha, not in his own way now but by the book, and therefore did it reluctantly and often missed the time of the lesson. So it happened that day. No, I'll go, Dolly, and you sit, he said. We'll do everything properly, by the book. Only when Steve comes and we go hunting, then I'll skip. And Levin went to Grisha. Varenka said the same thing to Kitty. Even in the happy, comfortable home of the Levins, Varenka was able to be useful. I'll order super, and you sit, she said and got up to go with Agafia Mikhailovna. Yes, they probably couldn't find any chickens. Our own, then Kitty said. We'll decide, Agafia Mikhailovna and I. And Varenka disappeared with her. What a dear girl, said the princess. Not dear, Maman, but as lovely as can be. So you're expecting Stepan Arkadyevitch today? Asked Sergei Ivanovitch, obviously unwilling to continue the conversation about Varenka. It's hard to find two brothers-in-law less alike than your husbands, he said with a subtle smile. One all movement, living in society like a fish in water, the other, our Kostya, alive, quick, sensitive to everything, but the moment he's in society, he either freezes or thrashes about senselessly like a fish on dry land. Yes, he's very light-minded, said the princess, turning to Sergei Ivanovitch. I precisely wanted you to tell him that it's impossible for Kitty, to stay here, that she must come to Moscow. He talks of sending for a doctor. Maman, he'll do everything, he'll agree to everything, said Kitty, vexed with her mother for inviting Sergei Ivanovitch to judge in the matter. In the midst of their conversation they heard a snorting of horses and the sound of wheels on the gravel of the drive. Before Dolly had time to get up and go to meet her husband, Levin jumped out the window of the downstairs room where Grisha studied and helped Grisha out. It's Steva, Levin shouted from under the balcony. We finished, Dolly, don't worry, he added and, like a boy, went running to meet the carriage. E-juice, cried Grisha, skipping down the drive. And somebody else. Must be Papa, Levin cried out, stopping at the entrance to the drive. Kitty, don't go down the steep stairs, go around. But Levin was mistaken in taking the one sitting in the carriage with Oblonsky for the old prince. When he got close to the carriage, he saw beside Stepan Arkadyevitch not the prince but a handsome, stout young man in a Scotch cap with long ribbons hanging down behind. This was Vasenka Veslovsky, the Strubutsky's cousin twice removed, a brilliant he, she, it, his, hers, its men around Petersburg and Moscow a most excellent fellow and a passionate hunter, as Stepan Arkadyevich introduced him. Not put out in the least at the disappointment he caused by replacing the old prince with himself, Veslovsky gaily greeted Levin, reminding him of their former acquaintance, and, taking Grisha up into the carriage, lifted him over the pointer that Stepan Arkadyevich had brought along. Levin did not get into the carriage but walked behind. He was slightly vexed that the old prince, whom he loved more the more he knew him, had not come, and that this Vasenka Veslovsky, a completely alien and superfluous man, had appeared. He seemed all the more alien and superfluous in that, when Levin came up to the porch where the whole animated crowd of grown-ups and children had gathered, he saw Vasenka Veslovsky kiss Kitty's hand with an especially gentle and gallant air. "Your wife and I are cousins, as well as old acquaintances," said Vasenka Veslovsky, again pressing Levin's hand very, very firmly. "Well, is there any game?" Stepan Arkadyevich turned to Levin, having barely had time to say hello to everyone. "He and I have come with the cruelest intentions. Of course, Maman, they haven't been to Moscow since." "Well, Danya, there's something for you. Get it from the back of the carriage, please." He spoke in all directions. "How fresh you look, Dalenka," he said to his wife, kissing her hand again, keeping it in his own and patting it with his other hand. Levin, who a minute ago had been in the merriest spirits, now looked darkly at everyone and did not like anything. "Who did he kiss yesterday with those lips?" he thought, gazing at Stepan Arkadyevich's tenderness with his wife. He looked at Dolly and did not like her either. "She doesn't believe in his love. Then why is she so glad?" Revolting, thought Levin. He looked at the princess, who had been so dear to him a moment ago, and did not like the manner in which she welcomed this Vasenka with his ribbons, as if she were in her own home. Even Sergei Ivanovitch, who also came out onto the porch, seemed unpleasant to him in the sham friendliness with which he met Stepan Arkadyevich, when Levin knew that his brother neither liked nor respected Oblonsky. And Varenka, too, was disgusting to him, with her look of a Saint Natasha as she made the acquaintance of this gentleman, while all she thought about was getting married. And most disgusting of all was Kitty, the way she yielded to the tone of merriment with which this gentleman regarded his arrival in the country as a festive occasion for himself and everyone, and particularly unpleasant was the special smile with which she responded to his smiles. Talking noisily, they all went into the house, but as soon as they all sat down, Levin turned round and left. Kitty saw that something was wrong with her husband. She wanted to snatch a moment and talk to him alone, but he hastened away from her, saying he had to go to the office. It was long since his farm affairs had seemed so important to him as they did right then. "It's all a holiday for them," he thought, "but these are no holiday affairs. They won't wait, and without them life is impossible." 7. Levin returned home only when they sent to call him to supper. Kitty and Agafia Mikhailovna were standing on the stairs, conferring about the wines. "Why make such a fuss? Serve what you usually do." "No, Steva won't drink." "Kostya, wait, what's the matter?" Kitty began to say, running after him, but he mercilessly strode off to the dining room without waiting for her and at once got into the animated general conversation that Vasenka Veslovsky and Stepan Arkadyevich were carrying on there. "Well, what about it? Shall we go hunting tomorrow?" said Stepan Arkadyevich. "Yes, please, let's go," said Veslovsky, shifting his chair and sitting on it sideways, tucking his fat leg under him. "I'll be very glad to." "And have you already gone hunting this year?" Levin said to Veslovsky, studying his leg attentively, but with an assumed pleasantness that Kitty knew so well and that was so unbecoming to him. "I don't know if we'll find any great snipe, but there are plenty of." "Holy touch me not snipe. Only we'll have to start early." "You won't be tired?" "Aren't you tired, Steva?" "Me tired? I've never been tired yet." "Let's not sleep all night." "Let's go for a walk." "Yes, really, let's not sleep." "Excellent," agreed Veslovsky. "Oh, we're quite sure of that you can go without sleep and keep others from sleeping," Dolly said to her husband with that barely noticeable irony with which she almost always treated him now. "And I think it's now time. I'm off to bed. I won't have supper." "No, stay here, Dalenka," said Stepan Arkadyevich, going round to her side of the big table at which they were having supper. "I have lots more to tell you." "Nothing, I'm sure. You know, Veslovsky's been to see Anna. And he's going there again. They're less than 50 miles from us. I'll certainly go, too. Veslovsky, come here. Vasenka moved over to the ladies and sat down beside Kitty. Ah, tell us, please. So you've been to see her? How is she? Darya Alexandrovna turned to him. Levin stayed at the other end of the table and, without ceasing to talk with the princess and Varenka, saw that an animated and mysterious conversation was going on between Dolly, Kitty, and Veslovsky. Not only was a mysterious conversation going on, but he could see in his wife's face an expression of serious feeling as she gazed into the handsome face of Vasenka, who was animatedly telling them something. It's very nice at their place, Vasenka was saying about Vronsky and Anna. Naturally, I don't take it upon myself to judge, but in their house you feel as if you're in a family. And what do they intend to do? It seems they want to go to Moscow for the winter. How nice it would be for us all to get together at their place. When are you going? Stepan Arkadyevich asked Vasenka. I'll spend July with them. And will you go? Stepan Arkadyevich turned to his wife. I've long wanted to go and certainly will, said Dolly. I pity her, and I know her. She's a wonderful woman. I'll go alone after you leave. And I won't be in anyone's way. It will even be better without you. Well, splendid, said Stepan Arkadyevich. And you, Kitty? Me? Why should I go? Said Kitty, flushing all over. And she turned to look at her husband. Are you acquainted with Anna Arkadyevna? Veslovsky asked her. She's a very attractive woman. Yes, Kitty, turning still more red, replied to Veslovsky, got up and went to her husband. So you're going hunting tomorrow? She said. His jealousy had gone far in those few minutes, especially after the blush that had covered her cheeks as she talked with Veslovsky. Listening to her words, he now understood them in his own way. Strange as it was for him to recall it later, it seemed clear to him now that if she asked him whether he was going hunting, she was interested only in knowing whether he would give this pleasure to Vasenka Veslovsky, with whom, to his mind, she was already in love. Yes, I am, he replied in an unnatural voice that he himself found disgusting. No, better if you stay at home tomorrow, since Dolly hasn't seen her husband at all, and go the day after, said Kitty. Levin now interpreted the meaning of Kitty's words as follows. Don't part me from him. I don't care if you leave, but let me enjoy the company of this charming young man. Oh, if you wish, we can stay at home tomorrow, Levin replied with special pleasantness. Vasenka meanwhile, not in the least suspecting all the suffering his presence caused, got up from the table after Kitty and followed her with a smiling, gentle gaze. Levin saw this gaze. He paled and could not catch his breath for a moment. How can he allow himself to look at my wife like that? Seethed in him. Tomorrow, then. Let's go, please, said Vasenka, sitting down on a chair and again tucking his leg under, as was his habit. Levin's jealousy had gone further still. He already saw himself as a deceived husband, needed by his wife and her lover only to provide them with life's conveniences and pleasures. But, despite that, he courteously and hospitably questioned Vasenka about his hunting, guns, boots and agreed to go the next day. Fortunately for Levin, the old princess put an end to his agony by getting up herself and advising Kitty to go to bed. But here, too, it did not pass without new suffering for Levin. Saying good night to his hostess, Vasenka again went to kiss her hand, but Kitty, blushing, with a naive rudeness for which she was later reprimanded by her mother, drew back her hand and said, "That's not done in our house." In Levin's eyes she was to blame for having permitted such relations, and still more to blame for showing so awkwardly that she did not like them. "Well, who cares about sleep?" said Stepan Arkadyevich, who, after drinking several glasses of wine at dinner, was in his sweetest, most poetical mood. "Look, Kitty, look," he said, pointing to the moon rising from behind the lintens. "How lovely." "Veslovsky, it's time for a serenade." "You know, he has a fine voice. He and I sang together on our way here. He's brought some wonderful romances along, 2 new ones. We should sing with Varvara Andreevna." When they had all dispersed, Stepan Arkadyevich and Veslovsky paced up and down the drive for a long time, and their voices could be heard singing a new romance together. Listening to those voices, Levin sat scowling in the armchair in his wife's bedroom and to her questions about what was the matter maintained an obstinate silence, but when she finally asked with a timid smile, Was it something you disliked about Vasilevsky? He burst out and said everything. What he said was insulting to himself and therefore irritated him still more. He stood before her, his eyes flashing terribly from under his scowling eyebrows, pressing his strong hands to his chest, as if straining with all his might to hold himself back. The expression on his face would have been stern and even cruel had it not at the same time expressed suffering, which touched her. His jaw was twitching, and his voice broke. You understand that I'm not jealous. It's a vile word. I cannot be jealous, or believe that. I cannot say what I'm feeling, but it's terrible. I'm not jealous, but I'm offended, humiliated that someone dares to think, dares to look at you with such eyes. What eyes? Said Kitty, trying as conscientiously as she could to recall all the words and gestures of that evening in all their nuances. In the depths of her soul she found that there had been something of the sort, precisely at the moment when he had gone after her to the other end of the table, but she dared not confess it even to herself, much less venture to tell it to him and so increase his suffering. But what can be attractive in me the way I am? Ah, he cried, clutching his head. Hear what she says. So, if you were attractive. No, Kostya, wait, listen, she said, looking at him with an expression of suffering commiseration. What can you be thinking? When nobody exists for me. Nobody. Nobody. Do you want me not to see anyone? In the first moment his jealousy offended her, she was vexed that the smallest diversion, and the most innocent, was forbidden her, but now she would gladly have sacrificed not just such trifles but everything to deliver him from the suffering he was going through. You understand the horror and comicality of my position, he went on in a desperate whisper, that he's in my house, that he essentially did nothing improper, except for this casualness and tucking his leg under. He considers it the best tone, and so I have to be courteous to him. But, Kostya, you're exaggerating, said Kitty, who in the depths of her soul rejoiced at the strength of his love which was now expressing itself in his jealousy. The most terrible thing is that you, the way you always are, and now, when you're so sacred to me and we're so happy, so especially happy, and suddenly this trash. Not trash. Why do I abuse him? I don't care about him. But why should my happiness, your happiness, you know? I understand how it happened, Kitty began. How? How? I saw the way you looked as we were talking over dinner. Ah, yes, yes, Levin said fearfully. She told him what they had been talking about. And as she told it, she was breathless with agitation. Levin remained silent, then looked closer at her pale, frightened face and suddenly clutched his head. Katya, I'm tormenting you. Darling, forgive me. It's madness. Katya, it's my fault all round. How could I suffer so over such stupidity? No, I'm sorry for you. For me? For me? What am I? A madman. But why you? It's terrible to think that any outsider can upset our happiness. Of course, that's the offensive thing. No, but, on the contrary, I'll have him stay with us all summer, on purpose, and I'll overflow with courtesy, Levin said, kissing her hands. You'll see. Tomorrow. Ah, right. Tomorrow we're leaving. 8. The next day, before the ladies were up, the hunting carriages, carts and a small wagon stood at the entrance, and Laska, who since morning had understood that they were going hunting, having squealed and jumped her fill, got into the cart beside the driver, looking at the doorway through which the hunters had yet to come with excitement and disapproval of the delay. The first to come out was Vasilevsky, in big, new boots that reached halfway up his fat haunches, in a green blouse tied at the waist with a cartridge belt smelling of new leather, and in his cap with ribbons, carrying a new English gun with no swivel or sling. Laska bounded over to him, jumped up to greet him, asked him in her own way whether the others were coming out, but, receiving no answer, went back to her lookout post and again froze, her head cocked and one ear pricked up. Finally the door opened with a bang, out flew Krok, Stepan Arkadyevitch's golden and white pointer, spinning and turning in the air, and then Stepan Arkadyevitch himself came out with a gun in his hands and a cigar in his mouth. Good boy, Krok, he called tenderly to the dog, who put his paws on his stomach and chest, clawing at the game bag. Stepan Arkadyevitch was dressed in brogues and leggings, tattered trousers and a short coat. On his head was the wreck of some hat, but his new system gun was a jewel, and his game bag and cartridge belt, though worn, were of the best quality. Vasilevsky had not previously understood this true hunter's dandyism, to wear rags but have hunting gear of the best make. He understood it now, looking at Stepan Arkadyevich, shining in those rags with the elegance of his well-nourished, gentlemanly figure, and decided that before the next hunting season he would be sure to set himself up in the same way. "Well, and what about our host?" he asked. "A young wife," Stepan Arkadyevich said, smiling. "Yes, and such a lovely one." He was already dressed. He must have run back to her. Stepan Arkadyevich had guessed right. Levin had run back to his wife to ask her once more if she had forgiven him for yesterday's foolishness, and also to beg her for the Lord's sake to be more careful. Above all, to keep further away from the children. They could always bump into her. Then he had to have her confirm once again that she was not angry with him for leaving for 2 days, and also to ask her to be sure to send a mounted messenger the next morning with a note, to write just 2 words so that he would know she was well. Kitty, as always, was pained at having to be parted from her husband for 2 days, but seeing his animated figure, which seemed particularly big and strong in hunting boots and a white blouse, and with the glow of some hunting excitement incomprehensible to her, she forgot her own distress because of his joy and cheerfully said good-bye to him. "Sorry, gentlemen," he said, running out to the porch. "Did they put the lunch in? Why is the chestnut on the right?" "Well, never mind, Laska, enough, go and sit down." "Put them in with the heifers." He turned to the cowman, who had been waiting by the porch with a question about some bullocks. "Sorry, here comes another villain." Levin jumped down from the cart in which he was already seated to meet the hired carpenter, who was walking up to the porch with a ruler. "You see, you didn't come to the office yesterday and now you're holding me up." "Well, what is it?" "Let me make another turn, sir, to add 3 more steps. And we'll fit it right in. It'll be much more convenient." "You should have listened to me," Levin replied with vexation. "I told you to put up the string boards and then cut in the steps. You can't fix it now." "Do as I told you, make a new one." The thing was that the carpenter had spoiled the staircase in the wing that was being built, having constructed it separately and miscalculated the height, so that when it was installed all the steps were aslant. Now he wanted to leave the same stairs in place and add 3 more steps. "It will be much better." "But where will it come out with these 3 steps?" "If you please, sir," the carpenter said with a scornful smile. "It'll go just right." "I mean, it'll start out below," he said with a persuasive gesture, "and go up and come out just right." "But 3 steps will also add to the length. Where will it end?" "Like I said, it'll start below and come out just right," the carpenter said stubbornly and persuasively. "It will come out under the ceiling and into the wall." "If you please." "She'll start below. She'll go up and come out just right." Levin took a ramrod and began drawing the stairway in the dust for him. "There, you see?" "As you wish," said the carpenter, with suddenly bright eyes, obviously understanding the whole thing at last. "Looks like I'll have to make a new one." "Well, then make it the way you were told," Levin shouted, getting up on the cart. "Drive." "Hold the dogs, Philip." Levin, having left all his family and farming cares behind, now experienced such a strong sense of the joy of life and expectation that he did not want to talk. Besides, he had that feeling of concentrated excitement that every hunter experiences as he nears the place of action. If anything concerned him now, it was only the questions of whether they would find anything in the Kolpino marsh, how Laska would perform in comparison with Krok, and how successful his own shooting would be that day. What if he disgraced himself in front of the new man? What if Oblonsky outshot him? Also went through his head. Oblonsky had similar feelings and was also untalkative. Only Vasenka Veslovsky kept cheerfully talking away. Listening to him now, Levin was ashamed to remember how unfair he had been to him yesterday. Vasenka was indeed a nice fellow, simple, good-natured and very cheerful. If Levin had met him while still a bachelor, he would have become friends with him. He found his holiday attitude towards life and his sort of loose-mannered elegance slightly disagreeable. As if he considered himself lofty and unquestionably important for having long fingernails and a little hat and the rest that went with it, but that could be excused on account of his kind-heartedness and decency. Levin liked in him his good upbringing, his excellent pronunciation of French and English, and the fact that he was a man of his own world. Vasenka was extremely taken with the left outrunner, a Don steppe horse. He kept admiring it. How good it must be to gallop over the steppe on a steppe horse. "Eh? Am I right?" he said. He imagined there was something wild and poetic in riding a steppe horse, though nothing came of it. But his naivety, especially combined with his good looks, sweet smile, and gracefulness of movement, was very attractive, either because Veslovsky's nature was sympathetic to him, or because he was trying to find everything good in him in order to redeem yesterday's sin. Levin enjoyed being with him. Having gone 2 miles, Veslovsky suddenly discovered that his cigars and wallet were missing and did not know whether he had lost them or left them on the table. There were 370 rubles in his wallet, and it could not be left like that. "You know what, Levin, I'll ride back on this outrunner." "That will be splendid." "Eh?" he said, preparing to mount up. "No." "Why?" replied Levin, who reckoned that Vasenka must weigh no less than 200 pounds. "I'll send my coachman." The coachman went on the outrunner, and Levin drove the pair himself. 9. "Well, what's our itinerary?" "Tell us all about it," said Stepan Arkadyevitch. "The plan is the following. Right now we're going as far as Gvozdvo. 1. In Gvozdvo there's a marsh with great snipe on the near side, and beyond Gvozdvo there are wonderful snipe marshes, with occasional great snipe. It's hot now, but we'll arrive towards evening. It's 12 miles, and do the evening field. We'll spend the night, and tomorrow we'll go to the big marsh. And there's nothing on the way." "There is, but that would delay us, and it's hot." "There are 2 nice spots, though it's not likely there'll be anything." Levin himself would have liked to stop at those spots, but they were close to home. He could do them any time, and they were small. 3 men would have no room to shoot. And so it was with some duplicity that he said it was not likely there would be anything. Coming to the small marsh, he was going to pass by, but the experienced hunter's eye of Stepan Arkadyevitch at once spotted rushes that were visible from the road. "Won't we try there?" he said, pointing to the marsh. "Levin, please." "How splendid!" Vasenka Veslovsky started begging, and Levin had to consent. No sooner had they stopped than the dogs, vying with each other, were already racing for the marsh. "Krok, Laska." The dogs came back. "It's too small for 3. "I'll stay here," said Levin, hoping they would find nothing but the lapwings that had been stirred up by the dogs and, swaying as they flew, wept plaintively over the marsh. "No." "Come on, Levin, let's go together," called Vasenka. "It's really too small." "Here, Laska." "Here." "You don't need 2 dogs, do you?" Levin stayed by the wagonette and watched the hunters with envy. They went all around the marsh. Except for a water hen and some lapwings, one of which Vasenka bagged, there was nothing there. "So you see, it wasn't that I grudged you this marsh," said Levin. "It was just a loss of time." "No, it was fun all the same." "Did you see?" said Vasenka Veslovsky, awkwardly getting up on the cart with his gun and the lapwing in his hands. "Teabag this one nicely." "Isn't it true?" "Well, how soon will we get to the real place?" Suddenly the horses gave a start. Levin hit his head against the barrel of somebody's gun and a shot rang out. So it seemed to Levin, but in fact the shot came first. The thing was that Vasenka Veslovsky, while uncocking the hammers, had his finger on one trigger as he eased off the other. The shot struck the ground, doing no one any harm. Stepan Arkadyevitch shook his head and laughed reproachfully at Veslovsky. But Levin did not have the heart to reprimand him. First, any reproach would seem to be caused by the danger he had escaped and the bump swelling on his forehead. And second, Veslovsky began by being so naively upset and then laughed so good-naturedly and enthusiastically at the general commotion that it was impossible not to laugh with him. When they drove up to the second marsh, which was quite big and was bound to take a long time, Levin tried to persuade them not to go in, but Veslovsky again insisted. Again, since the marsh was narrow, Levin, as a hospitable host, stayed by the carriages. Krok made straight for the hummocks. Vasenka Veslovsky was the first to run after the dog, and before Stepan Arkadyevitch had time to get close, a great snipe had already flown up. Veslovsky missed and the snipe landed in an unmowed meadow. This snipe was left to Veslovsky. Krok found it again, pointed. Veslovsky shot it and went back to the carriages. "Now you go and I'll stay with the horses," he said. Hunter's envy was beginning to take hold of Levin. He handed the reins to Veslovsky and went into the marsh. Laska, who had long been squealing pitifully and complaining at the injustice, rushed ahead, straight to some trusty hummocks, familiar to Levin, where Krok had not yet gone. "Why don't you stop her?" cried Stepan Arkadyevitch. "She won't scare them," replied Levin. delighted with the dog and hurrying after her. Laska's search became more serious the closer she came to the familiar hummocks. A small marsh bird distracted her only for an instant. She made one circle in front of the hummocks, began another, suddenly gave a start and froze. "Here, here, Stiva!" cried Levin, feeling his heart pounding faster, and it was as if some latch had suddenly opened in his strained hearing, and sounds, losing all measure of distance, began to strike him haphazardly but vividly. He heard Stepan Arkadyevitch's footsteps and took them for the distant clatter of horses, heard the crunching sound made by the corner of a hummock that he tore off with its roots as he stepped on it, and took the sound for the flight of a great snipe. He also heard, not far behind him, some splashing in the water which he could not account for. Picking his way, he moved towards the dog. Flush it! Not a great snipe but a snipe tore up from under the dog. Levin followed it with his gun, but just as he was taking aim, that same noise of splashing water increased, came nearer, and was joined by the strangely loud voice of Veslovsky shouting something. Levin saw that he was aiming his gun behind the snipe, but he fired anyway. After making sure he had missed, Levin turned round and saw that the horses and cart were no longer on the road but in the swamp. Veslovsky, anxious to see the shooting, had driven into the swamp and mired the horses. "What the devil got into him?" Levin said to himself, going back to the mired cart. "Why did you drive in here?" he said dryly, and, calling the coachman, started freeing the horses. Levin was vexed because his shooting had been disturbed, and because his horses were stuck in the mud, and above all because neither Stepan Arkadyevitch nor Veslovsky helped him and the coachman to unharness the horses and get them out, neither of them having the slightest understanding of harnessing. Saying not a word in reply to Vasenka's assurances that it was quite dry there, Levin silently worked with the coachman to free the horses. But then, getting into the heat of the work, and seeing how diligently and zealously Veslovsky pulled the cart by the splashboard, so that he even broke it off, Levin reproached himself for being too cold towards him under the influence of yesterday's feeling, and tried to smooth over his dryness by being especially amiable. When everything was put right and the cart was back on the road, Levin ordered lunch to be served. "Bon appetit, bon conscience. C'est levado jusqu'au fond de mes bottes." Vasenka, merry again, joked in French as he finished the second chicken. "So, now our troubles are over, now everything's going to go well. Only, for my sins I ought to sit on the box. Isn't that right, eh?" "No, no, I'm an automaton too, you'll see how I get you there," he said, not letting go of the reins when Levin asked him to let the coachman drive. "No, I must redeem my sins, and I feel wonderful on the box." And he drove on. Levin was a bit afraid that he would wear out the horses, especially the chestnut on the left, whom he was unable to control, but he involuntarily yielded to his merriment, listened to the romances that Veslovsky, sitting on the box, sang along the way, or to his stories and his imitation of the proper English way of driving a four-in-hand, and after lunch, in the merriest spirits, they drove on to the Gvozdva marsh. 10. Vasenka drove the horses at such a lively pace that they reached the marsh too early, while it was still hot. Having arrived at a serious marsh, the main goal of the trip, Levin involuntarily thought about how to get rid of Vasenka and move about unhindered. Stepan Arkadyevitch obviously wished for the same thing, and Levin saw on his face the preoccupied expression that a true hunter always has before the start of a hunt, and a certain good-natured slyness all his own. "How shall we proceed?" "I see it's an excellent marsh, and there are hawks," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, pointing at two big birds circling over the sedge. "Where there are hawks, there must be game as well. A good appetite means a good conscience." "This chicken is going to drop right to the bottom of my boots, that is, go down very well." "So you see, gentlemen," said Levin, pulling up his boots and examining the percussion caps on his gun with a slightly glum expression, "you see that sedge?" He pointed to a little black-green island showing dark against the huge, half-mowed wet meadow that stretched to the right side of the river. "The swamp begins there, right in front of us, where it's greener. From there it goes to the right, where those horses are, it's hummocky and there are great snipe, and then around the sedge to that alder grove over there and right up to the mill. See, where that creek is? That's the best spot. I once shot 17 snipe there. We'll split up in two directions with the two dogs and meet there at the mill." "Well, Who goes right and who left? Asked Stepan Arkadyevich. It's wider to the right. The two of you go that way, and I'll go left, he said as if casually. Excellent. We'll outshoot him. Well, let's go, let's go. Vasenka picked up. Levin could not but consent, and they went their separate ways. As soon as they entered the marsh, both dogs began searching together and drew towards a rusty spot. Levin knew this searching of Laska's, cautious and vague. He also knew the spot and was expecting a wisp of snipe. Walk beside me, Veslovsky, beside me, he said in a muted voice to his comrade, who was splashing behind him through the water, and the direction of whose gun, after the accidental shot by the Kolpino marsh, involuntarily interested him. No, I don't want to hamper you, don't think about me. But Levin could not help remembering Kitty's words as he parted from her, see that you don't shoot each other. The dogs came closer and closer, passing by each other, each following its own thread. The expectation was so intense that the sucking of his own boots as he pulled it out of the rusty water sounded to Levin like the call of a snipe, and he tightened his grip on the stock of his gun. Bang, bang, rang out by his ear. It was Vasenka shooting at a flock of ducks that was circling above the swamp, far out of range, and just then came flying over the hunters. Levin had barely turned to look when a snipe screeched, then another, a third, and some 8 more rose one after the other. Stepan Arkadyevich brought one down just as it was about to start zigzagging and the snipe fell like a lump into the mire. Oblonsky unhurriedly aimed at another that was still flying low towards the sedge, and that snipe dropped. It could be seen thrashing about in the mowed sedge, beating its unhurt wing, white underneath. Levin was not so lucky. His first snipe was too close when he fired, and he missed. He aimed at it again as it flew up, but just then another flew out from under his feet and distracted him, and he missed the second time. While they were reloading their guns another snipe roused, and Vysoevsky, who had had time to reload, sent another 2 charges of small shot over the water. Stepan Arkadyevich picked up his snipe and glanced at Levin with shining eyes. Well, let's split up now, said Stepan Arkadyevich, and, limping slightly on his left leg and holding his gun ready, he whistled to his dog and went off in one direction. Levin and Vysoevsky went in the other. It always happened with Levin that when the first shots were unsuccessful, he would become angry, vexed, and shoot badly all day. That was happening now. There were a great many snipe. Snipe kept flying up from under the dog, from under the hunter's feet, and Levin might have recovered, but the more shots he fired, the more he disgraced himself in front of Vysoevsky, who merrily banged away, in and out of range, hit nothing and was not the least embarrassed by it. Levin rushed, could not control himself, became more and more feverish and finally reached the point of shooting almost without hope of hitting anything. Even Laska seemed to understand it. She began searching more lazily and glanced back at the hunters as if in perplexity or reproach. Shots came one after another. Powder smoke hung about the hunters, yet in the big, roomy net of the hunting bag there were only 3 small, light snipe, and of those one had been shot by Vysoevsky and another by them both. Meanwhile, along the other side of the swamp, the infrequent but, as it seemed to Levin, significant shots of Stepan Arkadyevich rang out, followed almost each time by, fetch, crock, fetch. This upset Levin still more. Snipe kept circling in the air over the sedge, screeching close to the ground and croaking higher up came ceaselessly from all sides. Snipe flushed out earlier raced through the air and alighted just in front of the hunters. Not 2 but dozens of hawks, whimpering, circled over the marsh. Having gone through the greater part of the marsh, Levin and Vysoevsky reached a place where the muzik's meadow was divided into long strips running down to the sedge, marked out here by trampled strips, there by thin rows of cut grass. Half of these strips had already been mowed. Though there was little hope of finding as many in the unmowed grass as in the mowed, Levin had promised to meet Stepan Arkadyevich and went further on down the mowed and unmowed strips with his companion. Hey, hunters, one of the muziks, sitting by an unhitched cart, shouted to them. Come and have a bite with us. Drink a glass. Levin turned. Come on, it's all right. A merry, bearded muzik with a red face shouted, baring his white teeth and raising a glittering green bottle in the sun. Quist say quills descent? Asked Veslovsky. They are inviting us to drink vodka. They've probably been dividing up the meadows. I'd go and have a drink, said Levin, hoping Veslovsky would be tempted by the vodka and go to them. Why do they want to treat us? Just for fun. You really ought to join them. You'd be interested. Allons, say Kurux. Go on, you'll find the way to the mill. Levin shouted and, looking back, was pleased to see Veslovsky, hunched over, his weary legs stumbling, his gun in his outstretched hand, making his way out of the marsh towards the peasants. You come, too, the muzhik cried to Levin. Why not? Have a bit of pie. Levin badly wanted a drink of vodka and a piece of bread. He felt weak, so that it was hard for him to pull his faltering legs from the mire, and for a moment he hesitated. But the dog pointed, and at once all fatigue vanished, and he stepped lightly over the mire towards the dog. A snipe flew up at his feet. He shot and hit it. The dog went on pointing. Fetch. Another rose just in front of the dog. Levin fired. But it was an unlucky day. He missed, and when he went to look for the one he had shot, he could not find it either. He searched everywhere in the sedge, but Laska did not believe he had shot it, and when he sent her to search, she did not really search but only pretended. Even without Vasenka, whom Levin blamed for his failure, things did not improve. There were many snipe here, too, but Levin missed time after time. The slanting rays of the sun were still hot, his clothes were soaked. What are they saying? Let's go, it's curious. Through with sweat and clung to his body. His left boot, filled with water, was heavy and sloshy. Drops of sweat rolled down his face, grimy with the soot of gunpowder. There was a bitter taste in his mouth, the smell of powder and rust in his nose, and in his ears the ceaseless screeching of the snipe. The gun barrels were too hot to touch. His heart pounded in short, quick beats, his hands shook from agitation, and his weary legs stumbled and tripped over the hummocks and bog, but he went on and kept shooting. Finally, after a shameful miss, he threw down his gun and hat. No, I must come to my senses, he said to himself. He picked up the gun and hat, called Laska to heel and left the marsh. Coming to a dry spot, he sat down on a hummock, took off his boot, poured the water out of it, then went back to the marsh, drank some rusty-tasting water, wetted the burning gun barrels and rinsed his face and hands. Having refreshed himself, he moved back to the spot where the snipe had landed, with the firm intention of not getting agitated. He wanted to keep calm, but it was the same thing all over again. His finger pulled the trigger before the bird was in his sights. It all went worse and worse. There were only 5 birds in his game bag when he came out of the marsh to the alder grove where he wished to meet Stepan Arkadyevitch. Before he saw Stepan Arkadyevitch, he saw his dog. Krok leaped from behind the upturned roots of an alder, all black with the stinking slime of the marsh, and with a victorious look began sniffing Laska. Behind Krok the stately figure of Stepan Arkadyevitch appeared in the shade of the alders. He came towards Levin, red, sweaty, his collar open, still limping in the same way. Well, so? You did a lot of shooting, he said, smiling gaily. And you? Asked Levin. But there was no need to ask, because he already saw the full game bag. Not too bad. He had 14 birds. A fine marsh. Veslovsky must have hampered you. It's inconvenient for 2 with 1 dog, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, softening his triumph. 11. When Levin and Stepan Arkadyevitch came to the cottage of the muzhik with whom Levin always stayed, Veslovsky was already there. He was sitting in the middle of the cottage, holding on with both hands to a bench from which a soldier, the brother of the mistress of the house, was pulling him by the slime-covered boots, and laughing his infectiously gay laugh. I've just come, I'ls on ťarments. Imagine, they wined me and dined me. Such bread, a wonder. Delicieux. And the vodka, I never drank anything tastier. And they absolutely refused to take money. And they kept saying no offense, or something. Why take money? They were treating you as if they'd sell their vodka, said the soldier, finally pulling off the wet boot and the blackened stocking along with it. Despite the filth in the cottage, muddied by the hunters' boots and the dirty dogs licking themselves, the smell of marsh and powder that filled it, and the absence of knives and forks, the hunters drank their tea and ate dinner with a relish that only comes from hunting. Washed and clean, they went to the swept-out hay barn where the coachman had prepared beds for the masters. Though it was already dark, none of the hunters wanted to sleep. After wavering between reminiscences and stories about shooting, about dogs, about previous hunts, The conversation hit upon a subject that interested them all, prompted by Vasenka's repeated expressions of delight at the charm of the night and the smell of the hay, at the charm of the broken cart. It seemed broken to him because its front end had been detached, the affability of the muzhiks who had given him vodka, the dogs who lay each at its master's feet. Oblonsky told about the charm of the hunting at Malthus's place, which he had taken part in during the past summer. Malthus was a well-known railway magnate. Stepan Arkadyevich told about the marshlands this Malthus had bought up in Tver province, and how he kept them as a reserve, and what carriages, dog-carts, the hunters drove in, and the tent they set up for lunch by the marsh. "I don't understand you," said Levin, sitting up on his hay. "How is it?" "They were charming." "You're not disgusted by those people?" "I understand that Lafite with lunch is very agreeable, but aren't you disgusted precisely by the luxury? All those people make their money, as our old tax farmers used to, in a way that earns them people's contempt. They ignore it and then use their dishonestly earned money to buy off the former contempt." "Absolutely right," responded Vasenka Veslovsky. "Absolutely." "Of course, Oblonsky does it out of bonhomie," and the others say, "Well, if Oblonsky goes there." "Not a bit of it." Levin sensed Oblonsky's smile as he said it. "I simply don't consider him more dishonest than any other wealthy merchant or nobleman. He and they both make money by the same hard work and intelligence." "Yes, but where is the hard work? Is it work to get a concession and resell it?" "Of course it's work. It's work in the sense, that if it weren't for him and others like him, there wouldn't be any railways." "But it's not the same as the work of a muzhik or a scholar." "Granted, but it is work in the sense that it produces a result, railways." "But then you think railways are useless?" "No, that's another question. I'm prepared to admit they're useful. But any acquisition that doesn't correspond to the labor expended is dishonest." "But who defines the correspondent?" "Acquisition by dishonest means, by cunning," said Levin, feeling that he was unable to draw a clear line between honest and dishonest, like the acquisitions of banks. He went on. "This evil, the acquisition of huge fortunes without work, as it used to be with tax farming, has merely changed its form." Le roi est mort, vive le roi. Tax farming was no sooner abolished than railways and banks appeared, the same gain without work. "Yes, all that may be true and clever. Lie down, Croc." Stepan Arkadyevich called to the dog, who was scratching and churning up all the hay. He was obviously convinced of the justice of his theme, and therefore spoke calmly and unhurriedly. "But you haven't drawn the line between honest and dishonest work." "That I receive a higher salary than my chief clerk, though he knows the business better than I do. Is that dishonest?" "The king is dead. Long live the king." "I don't know." "Well, then I'll tell you, that you get, say, a surplus of 5,000 for your farm work, while the muzhik here, our host, however hard he works, will get no more than 50 rubles, is as dishonest as my getting more than my chief clerk, and Malthus getting more than a railway engineer." On the other hand, I see some hostile, absolutely unfounded attitude of society towards those people, and it seems to me there's envy here. "No, that's unjust," said Veslovsky. "There can be no envy, and there's something unclean in this whole business." "No, excuse me," Levin went on. "You say it's unjust that I get 5,000 and a muzhik gets 50 rubles." "That's true, it is unjust, and I feel it, but, indeed it is. Why do we eat, drink, hunt, do nothing, while he's eternally working?" said Vasenka, apparently thinking about it clearly for the first time in his life, and therefore quite sincerely. "Yes, you feel it, and yet you don't give him your property," said Stepan Arkadyevich, as if deliberately provoking Levin. Lately some sort of secret antagonism had been established between the two brothers-in-law, as if a rivalry had arisen between them, since they had married two sisters, as to whose life was set up better, and that antagonism now showed itself in the conversation, which was beginning to acquire a personal nuance. "I don't give it to him because no one demands it of me, and I couldn't if I wanted to," replied Levin. "And there's nobody to give it to." "Give it to this muzhik. He won't refuse." "Yes, but how am I going to give it to him?" "Shall I go and draw up a deed of purchase with him?" "I don't know, but if you're convinced that you have no right." "I'm not at all convinced. On the contrary, I feel that I don't have the right to give it up, that I have responsibilities to the land and to my family." "No, excuse me. But if you think this inequality is unjust, why don't you act that way? I do act, only negatively, in the sense that I'm not going to try to increase the difference of situation that exists between him and me. No, excuse me now, that is a paradox. Yes, it's a somewhat sophisticated explanation, Veslovsky confirmed. Ah, it's our host, he said to the muzhik, who opened the creaking barn door and came in. You are not asleep yet? No, what sleep? I thought you gentlemen were asleep, but then I heard you talking. I need to get a hook here. He won't bite? He added, stepping cautiously with bare feet. And where are you going to sleep? We are going to night pasture. Ah, what a night, said Veslovsky, looking at the end of the cottage and the unharnessed cart, visible in the faint light of the afterglow, through the big frame of the now open door. Listen, those are women's voices singing, and not badly at that. Who's singing, my good man? Those are farm girls not far from here. Let's take a stroll. We're not going to fall asleep anyway. Come on, Oblonsky. If only it was possible to stay lying down and still go, Oblonsky answered, stretching. It's wonderful to be lying down. Then I'll go by myself, said Veslovsky, getting up quickly and putting his boots on. Goodbye, gentlemen. If it's fun, I'll call you. You treated me to game, and I won't forget you. Isn't he a nice fellow? Said Oblonsky, when Veslovsky was gone and the muzhik had closed the door behind him. Yes, nice, said Levin, still thinking about the subject of their conversation. It seemed to him that he had expressed his thoughts and feelings as clearly as he could, and yet the two of them, sincere and not stupid people, had told him in one voice that he was comforting himself with sophisms. That puzzled him. There it is, my friend. It has to be one or the other. Either admit that the present social arrangement is just and then defend your own rights, or admit that you enjoy certain unjust advantages, as I do, and enjoy them with pleasure. No, if it was unjust, you wouldn't be able to enjoy those benefits with pleasure. At least I wouldn't be able to. For me the main thing is to feel that I'm not at fault. But why not go, in fact, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, obviously weary from the strain of thinking. We won't sleep anyway. Really, let's go. Levin did not reply. The remark he had made in their conversation, about acting justly only in the negative sense, preoccupied him. Can one be just only negatively? He asked himself. How strong the fresh hay smells, though. Stepan Arkadyevitch said, getting up. I wouldn't sleep for anything. Vasenka's on to something there. Can you hear him laughing and talking? Why not go? Come on. No, I won't go, replied Levin. Can that also be on principle? Stepan Arkadyevitch said with a smile, searching for his cap in the dark. Not on principle, but why should I go? You know, you're going to make trouble for yourself, said Stepan Arkadyevitch, finding his cap and standing up. Why? Don't I see how you've set things up with your wife? I heard how it's a question of the first importance with you whether or not you go hunting for 2 days. That's all well and good as an idol, but it's not enough for a whole lifetime. A man must be independent. He has his manly interests. A man must be masculine, Oblonsky said, opening the door. Meaning what? To go courting farm girls? Asked Levin. Why not? If it's fun? Sanitire pa consequence. My wife will be none the worse for it, and I'll have fun. The main thing is to preserve the sanctity of the home. Nothing like that in the home. But don't tie your own hands. Maybe, Levin said dryly and turned over on his side. Tomorrow we must get an early start, and I'm not going to wake anybody up. I'll just set out at dawn. Messieurs, venez vite, said Veslovsky, coming in again. Charmant. I discovered her. Charmant. A perfect Gretchen, and we've already become acquainted. The prettiest little thing, really. He went on with an approving look, as if she had been made pretty especially for him and he was pleased with the one who had done it for him. Levin pretended to be asleep, but Oblonsky, having put on his shoes and lit a cigar, left the barn, and their voices soon died away. Levin could not fall asleep for a long time. He heard his horses munching hay, then the host and his older son getting ready and going out to the night pasture. Then he heard the soldier settling down to sleep at the other end of the barn with his nephew, the host's smaller son. It won't lead to anything. Gentlemen, come quickly, heard the boy telling his uncle in a thin little voice his impression of the dogs, who seemed huge and fearsome to him. Then the boy asking him what the dogs would catch, and the soldier telling him in a hoarse and sleepy voice that the hunters would go to the marsh tomorrow and shoot off their guns, and after that, To have done with the boy's questions, he said, "Sleep, Vaska, sleep or else." And soon he was snoring, and everything quieted down. The only sounds were the neighing of horses and the croaking of snipe. "Can it be only negative?" he repeated to himself. "Well, and what then? It's not my fault." And he started thinking about the next day. "Tomorrow I'll go early in the morning and make it a point not to get excited. There's no end of snipe. And great snipe, too. I'll come back and there'll be a note from Kitty. Yes, maybe Steve is right. I'm not manly enough with her. I've gone soft. But what's to be done?" Negative again. Through sleep he heard Veslovsky's and Stepan Arkadyevitch's laughter and merry talk. He opened his eyes for an instant. The moon had risen, and in the open doorway, in the bright light of the moon, they stood talking. Stepan Arkadyevitch was saying something about the girl's freshness, comparing it to a fresh, just shelled nut, and Veslovsky, laughing his infectious laugh, repeated something, probably what the muzhik had said to him. "You get yourself one of your own." Levin murmured drowsily, "Tomorrow at daybreak, gentlemen," and fell asleep. 12. Waking up in the early dawn, Levin tried to rouse his comrades. Vasenka, lying on his stomach, one stockinged foot thrust out, was so fast asleep that he could get no response from him. Oblonsky refused through his sleep to go so early. Even Laska, who slept curled up at the edge of the hay, got up reluctantly, lazily straightening and stretching her hind legs, first one and then the other. Levin put on his boots, took his gun and, carefully opening the creaking barn door, went out. The coachmen were sleeping by their carriages, the horses were dozing, only one was lazily eating oats, scattering them all over the trough with its muzzle. It was still grey outside. "What are you doing up so early, dearie?" The muzhik's old woman, stepping out of the cottage, addressed him amicably as a good old acquaintance. "Going hunting, auntie." "Is this the way to the marsh?" "Straight through the backyards, past our threshing floor, my dear man, and then the hemp field. There's a footpath." Stepping carefully with hurt and bare feet, the old woman showed him to the fence of the threshing floor and opened it for him. "Straight on and you'll hit the marsh. Our boys took the horses there last night." Laska gaily ran ahead on the path. Levin followed her with a quick, light step, constantly glancing at the sky. He did not want the sun to come up before he reached the marsh. But the sun did not tarry. The moon, which was still shining when he set out, now merely gleamed like a bit of quicksilver. The morning star, which could not be missed earlier, now had to be looked for. The spots on the distant field, indistinct before, were now clearly visible. They were shocks of rye, still invisible without the sun's light. The dew on the tall, fragrant hemp, from which the heads had already been plucked, wetted Levin's legs and his blouse above the waist. In the transparent stillness of morning the slightest sounds could be heard. A bee whizzed past Levin's ear like a bullet. He looked closer and saw another, then a third. They all flew out from behind the wattle fence of the apiary and disappeared in the direction of the marsh. The path led him straight to the marsh. It could be recognized by the steam rising from it, thicker in some places, thinner in others, so that the sedge and some small willow bushes, like islands, wavered in this steam. At the edge of the marsh and the road, the boys and muzhiks who had spent the night with the horses all lay, having fallen asleep under their kaftans before dawn. Not far from them, 3 hobbled horses moved about. One of them clanked its chains. Laska walked beside her master, looking about and asking to run ahead. As he walked past the sleeping muzhiks and came up to the first marshy patch, Levin checked his caps and let the dog go. One of the horses, a sleek chestnut 2-year-old, saw the dog, shied, tossed its tail and snorted. The others also became frightened and, splashing their hobbled legs in the water, their hooves making a sound like clapping as they pulled them from the thick clay, began leaping their way out of the marsh. Laska stopped, looking mockingly at the horses and questioningly at Levin. Levin patted her and whistled the signal for her to start. Laska ran with a gay and preoccupied air over the bog that yielded under her. Running into the marsh, Laska at once picked up, amidst the familiar smells of roots, marsh grass, rust, and the alien smell of horse dung, the bird smell spread all through the place. That same strong-smelling bird that excited her more than anything else. Here and there over the moss and marsh burdock this smell was very strong, but it was impossible to tell in which direction it grew stronger or weaker. To find the directions she had to go further downwind. Not feeling her legs under her, moving at a tense gallop so that she could stop at each leap if necessary. Laska ran to the right, away from the morning breeze blowing from the east, and then turned upwind. Breathing in the air with flared nostrils, she sensed at once that there were not only tracks but they themselves were there, and not one but many. She slowed the speed of her run. They were there, but precisely where she was still unable to tell. She had already begun a circle to find the place when her master's voice suddenly distracted her. "Here, Laska," he said, pointing in a different direction. She paused briefly, as if to ask if it would not be better to finish what she had begun. But he repeated the order in an angry voice, pointing to a water-flooded hummocky spot where there could not be anything. She obeyed him, pretending to search in order to give him pleasure, ran all over the hummocks and then went back to the former place, and immediately sensed them again. Now, when he was not hindering her, she knew what to do, and, not looking where she put her feet, stumbling in vexation over high hummocks and getting into the water, but managing with her strong, supple legs, she began the circle that would make everything clear to her. Their smell struck her more and more strongly, more and more distinctly, and suddenly it became perfectly clear to her that one of them was there, behind that hummock, 5 steps away from her. She stopped and her whole body froze. On her short legs she could see nothing ahead of her, but she knew from the smell that it was sitting no more than 5 steps away. She stood, sensing it more and more and delighting in the anticipation. Her tense tail was extended and only its very tip twitched. Her mouth was slightly open, her ears pricked up a little. One ear had got folded back as she ran, and she was breathing heavily but cautiously. And still more cautiously she turned more with her eyes than her head to look at her master. He, with his usual face but with his ever terrible eyes, was coming, stumbling over hummocks, and extremely slowly as it seemed to her. It seemed to her that he was moving slowly, yet he was running. Noticing the special way Laska was searching, pressed flat to the ground, as if raking it with her hind legs in big strides, and with her mouth slightly open, Levin understood that she was after great snipe, and, praying to God in his heart that he would be successful, especially with the first bird, he ran to her. Coming right up to her, he began looking in front of him from his height and saw with his eyes what she had seen with her nose. In a space between 2 hummocks, close to one of them, he made out a great snipe. It was listening, its head turned. Then, fluffing its wings slightly and folding them again, it wagged its behind clumsily and disappeared round the corner. Flush it, cried Levin, nudging Laska from behind. "But I can't flush anything," thought Laska. "Where will I flush it from? I can sense them from here, but if I move forward, I won't be able to tell where they are or what they are." Yet here he was nudging her with his knee and saying in an excited whisper, "Flush it, Laska, flush it." "Well, if that's what he wants, I'll do it, but I can't answer for myself anymore," she thought and tore forward at full speed between the hummocks. She no longer smelled anything, but only saw and heard, without understanding anything. 10 steps from the former place, with a thick screech and the swelling noise of wings peculiar to its kind, a single great snipe flew up, and following a shot it plopped down heavily, its white breast against the wet bog. Another did not wait but flew up behind Levin without the dog. When Levin turned to it, it was already far away. But the shot reached it, having flown some 20 yards. The second snipe suddenly jerked upwards and, tumbling like a thrown ball, fell heavily onto a dry patch. "That'll do nicely," thought Levin, putting the 2 plump, warm birds into his game bag. Laska, won't it do nicely?" By the time Levin reloaded his gun and started off again, the sun, though still invisible behind the clouds, was already up. The crescent moon, having lost all its brilliance, showed white like a cloud in the sky. There was no longer a single star to be seen. The marshy patches, silvery with dew earlier, now became golden. The rustiness turned to amber. The blue of the grass changed to yellowish green. Little marsh birds pottered by the brook, in bushes glistening with dew and casting long shadows. A hawk woke up and sat on a haystack, turning its head from side to side, looking with displeasure at the marsh. Jackdaws flew into the fields, and a barefoot boy was already driving the horses towards an old man, who had got up from under his caftan and was scratching himself. Smoke from the shooting, like milk, spread white over the green grass. One of the boys came running to Levin. "Uncle, "There were ducks here yesterday," he cried to him and followed him at a distance. And in the sight of this boy, who expressed his approval, Levin took a double pleasure in straightway killing 3 more snipe, one after the other. 13. The hunter's omen proved true, that if the first beast or bird was taken the field would be lucky. Tired, hungry, happy, Levin returned towards 10 o'clock, having walked some 20 miles on foot, with 19 pieces of fine game and 1 duck, which he tied to his belt because there was no room for it in his game bag. His comrades had long been awake and had had time to get hungry and have breakfast. "Wait, I know it's 19, said Levin, counting for a second time the snipe and great snipe, doubled up and dry, caked with blood, their heads twisted to the side, no longer looking as impressive as when they flew. The count was correct, and Levin was pleased at Stepan Arkadyevitch's envy. He was also pleased to find on his return that the messenger had already arrived with a note from Kitty. "I am quite well and cheerful. If you are afraid for me, you may be more at ease than ever. I have a new bodyguard, Marya Vlasyevna." This was the midwife, a new, important person in Levin's family life. "She came to see how I am. She found me perfectly well, and we are having her stay until you come. Everyone is cheerful and well. So please don't you be in a hurry, and if the hunting is good, stay another day." These 2 joys, the lucky hunting and the note from his wife, were so great that the 2 minor unpleasantnesses that occurred afterwards passed easily for him. One was that the chestnut outrunner, evidently overworked the day before, was off her feed and looked dull. The coachman said she had been strained. "She was overdriven yesterday, Konstantin Dmitrich," he said. "Of course, she was pushed hard those 7 miles. The other unpleasantness that upset his good mood at first, but at which he later laughed a great deal, was that of all the provisions, which Kitty had sent with them in such abundance that it seemed they could not have been eaten in a week, nothing remained. Coming back from the hunt tired and hungry, Levin had been dreaming so specifically of piroshki that, as he approached their quarters, he could already feel their smell and taste in his mouth, the way Laska could sense game, and he at once ordered Philip to serve them. It turned out that there were not only no piroshki but no chicken either. "Quite an appetite," said Stepan Arkadyevitch, laughing and pointing at Vasenka Veslovsky. "I don't suffer from lack of appetite myself, but this is astonishing. Mais c'était délicieux." Veslovsky praised the beef he had just eaten. "Well, nothing to be done," said Levin, giving Veslovsky a dark look. "Serve some beef, then, Philip." "The beef got eaten." "I gave the bone to the dogs," Philip replied. Levin was so upset that he said vexedly, "You might have left me at least something," and nearly wept. "Clean the game," he said to Philip in a trembling voice, trying not to look at Vasenka, "and layer it with nettles. And fetch me some milk at least." Later on, when he had drunk his fill of milk, he felt ashamed at having shown vexation to a stranger, and he started laughing at his hungry anger. That evening they hunted in yet another field, where Veslovsky also shot several birds, and at night they returned home. The way back was as merry as the way there. Veslovsky sang, then recalled with pleasure his exploits with the muzhiks who had treated him to vodka and said no offense, then his night's exploits with the nuts and the farm girl, and the muzhik who had asked him whether he was married or not and, on learning that he was not, had told him, "Don't you go looking at other men's wives. You'd best get one of your own." These words especially made Veslovsky laugh. "All in all, I'm terribly pleased with our trip." "And you, Levin?" "I'm very pleased," Levin said sincerely, especially glad not only that, but it was delicious. He did not feel the hostility he had felt towards Vasenka Veslovsky at home, but that, on the contrary, he felt the most friendly disposition towards him. 14. The next day at 10 o'clock, having already made the round of the farm, Levin knocked at the door of Vasenka's bedroom. "Entree," Veslovsky called to him. "Excuse me, I've just finished my ablutions," he said, smiling, standing before him in nothing but his underwear. "Please don't be embarrassed." Levin sat down by the window. "Did you sleep well?" "Like a log." "What a good day for hunting." "Yes." "Will you take tea or coffee?" "Neither one." "I'll wait for lunch." "I'm ashamed. Really." "The ladies must be up already." "It would be splendid to take a stroll around." "You can show me your horses." After strolling in the garden, visiting the stables, and even doing some exercises together on the bars, Levin and his guest returned to the house and went into the drawing room. We had excellent hunting and so many impressions," Veslovsky said, going up to Kitty, who was sitting by the samovar. "It's a pity ladies are deprived of such pleasures." "Well, so what? He has to find something to talk about with his hostess," Levin said to himself. Again it seemed to him there was something in the smile and the victorious expression with which his guest had addressed Kitty, the princess, who was sitting at the other end of the table with Marya Vlasyevna and Stepan Arkadyevitch, called Levin over and started a conversation with him about moving to Moscow for Kitty's confinement and getting an apartment ready. As Levin had found all the preparations for the wedding unpleasant, insulting in their insignificance to the grandeur of what was taking place, so he found still more insulting the preparations for the future confinement, the date of which was somehow being counted out on their fingers. He tried all the time not to hear those conversations about the ways of swaddling the future baby, tried to turn away and not see some sort of mysterious, endless knitted strips, some sort of linen triangles, to which Dolly attached some special significance, and so on. The event of his son's birth, he was sure it would be a son, which he had been promised but in which he still could not believe, so extraordinary did it seem to him, appeared on the one hand as such an enormous and therefore impossible happiness, and on the other as such a mysterious event, that this imaginary knowledge of what was going to be and, consequently, the preparation for it as for something ordinary, done by these same people, seemed to him outrageous and humiliating. But the princess did not understand his feelings and explained his unwillingness to think and talk about it as light-mindedness and indifference, and therefore would not leave him in peace. She had charged Stepan Arkadyevitch with seeing about the apartment, and now she called Levin over. "I don't know a thing, princess." "Do as you like," he said. "You must decide when you'll move." "I really don't know. I know there are millions of children born without Moscow and doctors, why then, but if that's, but no. It's as Kitty wants. It's impossible to discuss it with Kitty." "Do you want me to frighten her?" "This spring Natalie Golitsyn died because of a bad doctor." "I will do whatever you say," he said sullenly. The princess began telling him, but he was not listening to her. Though the conversation with the princess upset him, he became gloomy not because of that conversation, but because of what he saw by the samovar. "No, this is not possible," he thought, glancing again and again at Vasenka, who is leaning towards Kitty, talking to her with his handsome smile, and then at her, blushing and excited. There was something impure in Vasenka's pose, in his glance, in his smile. Levin even saw something impure in Kitty's pose and glance, and again everything went dark in his eyes. Again, as yesterday, suddenly, without the least transition, he felt himself thrown down from the height of happiness, peace, dignity, into an abyss of despair, anger and humiliation. Again everyone and everything became repulsive to him. "Do as you like, then, princess," he said, turning round again. "Heavy is the hat of Monomach." 5. Stepan Arkadyevitch joked, obviously alluding not only to the conversation with the princess but to the cause of Levin's agitation, which he had noticed. "How late you are today, Dolly." Everyone rose to greet Darya Alexandrovna. Vasenka rose for a moment and, with that lack of courtesy peculiar to the new young men, bowed slightly and went on with his conversation, laughing at something. "Masha has worn me out. She slept poorly and has been very capricious all day," said Dolly. The conversation Vasenka had begun with Kitty was again on yesterday's subject, on Anna and whether love can be above social conventions. Kitty found this conversation unpleasant. It upset her by its content and by the tone in which it was carried on, and especially by the effect she now knew it would have on her husband. But she was too simple and innocent to be able to stop the conversation or even to hide the external pleasure the young man's obvious attention gave her. She wanted to stop it, but she did not know how. She knew that whatever she did would be noticed by her husband and interpreted in a bad sense. And indeed, when she asked Dolly what was the matter with Masha, and Vasenka, waiting for that discussion, which she found dull, to be over, began gazing indifferently at Dolly, the question seemed to Levin an unnatural, disgusting ruse. "What do you say, shall we go mushrooming today?" asked Dolly. "Let's go, please, and I'll go, too," said Kitty, and blushed. She wanted, out of politeness, to ask Vasenka if he would go, but did not. "Where are you going, Kostya?" she asked her husband, with a guilty look, as he walked past her with resolute strides. That guilty expression confirmed all his suspicions. The mechanic came in my absence. I haven't seen him yet, he said without looking at her. He went downstairs, but before he had time to leave his study, he heard the familiar steps of his wife, who was coming to him with incautious haste. "What is it?" he said dryly. "We're busy." "Excuse me." She turned to the German mechanic. "T must say a few words to my husband." The German was going to leave, but Levin said, "Don't bother." "The train's at 3?" asked the German. "T don't want to be late." Levin did not reply and stepped out of the room with his wife. "Well, what do you have to say to me?" he said in French. He was not looking in her face and did not want to see that she, in her condition, stood with her face all trembling and looked pitiful and crushed. I want to say that it's impossible to live this way, that it's torture," she said. "There are people in the pantry here," he said angrily. "Kindly do not make a scene." "Let's go in here then." They were standing in a passage. Kitty wanted to go into the next room, but the governess was giving Tanya a lesson there. "Then let's go to the garden." In the garden they came upon a muzhik who was beating the path, and no longer considering that the muzhik might see her tear-stained and his troubled face, not considering that they had the look of people fleeing some disaster, they went on with quick steps, feeling that they had to say everything and reassure each other, to be alone together and rid themselves of the suffering they were both experiencing. "It's impossible to live this way. It's torture." "I'm suffering, you're suffering." "Why?" she said, when they finally reached a solitary bench at the corner of a linden alley. "But tell me yourself, was there something indecent, impure, humiliatingly terrible in his tone?" he said, standing before her again, fists on his chest, in the same pose as the other night. "There was," she said in a trembling voice. "But don't you see, Kostya, that it's not my fault? All morning I wanted to set a certain tone, but these people. Why did he come?" "We were so happy," she said, choking with sobs that shook her whole filled-out body. The gardener saw with surprise that, though no one had chased them and there had been nothing to flee from, and though they could not have found anything especially joyful on that bench, they returned home past him with calmed, radiant faces. 15. After taking his wife upstairs, Levin went to Dolly's side of the house. Darya Alexandrovna, for her part, was very upset that day. She was pacing the room and saying angrily to the girl who stood in the corner howling, "And you'll stand in the corner all day, and have dinner alone, and won't see a single doll, and I won't make you a new dress," she said, not knowing how else to punish her. "No, she's a nasty little girl." She turned to Levin. "Where did she get these vile inclinations?" "But what did she do?" Levin said rather indifferently. He had wanted to consult her about his own affairs and was therefore vexed that he had come at the wrong moment. "She and Grisha went into the raspberry bushes, and there, I can't even tell you what she did there. Such nasty things." "I'm 1,000 times sorry Miss Elliott's not here. This woman doesn't look after anything. She's a machine, figurez-vous, que la petite." And Darya Alexandrovna related Masha's crime. "That doesn't prove anything. It's not vile inclinations, it's simply a prank," Levin comforted her. "But you're upset about something?" "Why did you come?" asked Dolly. "What's going on there?" And in the tone of this question Levin heard that it would be easy for him to say what he meant to say. "I wasn't there. I was alone in the garden with Kitty. It's the second time we've quarreled since Steva arrived." Dolly looked at him with intelligent, understanding eyes. "Well, tell me, hand on heart, wasn't there, not in Kitty, but in that gentleman?" A tone that could be unpleasant, not unpleasant but terrible, insulting for a husband. "That is, how shall I put it to you, stay in the corner," she said to Masha, who, seeing a barely noticeable smile on her mother's lips, had begun to stir. "Society's view would be that he's behaving as all young men behave. Il fait la cour une jeunette jolie femme, and a worldly husband should be flattered by it. Imagine, the little girl. He's courting a young and pretty woman." "Yes, Levin said gloomily, "but you did notice?" "Not only I, but Steva noticed. He told me just after tea, ďákuje Vezlovsky fait un petit brin de cour Kitty." "Well, splendid. Now I'm at peace." "I shall throw him out," said Levin. "What, have you lost your mind?" Dolly cried in horror. "No, Kostya, come to your senses," she said, laughing. "Well, you can go to Fanny now," she said to Masha. "No, if you want, I'll tell Steva. He'll take him away. He can say you're expecting guests. Generally, he doesn't fit in with us. No, no, I'll do it myself. But you're going to quarrel? Not at all. It will be great fun for me, said Levin, his eyes indeed sparkling merrily. Well, forgive her, Dolly. She won't do it again, he said, referring to the little criminal, who would not go to Fanny and stood hesitantly before her mother, looking expectantly from under her brows and seeking her eyes. The mother looked at her. The girl burst into sobs, buried her face in her mother's lap, and Dolly placed her thin hand tenderly on her head. And what do we and he have in common? Thought Levin, and he went to look for Veslovsky. Passing through the front hall, he ordered the carriage harnessed to go to the station. A spring broke yesterday, the footman replied. The Durandus, then, but quickly. Where's the guest? The gentleman has gone to his room. Levin found Vasenka at a moment when, having taken his things from the suitcase and laid out the new song music, he was trying on his leggings for horseback riding. Either there was something special in Levin's face, or Vasenka himself sensed that the petty brindikur he had started was out of place in this family, but he was somewhat embarrassed, as much as a worldly man could be, by Levin's entrance. You wear leggings when you ride? Yes, it's much cleaner, said Vasenka, putting his fat leg on a chair, fastening the lower hook, and smiling cheerfully and good-naturedly. He was undoubtedly a nice fellow, and Levin felt sorry for him and ashamed for himself, the master of the house, when he noticed the timidity in Vasenka's eyes. I believe Veslovsky's courting Kitty a bit. On the table lay a piece of a stick they had broken that morning during gymnastics, when they had tried to raise the jam bars. Levin took the piece in his hands and started breaking off the splintered end, not knowing how to begin. He fell silent, but suddenly, remembering Kitty and all that had taken place, he said, looking him resolutely in the eye, I've ordered the horses to be harnessed for you. How's that? Vasenka began in surprise. To go where? You are going to the station, Levin said darkly, splintering the end of the stick. Are you leaving, or has something happened? It happens that I am expecting guests, said Levin, breaking off the splintered ends of the stick more and more quickly with his strong fingers. No, I am not expecting guests, and nothing has happened, but I am asking you to leave. You may explain my discourtesy in any way you like. Vasenka drew himself up. I ask you to explain to me, he said with dignity, having understood at last. I cannot explain to you. Levin spoke softly and slowly, trying to hide the quivering of his jaw. And it is better that you not ask. And as the splintered ends were all broken off, Levin took the thick ends in his fingers, snapped the stick in two and carefully caught one end as it fell. Probably it was the sight of those nervously tensed arms, those same muscles that he had felt that morning during the gymnastics, and the shining eyes, the soft voice and quivering jaw, that convinced Vasenka more than any words. He shrugged his shoulders and bowed with a contemptuous smile. May I see Oblonsky? The shrug of the shoulders and the smile did not annoy Levin. What else can he do? He thought. I'll send him to you presently. What is this senselessness? Said Stepan Arkadyevitch, on learning from his friend that he was being chased out of the house, and finding Levin in the garden, where he was strolling, waiting for his guest's departure. May say ridicule. What fly has bitten you? May say du dernier. But this is ridiculous. Ridicule. What are you imagining to yourself, if a young man? But the place where the fly had bitten Levin was evidently still sore, because he turned pale again when Stepan Arkadyevitch wanted to explain the reason and hastily interrupted him. Please, don't explain any reasons. I could not do otherwise. I am very ashamed before you and before him. But for him I don't think it will be a great misfortune to leave, while for me and my wife his presence is disagreeable. But it's insulting to him. And was say ridicule. And for me it's both insulting and painful. And I'm not at fault in anything, and there's no need for me to suffer. Well, I never expected this from you. On Petrojalks, may I say point. Say du dernier ridicule. Levin turned quickly, walked away from him into the depths of the alley and went on pacing back and forth alone. Soon he heard the clatter of the tarantus and through the trees saw Vasenka, sitting on some hay. As luck would have it there was no seat on the tarantus, in his Scotch cap, bobbing with the bumps as they rolled down the drive. What's this now? Thought Levin, when a footman ran out of the house and stopped the tarantus. It was the mechanic, whom Levin had completely forgotten. The mechanic bowed and said something to Veslovsky, Then he got into the tarantass and they drove off together. Stepan Arkadyevich and the princess were indignant at Levin's act, and he himself felt that he was not only ridiculed in the highest degree, but also guilty and disgraced all round. But, recalling what he and his wife had suffered through, he asked himself how he would act another time and replied that he would do exactly the same thing. Despite all that, towards the end of the day everybody except the princess, who could not forgive Levin this act, became extremely animated and merry, like children after being punished or grown-ups after a difficult official reception. And that evening, in the princess's absence, Vasenka's banishment was talked about like a long-past event. And Dolly, who had inherited her father's gift for comic storytelling, made Varenka roll with laughter when she told for the third or fourth time, always with new humorous additions, how she had been about to put on some new ribbons for the guest and come out to the drawing room. But this is the height of ridiculousness. One can be jealous, but to such an extent, it's the height of ridiculousness. When she suddenly heard the noise of the old rattletrap. And who was in the old rattletrap but Vasenka himself, with his Scotch cap, and his romances, and his leggings, sitting on the hay. You might at least have had the carriage harnessed. But no, and then I hear, wait, well, I think, they've taken pity on him. I look, and they put the fat German in with him and drive off, and my ribbons all went for naught. 16. Darya Alexandrovna carried out her intention and went to see Anna. She was very sorry to upset her sister and cause her husband unpleasantness. She understood how right the Levins were in not wishing to have any connections with Vronsky, but she considered it her duty to visit Anna and show her that her feelings could not change, despite the change in Anna's situation, so as not to depend on the Levins for the trip. Darya Alexandrovna sent to the village to hire horses, but Levin, learning of it, came to reprimand her. Why do you think your trip is unpleasant for me? And even if it was unpleasant, it is still more unpleasant that you're not taking my horses, he said. You never once told me you had decided on going. And to hire in the village is, first of all, unpleasant for me. But the main thing is that they'll promise to get you there and won't do it. I have horses. And if you don't want to upset me, you'll take mine. Darya Alexandrovna had to consent, and on the appointed day Levin prepared a four-in-hand and a relay, assembling it from work and saddle horses, not very handsome, but capable of getting Darya Alexandrovna there in a day. Now, when horses were needed both for the departing princess and for the midwife, this was difficult for Levin. But by the duty of hospitality he could not allow Darya Alexandrovna to hire horses while in his house, and, besides, he knew that the 20 rubles Darya Alexandrovna would be asked to pay for the trip were very important for her, and he felt Darya Alexandrovna's money matters, which were in a very bad state, as if they were his own. On Levin's advice, Darya Alexandrovna started out before dawn. The road was good, the carriage comfortable. The horses ran at a merry pace, and on the box beside the coachman sat the clerk, whom Levin sent along instead of a footman for safety's sake. Darya Alexandrovna dozed off and woke up only as they were approaching an inn where the horses were to be changed. After having tea with the same rich muzhik proprietor with whom Levin had stayed on his way to Sviazhsky's, and talking with the women about children and with the old man about Count Vronsky, whom he praised very much, Darya Alexandrovna set off again at 10 o'clock. At home, busy with the children, she never had time to think. But now, during this 4-hour drive, all the previously repressed thoughts suddenly came crowding into her head, and she thought about the whole of her life as never before, and from all different sides. She herself found her thoughts strange. First she thought of her children, about whom she still worried, though the princess, and above all Kitty, she relied more on her, had promised to look after them. What if Masha starts her pranks again, and what if Grisha gets kicked by a horse, and what if Lily's stomach gets still more upset? But then the questions of the present were supplanted by questions of the near future. She began thinking that they ought to rent a new apartment in Moscow for the next winter, the furniture in the drawing room should be changed and a fur coat should be made for the oldest daughter. Then came thoughts of the more distant future. How she was going to send the children into the world. Never mind about the girls, but the boys? Very well, I can busy myself with Grisha now, but that's because I'm now free myself, I'm not pregnant. Naturally, There's no counting on Steva. With the help of good people, I will send them out, but if there's another child—" And it occurred to her how incorrect the saying was about a curse being laid upon woman, that in pain she would bring forth children. 6. Never mind giving birth, but being pregnant, that's the pain, she thought, picturing her last pregnancy and the death of that last child. And she remembered her conversation with the young peasant woman at the inn. To the question whether she had children, the beautiful young woman had cheerfully replied, "I had one girl, but God freed me. I buried her during Lent." "And aren't you very sorry about her?" Darya Alexandrovna had asked. "Why be sorry? The old man has lots of grandchildren. Nothing but trouble. No work, no nothing. Just bondage." This answer had seemed repulsive to Darya Alexandrovna, despite the young woman's good-natured prettiness, but now she inadvertently recalled those words. Cynical as they were, there was some truth in them. And generally, thought Darya Alexandrovna, looking back at the whole of her life in those 15 years of marriage, pregnancy, nausea, dullness of mind, indifference to everything, and, above all, ugliness. Kitty, young and pretty Kitty, even she has lost her good looks, but when I'm pregnant I get ugly, I know it. Labor, suffering, ugly suffering, that last moment, then nursing, the sleepless nights, the terrible pains. Darya Alexandrovna shuddered at the mere recollection of the pain from cracked nipples that she had endured with almost every child. Then the children's illnesses, this eternal fear, then their upbringing, vile inclinations. She remembered little Masha's crime in the raspberries, education, Latin, all of it so incomprehensible and difficult. And on top of it all, the death of these same children. And again there came to her imagination the cruel memory, eternally gnawing at her mother's heart, of the death of her last infant boy, who had died of croup, his funeral, the universal indifference before that small, pink coffin, and her own heart-rending, lonely pain before the pale little forehead with curls at the temples, before the opened, surprised little mouth she had glimpsed in the coffin just as it was covered by the pink lid with the lace cross. And all that for what? What will come of it all? That I, having not a moment's peace, now pregnant, now nursing, eternally angry, grumpy, tormented myself and tormenting others, repulsive to my husband, will live my life out and bring up unfortunate, poorly educated and destitute children. Even now, if we weren't with the Levins, I don't know how we'd live. Of course, Kostya and Kitty are so delicate that we don't notice it, but it can't go on. They'll start having children and won't be able to help us. They're in tight straits even now. Is Papa, who has kept almost nothing for himself, to help us? And so I can't set my children up myself, but only with the help of others, in humiliation. Well, and if we take the most fortunate outcome, the children won't die anymore, and I'll bring them up somehow. At best they simply won't turn out to be scoundrels. That's all I can wish for. And for that so much torment, so much work, a whole life ruined. Again she recalled what the young peasant woman had said, and again the recollection was vile to her, but she could not help admitting that there was a dose of crude truth in those words. "Is it far now, Mikhaila?" Darya Alexandrovna asked the clerk, to get her mind off these thoughts that frightened her. 5 miles from this village, they say. The carriage drove down the village street onto a bridge. Along the bridge, with cheerful, ringing talk, went a crowd of merry peasant women with plaited sheaf binders on their shoulders. The women stopped on the bridge, gazing curiously at the carriage. The faces turned to her all seemed healthy and cheerful to Darya Alexandrovna, taunting her with the joy of life. Everybody lives, everybody enjoys life, she went on thinking, going past the women and on up the hill at a trot, again rocking pleasantly on the soft springs of the old carriage. And I, released, as if from prison, from the world that is killing me with cares, have only now come to my senses for a moment. Everybody lives, these women, and my sister Natalie, and Varenka, and Anna, whom I am going to see, and only I don't. And they all fall upon Anna. What for? Am I any better? I at least have a husband I love, not as I'd have wanted to love, but I do love him, and Anna did not love hers. How is she to blame, then? She wants to live. God has put that into our souls. I might very well have done the same. Even now I don't know if I did the right thing to listen to her that terrible time when she came to me in Moscow. I ought to have left my husband then and started life over from the beginning. I might have loved and been loved in a real way. And is it better now? I don't respect him. He's necessary to me. She thought about her husband, and so I put up with him. Is that better? I could still have been like then. I still had some of my beauty. Darya Alexandrovna went on thinking and wanted to look in the mirror. She had a traveling mirror in her bag and would have liked to take it out, but looking at the backs of the coachman and the rocking clerk, she felt she would be embarrassed if one of them turned round, and so she did not take the mirror out. But even without looking in the mirror she thought it was still not too late. She remembered Sergei Ivanovich, who was especially amiable towards her, and Steva's friend, the kindly Trovtsin, who had helped her take care of her children when they had scarlet fever and was in love with her. And there was also one quite young man who, as her husband had told her jokingly, found her the most beautiful of all the sisters. And Darya Alexandrovna pictured the most passionate and impossible love affairs. Anna acted splendidly, and I am not going to reproach her. She's happy, she makes another person happy, and she's not downtrodden the way I am, but is probably as fresh, intelligent and open to everything as ever, she thought, and a sly, contented smile puckered her lips, particularly because, as she thought about Anna's love affair, she imagined, parallel to it, an almost identical love affair of her own, with an imaginary collective man who was in love with her. She confessed everything to her husband, just as Anna had done. And Stepan Arkadyevitch's astonishment and perplexity at the news made her smile. In such reveries she reached the turning from the high road that led to Vozdvizhinsku. 17. The coachman reined in the four-in-hand and looked to the right, at a field of rye, where some muzhiks were sitting by a cart. The clerk was about to jump down, then changed his mind and shouted peremptorily to a muzhik, beckoning him over. The breeze they had felt during the drive became still when they stopped. Horseflies covered the sweaty horses, who angrily tried to shake them off. The metallic ring of a scythe blade being hammered beside the cart became still. One of the muzhiks stood up and came over to the carriage. "See how rusty he is," the clerk shouted angrily at the barefooted muzhik stepping slowly over the bumps of the dry, untrampled road. "Come on, you." The curly-headed old man, his hair tied with a strip of bast, his hunched back dark with sweat, quickened his pace, came up to the carriage and placed his sunburned hand on the splashboard. "Vozdvizhinsku? The master's house? The count's?" he repeated. "Just beyond that little rise. There's a left turn. Straight down the avenue and you run smack into it." "Who is it you want?" "Himself." "And are they at home, my dear man?" Darya Alexandrovna said vaguely, not even knowing how to ask the muzhik about Anna. "Should be," said the muzhik, shifting his bare feet and leaving a clear, five-toed footprint in the dust. "Should be," he repeated, obviously willing to strike up a conversation. "There's more guests came yesterday." "No end of guests." "What is it?" He turned to a lad who shouted something to him from the cart. "Ah, yes. They just passed here on horseback to go and look at a reaper. They should be home by now." "And where are you from?" "Far away," said the coachman, getting up on the box. "So it's nearby?" "I told you, it's right here." "Just beyond," he said, moving his hand on the splashboard. A young, hale, strapping fellow also came over. "Is there any work at the harvesting?" he asked. "I don't know, my dear." "So just go left and you come straight to it," said the muzhik, obviously wishing to talk and reluctant to let the travelers go. The coachman started, but they had no sooner made the turn than they heard the muzhik shouting, "Wait! Hey, wait, man!" Two voices cried. The coachman stopped. "It's them coming." "There they are!" cried the muzhik. "See them coming along," he said, pointing to four people on horseback and two in a char-banc moving along the road. It was Vronsky with his jockey, Veslovsky and Anna on horseback, and Princess Varvara and Sviazhsky in the char-banc. They had gone for a ride and to see some newly arrived reaping machines at work. When the carriage stopped, the riders came on at a slow pace. At their head rode Anna beside Veslovsky. Anna rode calmly on a short, sturdy English cob with a cropped mane and short tail. Her beautiful head with black hair escaping from under the top hat, her full shoulders, her slender waist in the black riding habit, and her whole calm, graceful bearing struck Dolly. In the first moment it seemed improper to her that Anna should be on horseback. To Darya Alexandrovna's mind, the notion of ladies on horseback was connected with the notion of light, youthful coquetry, which in her opinion did not suit Anna's situation. But when she saw her closer up, she at once became reconciled with her horseback riding. In spite of her elegance, everything in Anna's bearing and dress and movement was so simple, calm and dignified that nothing could have been more natural. Beside Anna on a fiery grey cavalry horse rode Vasenka in his Scotch cap with its flying ribbons, his fat legs stretched forward, obviously admiring himself, and Darya Alexandrovna, recognizing him, could not suppress a gay smile. Behind them rode Vronsky. Under him was a dark bay thoroughbred, obviously excited from galloping. He worked the reins, trying to hold it back. After him rode a small man in a jockey's outfit. Sviazhsky and the princess, in a new char-a-banc drawn by a big black trotter, were overtaking the riders. Anna's face suddenly lit up with a joyful smile as she recognized the small figure huddled in the corner of the old carriage as Dolly. She gave a cry, sat up in the saddle and touched her horse into a gallop. Coming up to the carriage, she jumped down unassisted and, holding the skirts of her riding habit, ran to meet Dolly. "I thought so but didn't dare think it. What a joy! You can't imagine what a joy it is for me," she said, first pressing her face to Dolly's and kissing her, then drawing back and looking at her with a smile. "What a joy, Alexei," she said, turning to Vronsky, who had dismounted and was coming towards them. Vronsky, having taken off his tall grey hat, approached Dolly. "You won't believe how glad we are that you've come," he said, giving the words he spoke a special significance and revealing his strong white teeth in a smile. Vasenka, without dismounting, took his cap off and greeted the visitor, joyfully waving the ribbons over his head. "That is Princess Varvara," Anna responded to Dolly's questioning look, as the char-a-banc drove up. "Ah," said Darya Alexandrovna, and her face involuntarily showed displeasure. Princess Varvara was her husband's aunt. She had known her for a long time and had no respect for her. She knew that Princess Varvara had spent her whole life as a sponger on wealthy relations, but the fact that she was now living off Vronsky, a man who was a stranger to her, offended her feelings for her husband's family. Anna noticed the look on Dolly's face, became embarrassed, blushed, lost hold of her skirt and tripped over it. Darya Alexandrovna went over to the halted char-a-banc and greeted Princess Varvara coldly. Sviazhsky was also an acquaintance. He asked how his eccentric friend and his young wife were doing and, after a fleeting glance at the ill-matched horses and the carriage with its patched splashboards, invited the ladies to ride in the char-a-banc. "And I'll go in that vehicle," he said. "The horse is quiet, and the princess is an excellent driver." "No, you stay as you were," said Anna, coming over, "and we'll go in the carriage." And, taking Dolly by the arm, she led her away. Darya Alexandrovna stared wide-eyed at that elegant equipage, the like of which she had never seen before, at those superb horses, at the elegant, shining faces that surrounded her. But she was struck most of all by the change that had taken place in her familiar and beloved Anna. Another less attentive woman, one who had not known Anna before, and above all one who had not been thinking what Darya Alexandrovna had been thinking on the way, would not have noticed anything special about Anna. But Dolly was struck by that temporary beauty which women have in moments of love and which she now found in Anna's face. Everything in her face, the distinctness of the dimples on her cheeks and chin, the set of her lips, the smile that seemed to flit about her face, her shining eyes, the gracefulness and quickness of her movements, the fullness of the sound of her voice, even the manner in which she replied with angry indulgence to Veslovsky, who asked permission to ride her cob in order to teach him to gallop on the right leg. Everything was especially attractive, and it seemed that she herself knew it and rejoiced in it. When the two women got into the carriage, both were suddenly overcome with embarrassment. Anna was embarrassed by the attentively inquisitive way Dolly looked at her. Dolly because, after Sviazhsky's words about the vehicle, she felt involuntarily ashamed of the dirty old carriage that Anna got into with her. The coachman Philip and the clerk felt the same way. To conceal his embarrassment, the clerk bustled about, helping the ladies in, but Philip the coachman turned glum and prepared himself ahead of time not to submit to this external superiority. He smiled ironically, glancing at the black trotter, and had already made up his mind that this black one of the char-a-banc was good only for permitting, and would not even make 25 miles in hot weather, harnessed singly. The muzhiks all got up from the cart and curiously and merrily watched the visitors' reception, making their own observations. "They're glad," 2. Haven't seen each other in a long while, said the curly-headed old man tied with bast. Say, Uncle Drissom, with that black stallion to haul sheaves, we'd step lively. Looky there, is that one in breeches a woman? Said one of them, pointing at Vasenka-Veslovsky, who was mounting a side saddle. Nah, it's a man. See how sprightly he hopped up. Well, boys, does it look like we'll have our nap? Forget it, said the old man, with a sidelong glance at the sun. It's already past noon. Take the hooks and get started. 18. Anna looked at Dolly's thin, worn face with dust caught in its wrinkles and was about to say what she was thinking, namely, that Dolly had grown thinner, but remembering that she herself had become prettier and that Dolly's eyes told her so, she sighed and began talking about herself. You look at me, she said, unthink. Can she be happy in her situation? Well, and what? It's embarrassing to admit it. But I'm unforgivably happy. Something magical has happened to me, like a dream, when you feel frightened, creepy, and suddenly wake up and feel that all those fears are gone. I woke up. I lived through the torment and fear, and for a long time now, especially since we came here, I've been so happy, she said, looking at Dolly with a timid, questioning smile. How glad I am, Dolly said with a smile, involuntarily speaking more coldly than she meant to. I'm very glad for you. Why didn't you write to me? Why? Because I didn't dare. You forget my situation. To me, you didn't dare. If you knew how I consider. Darya Alexandrovna wanted to tell Anna about her thoughts from that morning, but for some reason the moment seemed inappropriate to her. Anyhow, of that later. What are all these buildings? She asked, wishing to change the subject and pointing to the red and green roofs visible through the green quickset hedge of acacia and lilac, just like a little town. But Anna did not reply. No. What's your opinion of my situation? What do you think? She asked. I suppose. Darya Alexandrovna began, but just then Vasenka-Veslovsky, who had got the cob going on the right leg, galloped past them in his short jacket, bouncing heavily against the suede of the side saddle. He's caught on, Anna Arkadyevna, he shouted. Anna did not even look at him, but again it seemed awkward to Darya Alexandrovna to start this long conversation in a carriage, and so she abridged her thought. I have no opinion, she said, but I've always loved you, and when you love someone, you love the whole person, as they are, and not as you'd like them to be. Anna turned her glance from her friend's face and, narrowing her eyes, this was a new habit that Dolly had not known in her, pondered, wishing to fully understand the meaning of those words. Then, evidently having understood them as she wanted, she looked at Dolly. If you have any sins, she said, they should all be forgiven you for your coming and for those words. And Dolly saw tears come to Anna's eyes. She silently pressed her hand. So what are these buildings? There are so many of them. She repeated her question after a moment's silence. Those are the employees' houses, the stud farm, the stables, replied Anna. And here the park begins. It had all run to seed, but Alexei has renovated everything. He loves this estate very much and, something I never expected, he's passionately interested in managing it. But then, his is such a rich nature. Whatever he does splendidly. He's not only not bored, but he takes it up passionately. Besides all I've known of him, he's become a shrewd and excellent manager. He's even stingy in his management, but only then. Where it's a matter of tens of thousands, he doesn't count, she said with that joyfully sly smile with which women often speak of the secret qualities of a beloved man, revealed only to them. You see that big building? It's a new hospital. I think it will cost more than 100,000. It's his dada now. And do you know what it came from? It seems the Muziks asked him to lower the rent for some meadows, but he refused, and I reproached him for stinginess. Of course, it wasn't just from that, but from everything together. He began on this hospital, you see, in order to show that he wasn't stingy. Say una petitesse if you like, but I love him the more for it. And now you'll see the house. It's an ancestral house, and nothing on the outside has been altered. How fine, said Dolly, gazing with involuntary astonishment at the hobby horse. It's a petty thing, beautiful house with its columns emerging from amidst the varied greens of the old trees in the garden. Isn't it? And the view from the house, from upstairs, is wonderful. They drove into a courtyard covered with gravel and adorned with flowers, where two workmen were placing uncut porous stones around a freshly turned flower bed, and stopped under a covered portico. "Ah, they're here already," said Anna, looking at the saddle horses which were just being led away from the porch. "Isn't that a fine horse?" "He's a cob. My favorite. Bring him here and get me some sugar." "Where's the count?" she asked of the two liveried footmen who came running out. "Ah, here he is," she said, seeing Vronsky and Veslovsky coming to meet them. "Where will you put the princess?" Vronsky said in French, addressing Anna, and without waiting for an answer he greeted Darya Alexandrovna again, this time kissing her hand. "In the big bedroom with the balcony, I assume?" "Oh, no, it's too far away." "Better in the corner room, we'll see more of each other." "Well, come along," said Anna, giving her favorite horse the sugar that the footman had brought her. "Et vous oubliez votre devoir," she said to Veslovsky, who also came out to the porch. "Pardon, John, I tout clean les poches," he said, smiling and putting his fingers into his waistcoat pocket. "Mais vous venez trop tard," she said, wiping with a handkerchief the hand that the horse had wetted as he took the sugar. Anna turned to Dolly. "How long will you stay?" "One day." "That's impossible." "That's what I promised." "And the children?" said Dolly, feeling embarrassed both because she had to take her handbag from the carriage and because she knew that her face must be quite covered with dust. "No, Dolly, darling." "Well, we'll see." "Come along, come along." And Anna took Dolly to her room. This room was not the fancy one Vronsky had suggested, but one for which Anna said that Dolly must excuse her. And this room for which excuses were offered was filled with such luxury as Dolly had never lived in and reminded her of the best hotels abroad. "Well, darling, how happy I am," said Anna, sitting down in her writing. "And you're forgetting your duty. Excuse me, I've got my pockets full." "But you've come too late." "Habit for a moment beside Dolly. Tell me about your family." "I saw Stephen in passing, but he can't talk about the children." "How's my favorite, Tanya?" "A big girl, I suppose?" "Yes, very big," Darya Alexandrovna replied curtly, surprised at herself for answering so coldly about her children. "We're having a wonderful stay with the Levines." "If only I'd known you don't despise me," said Anna. "You could all come to stay with us." "Steva is an old and great friend of Alexi's," she added and suddenly blushed. "Yes, but we're so nicely," Dolly replied, embarrassed. "Yes, anyhow I'm talking foolishly from joy." "One thing, darling, is that I'm so glad you've come," Anna said, kissing her again. "You haven't told me yet how and what you think of me, and I want to know everything. But I'm glad you'll see me as I am. Above all, I wouldn't want people to think that I want to prove anything. I don't want to prove anything, I simply want to live, to cause no evil to anyone but myself. I have that right, haven't I? However, that's a long conversation, and we'll still have a good talk about it all. Now I'll go and dress, and I'll send you a maid." 19. Left alone, Darya Alexandrovna looked round her room with a housewifely eye. Everything she had seen while approaching the house and passing through it, and now in her own room, gave her an impression of opulence and display and that new European luxury she had only read about in English novels but had never seen in Russia, let alone in the country. Everything was new, from the new French wallpaper to the carpet that covered the entire floor. The bed had springs and a mattress, a special headboard, and little pillows with raw silk slips. The marble washstand, the dressing table, the couch, the tables, the bronze clock on the mantelpiece, the curtains on the windows and doors, it was all expensive and new. The smart maid who came to offer her services, her dress and coiffure more fashionable than Dolly's, was as new and expensive as the rest of the room. Darya Alexandrovna liked her politeness, neatness and obliging manner, but she felt ill at ease with her. She was embarrassed before her for the patched chemise which, as ill luck would have it, she had packed by mistake. She was ashamed of those very patches and mendings which she had been so proud of at home. At home it was clear that for 6 chemises she needed 17 yards of nainsook at 90 kopecks a yard, which would come to over 15 rubles, besides the work and the trimmings, and these were 15 rubles gained. But in front of the maid she felt not so much ashamed as ill at ease. It was a great relief for Darya Alexandrovna when her old acquaintance, Anushka, came into the room. The smart maid was needed by her mistress, and Anushka stayed with Darya Alexandrovna. Anushka was obviously very glad of the lady's arrival and talked incessantly. Dolly noticed that she wanted to give her opinion of her mistress's situation, especially of the count's love and devotion for Anna, but Dolly took care to interrupt her each time she began to speak of it. "T grew up with Anna Arkadyevna, she's dearest of all to me. So it's not for us to judge. And, you'd think, to love like that. So, please send this to be washed, if possible." Darya Alexandrovna interrupted her. "Very well, ma'am. We have 2 women especially for small laundry, but the linen's all done by machine." The count sees to everything himself. What husband would? Dolly was glad when Anna came in and by her arrival interrupted Anushka's chatter. Anna had changed into a very simple cambric dress. Dolly looked attentively at this simple dress. She knew what such simplicity meant and what money was paid for it. "An old acquaintance," Anna said of Anushka. Anna was no longer embarrassed. She was perfectly free and calm. Dolly saw that she had now fully recovered from the impression her arrival had made on her, and had assumed that tone of superficial indifference which indicated that the door to the compartment in which she kept her feelings and innermost thoughts was locked. "Well, and how is your little girl, Anna?" asked Dolly. "Annie?" So she called her daughter Anna. "Quite well. She's gained a lot of weight. Would you like to see her? Come, I'll show her to you. There's been terrible trouble with the nannies." She began to tell the story. "We have an Italian wet nurse. Good, but so stupid. We wanted to send her away, but the child is so used to her that we still keep her." "But how did you arrange?" Dolly began to ask about what name the girl would have, but, noticing Anna's sudden frown, she changed the sense of the question. "How did you arrange about weaning her?" But Anna understood. "That's not what you wanted to ask. You wanted to ask about her name, didn't you?" "That torments Alexei. She has no name." "That is, she's Karenina," said Anna, narrowing her eyes so that only her joined eyelashes could be seen. However, her face suddenly brightened. "We'll talk about all that later. Come, I'll show her to you." La Trace Gentil. "She crawls already." In the nursery the luxury that had struck Darya Alexandrovna everywhere in the house struck her still more. Here were carriages ordered from England, and contraptions for learning to walk, and a specially designed couch, like a billiard table, for crawling, and rocking chairs and special new baths. It was all of English make, sturdy, of good quality, and obviously very expensive. The room was big, very high-ceilinged and bright. When they came in the little girl was sitting on a chair at the table in just her shift, drinking bouillon, which she spilled all down her front. The child was being fed by a Russian maid who served in the nursery and who apparently ate with her. Neither the wet nurse nor the nanny was there. They were in the next room, where they could be heard talking in a strange French, the only language in which they could communicate with each other. On hearing Anna's voice, a tall, well-dressed English governess with an unpleasant face and an impure expression came through the door, hastily shaking her blonde curls, and at once began justifying herself, though Anna had not accused her of anything. To Anna's every word the governess hastily chimed "Yes, my lady" several times. Darya Alexandrovna liked the dark-browed, dark-haired, ruddy-cheeked little girl very much, with her sturdy red body and taut, goose-fleshed skin. Despite the stern expression with which she looked at the new person, she even envied her healthy look. She also liked very much the way the girl crawled. None of her children had crawled like that. This girl, when she was sitting on the rug with her dress tucked behind her, was very sweet. She looked at the grown-ups with shining, dark eyes, like a little animal, obviously glad to be admired. Smiling and turning her legs sideways, she leaned energetically on her hands and, "She is very nice," quickly lifted her whole bottom up, then again moved her little hands forward. But Darya Alexandrovna very much disliked the general spirit of the nursery, and the governess in particular. How Anna, with her knowledge of people, could have engaged such an unsympathetic, unrespectable governess for her child, she could explain to herself only by the fact that a good one would not have come to such an irregular family as Anna's. Moreover, she could tell at once, from a few words, that Anna, the wet nurse, the nanny and the baby did not get on together, and that the mother's visit was an unusual thing. Anna wanted to give her little girl a toy, but could not find it. Most surprising of all was that, when asked how many teeth the girl had, Anna was mistaken and knew nothing about the 2 latest teeth. "It pains me sometimes that I seem so superfluous here," said Anna, leaving the nursery and picking up her train so as to avoid the toys lying by the door. "It wasn't like that with my first." "I thought the opposite," Darya Alexandrovna said timidly. "Oh, no. You know, I saw him, Seryosha, Anna said, narrowing her eyes as if peering at something in the distance. However, we'll talk about it later. You wouldn't believe it, I'm like a hungry person who suddenly has a full meal put in front of her and doesn't know where to start. The full meal is you and the conversations I'm going to have with you, which I haven't been able to have with anybody, and I don't know which conversation to get to first. Mais je ne vous ferai de rien. I have to say everything. Ah, yes, I should describe for you the company you'll find here, she began. I'll begin with the ladies. Princess Varvara. You know her, and I know you're in Steva's opinion of her. Steva says the whole aim of her life consists in proving her superiority to Aunt Katerina Pavlovna. It's all true, but still she's kind and I'm so grateful to her. There was a moment in Petersburg when I needed a chaperone, and she came along. But, really, she's kind. She made my situation a lot easier. I see you don't realize all the difficulty of my situation, there, in Petersburg, she added. Here I am perfectly calm and happy. Well, about that later. I must go on with the list. Then there's Sviazhsky. He's the marshal and a very decent man, but he wants something from Alexei. You see, with his wealth, now that we've settled in the country, Alexei could have great influence. Then there's Tushkevich, you've seen. But I won't let you off anything. He was hanging around Betsy. Now he's been dismissed and he's come to us. As Alexei puts it, he's one of those people who are quite agreeable if taken as they would like to appear. Et with, il est comme il faut, as Princess Varvara says. Then there's Veslovsky, that one you know. A very nice boy, she said, and a sly smile puckered her lips. What's this wild story with Levin? Veslovsky told Alexei, but we can't believe it. Il est très gentil et naïf, she said, again with the same smile. Men need diversion, and Alexei needs an audience, so I value this whole company. We must keep it gay and animated, so that Alexei won't wish for anything new. Then you'll meet the steward. A German, very nice and knows his business. Alexei values him highly. Then the doctor, a young man, not an outright nihilist, but, you know, eats with his knife. But a very good doctor. Then the architect. Une petite girl. 20. Well, here's Dolly for you, princess. You wanted so much to see her, said Anna, coming out with Daria Alexandrovna to the big stone terrace, where Princess Varvara was sitting in the shade over her embroidery frame, making a chair seat for Count Alexei Kirillovich. She says she wants nothing before dinner, but you order lunch to be served and I'll go and find Alexei and bring them all here. Princess Varvara received Dolly benignly and somewhat condescendingly, and at once began explaining to her that she was living with Anna because she had always loved Anna more than had her sister Katerina Pavlovna, the one who had brought Anna up, and now, when everyone had abandoned Anna, she considered it her duty to help her in this most difficult transitional period. Her husband will give her a divorce, and then I shall go back into my seclusion, but now I can be of use and, however hard it is for me, I shall fulfill my duty, not like some others. And how nice of you, what a good thing you've done, to come. They live just like the best of couples. It's for God to judge them, not us. Aren't Beryozovsky and Madame Ivaniev, and Nikandrov himself, and Vasiliev and Madame Mamonov, and then, he's proper enough. He is very nice and simple. A little court. Liza Neptunov, and has anyone ever said anything? And it ended with everyone receiving them. And then, c'est un inter jolie, c'est comme il faut. Tout à fait anglaise. On se réunit le matin au breakfast hat puis on se sépare. Everyone does what he likes till dinner. Dinner is at 7. Steva did very well to send you. He must stick by them, you know. Through his mother and brother he can do anything. And then they do so much good. Hasn't he told you about his hospital? C'est so admirable. Everything comes from Paris. Their conversation was interrupted by Anna, who had found the men gathered in the billiard room and returned with them to the terrace. There was still a long time till dinner and, as the weather was fine, several ways were suggested for passing the remaining 2 hours. There were a great many ways of passing the time in Vozdvizhinsku, and they were all different from what was done at Pokrovsku. Une partie de lawn tennis, Veslovsky suggested, smiling his handsome smile. We can be partners again, Anna Arkadyevna. No, it's too hot. Better to stroll in the garden and go for a boat ride, to show Daria Alexandrovna the banks, suggested Vronsky. I'm agreeable to everything, said Sviazhsky. I think Dolly would like most to take a stroll, isn't that right? And then go for a boat ride, said Anna. So it was decided. Veslovsky and Tushkevich went to the bathing house, and promised to get the boat ready there and wait for them. They walked down the path in two pairs, Anna with Sviazhsky and Dolly with Vronsky. Dolly was slightly embarrassed and worried in the totally new milieu in which she found herself. Abstractly, theoretically, she not only justified but even approved of what Anna had done. Weary of the monotony of a moral life, as irreproachably moral women in general often are, she not only excused criminal love from a distance but even envied it. Besides, she loved Anna from the heart. But in reality, seeing her among these people she found so alien, with their good tone that was so new for her, she felt awkward. It was especially unpleasant for her to see Princess Varvara, who forgave them everything for the sake of the comfort she enjoyed. In general, abstractly, Dolly approved of what Anna had done, but too, it's such a pretty interior, in such good taste. Quite in the English style. We get together in the morning for breakfast and then go our separate ways. It will be wonderful. A game of lawn tennis. See, the man for whose sake she had done it was unpleasant for her. Besides, she had never liked Vronsky. She considered him very proud and saw nothing in him that he could be proud of except his wealth. But, against her will, here, in his own house, he impressed her still more than before, and she could not be comfortable with him. She felt with him as she had felt with the maid about her chemise. As she had felt not so much ashamed as ill at ease with the maid about the patches, so with him she felt not so much ashamed as ill at ease about herself. Dolly felt embarrassed and searched for a topic of conversation. She thought that he, with his pride, was sure to find praise of his house and garden displeasing, but, unable to come up with anything else, she told him all the same that she liked his house very much. Yes, it's a very handsome building and in the good old style, he said. I like the courtyard in front of the porch very much. Is that how it was? Oh, no, he said, and his face lit up with pleasure. You should have seen that courtyard in the spring. And, cautiously at first, but then more and more enthusiastically, he began to draw her attention to various details of the embellishment of the house and garden. One could see that, having devoted much work to improving and embellishing his estate, Vronsky felt a need to boast of it before a new person and was heartily glad of Darya Alexandrovna's praise. If you're not tired and would like to have a look at the hospital, it's not far. Let's go, he said, glancing at her face to be sure she was indeed not bored. Will you come, Anna? He turned to her. Yes, we'll come. Won't we? She turned to Sviazhsky. Mais il ne faut pas laisser la pauvre Veslovsky et Tushkevich s'effondrer là dans le bateau. Send somebody to tell them. Yes, he'll leave it behind as a memorial, said Anna, turning to Dolly with the same sly, knowing smile as when she had spoken of the hospital earlier. Oh, a capital affair, said Sviazhsky. But to avoid seeming to fall in with Vronsky, he at once added a slightly deprecatory observation. I'm astonished, though, Count, he said, that you, who are doing so much for the people in the sanitary respect, are so indifferent to schools. But we mustn't leave poor Veslovsky and Tushkevich to languish there in the boat. C'est devenu tellement commun, l'école, said Vronsky. It's not because of that, you understand. I just got carried away. This way to the hospital. He turned to Darya Alexandrovna, pointing to a side path off the avenue. The ladies opened their parasols and went down the side path. After making several turns and passing through a gate, Darya Alexandrovna saw on a rise before her a large, red, fancifully designed and nearly completed building. The still unpainted iron roof shone dazzlingly in the bright sun. Beside the completed building, another one, surrounded by scaffolding, was under construction, and on the planks workmen in aprons were laying bricks, taking mortar from troughs and smoothing it with trowels. How quickly your work's going, said Sviazhsky. The last time I was here, there was no roof yet. It will all be done by the autumn. The interior's nearly finished now, said Anna. And what's this new one? This will house the doctor and the dispensary, Vronsky replied, and, seeing the architect in his short coat coming towards them, he excused himself to the ladies and went to meet him. Sidestepping a trough from which the workmen took lime, he stopped with the architect and heatedly began telling him something. The pediment still comes out too low, he answered Anna, who had asked him what was the matter. "I kept saying the foundation had to be raised," said Anna. "Yes, certainly, that would have been better, Anna Arkadyevna," said the architect, "but it's too late now." "Yes, I'm very interested in it," Anna replied to Sviazhsky, who had expressed surprise at her knowledge of architecture. The new building ought to correspond to the hospital. But it was thought of later and begun without a plan. When he finished talking with the architect, Vronsky joined the ladies and showed them into the hospital. Though they were still working on the cornices outside, and the ground floor was still being painted, upstairs almost everything was done. Having climbed the wide cast-iron stairway to the landing, they went into the first big room. The walls had been plastered to look like they've become so common, these schools. Marble, enormous plate glass windows had already been installed, only the parquet floor was not yet finished, and the joiners, who were planing a square they had removed, stopped work and took off their headbands to greet the gentlefolk. "This is the reception room," said Vronsky. "It will have a desk, a table, a cupboard, and that's all. Here, come this way." "Don't go near the window," said Anna, testing whether the paint was dry. "The paint's already dry, Alexei," she added. From the reception room they went into the corridor. Here Vronsky showed them the new ventilation system he had installed. Then he showed them marble baths, beds with extraordinary springs. Then, one after the other, he showed them the wards, the storeroom, the linen room, then stoves of some new construction, then special carts that would make no noise when conveying necessary things through the corridors, and much more. Sviazhsky appreciated it all like one familiar with all the new improvements. Dolly was simply surprised at what she had never seen before and, wishing to understand it all, asked about everything in great detail, which obviously pleased Vronsky very much. "Yes, I think this will be the only quite properly set up hospital in Russia," said Sviazhsky. "And won't you have a maternity ward?" asked Dolly. "It's so needed in the country." "I often..." In spite of his courtesy, Vronsky interrupted her. "This is not a maternity home, it's a hospital, and meant for all illnesses except infectious ones," he said. "And take a look at this." He wheeled a newly ordered convalescent chair up to Darya Alexandrovna. "Watch now." He sat in the chair and began moving it. "He can't walk, he's weak or has bad legs, but he needs air, and so he wheels himself about in it." Darya Alexandrovna was interested in it all, liked it all very much, but most of all she liked Vronsky himself, with his natural, naive passion. "Yes, he's a very nice, good man," she thought occasionally, not listening to him but trying to penetrate his expression and mentally putting herself inside Anna. She now liked him so much in his animation that she understood how Anna could fall in love with him. 21. "No, I think the princess is tired, and horses don't interest her," Vronsky said to Anna, who had suggested strolling over to the stud farm, where Sviazhsky wanted to see the new stallion. "You go and I'll take the princess home, and we can talk," he said, "if you'd like that." He turned to her. "I understand nothing about horses and shall be very glad," said Darya Alexandrovna, slightly surprised. She saw by Vronsky's face that he wanted something from her. Nor was she mistaken. As soon as they went back through the gate into the garden, he looked in the direction Anna had gone and, having made sure that she could not hear or see them, began. "You've guessed that I wanted to talk with you," he said, looking at her with laughing eyes. "I'm not mistaken in thinking that you're Anna's friend." He removed his hat, took out a handkerchief, and wiped his balding head. Darya Alexandrovna made no reply and only looked fearfully at him. Now that she was left alone with him, she suddenly became frightened. His laughing eyes and the stern expression of his face scared her. The most varied suppositions as to the subject of his talk with her flashed through her head. "He's going to ask me to come and stay here with my children, and I'll have to say no to him, or to become part of Anna's circle in Moscow. Or is it about Vasenka Veslovsky and his relations with Anna? Maybe about Kitty. About how he feels himself guilty?" She foresaw only unpleasantness, but failed to guess what he wanted to talk with her about. "You have such influence on Anna, and she loves you so," he said. "Help me." Darya Alexandrovna looked with questioning timidity at his energetic face, which kept moving into sunlit gaps in the shade of the lintens, then was darkened again by the shade, and waited for what more he would say, but he walked silently beside her, his stick grazing the gravel. "If you have come to us, you, the only woman among Anna's former friends. I don't count Princess Varvara. I understand that you've done it not because you consider our situation normal, but because, realizing all the difficulty of that situation, you still love her and want to help her. Have I understood you rightly? He asked, turning to look at her. Oh, yes, Darya Alexandrovna replied, folding her parasol. But no, he interrupted and stopped involuntarily, forgetting that he was thereby putting her into an awkward position, so that she had to stop as well. No one feels all the difficulty of Anna's situation more fully or strongly than I do. And that is understandable, if you do me the honor of considering me a man who has a heart. I am the cause of that situation, and that is why I feel it. I understand, said Darya Alexandrovna, involuntarily admiring him for having said it so sincerely and firmly. But precisely because you feel yourself the cause of it, I'm afraid you exaggerate, she said. Her situation in society is difficult, I understand that. It's hell on society, he said quickly, with a dark frown. It's impossible to imagine moral torments worse than those she lived through for 2 weeks in Petersburg. I beg you to believe that. Yes, but here, so long as neither Anna nor you feel any need of society. Society, he said scornfully. What need can I have of society? Then for so long, and that may mean forever, you'll be happy and at peace. I can see that Anna is happy, perfectly happy. She's already had time to tell me so, Darya Alexandrovna said, smiling, and now, as she said it, she involuntarily doubted whether Anna was indeed happy. But Vronsky, it seemed, did not doubt it. Yes, yes, he said. I know she has revived after all her sufferings. She's happy. She's happy in the present. But I'm afraid of what awaits us. Sorry, would you like to move on? No, it makes no difference. Let's sit down here then. Darya Alexandrovna sat down on a garden bench in the corner of the avenue. He stood in front of her. I see that she's happy, he repeated, and the doubt whether she was happy struck Darya Alexandrovna still more strongly. But can it go on like this? Whether what we did was good or bad is another question. The die is cast, he said, going from Russian to French, and we're bound for our whole life. We are united by the bonds of love, which are the most sacred thing for us. We have a child, we may have more children, but the law and all the conditions of our situation are such that thousands of complications exist that she doesn't see and doesn't want to see now, as she rests her soul after all her sufferings and ordeals. And that is understandable. But I can't help seeing them. My daughter, according to the law, is not my daughter, she is Karenin's. I do not want this deceit, he said with an energetic gesture of negation. And he gave Darya Alexandrovna a gloomily questioning look. She made no reply and only looked at him. He went on, and tomorrow a son will be born, my son, and by law he is a Karenin. He is heir neither to my name nor to my fortune, and however happy we may be in our family and however many children we may have, there will be no connection between me and them. They are Karenins. You can understand the burden and horror of this situation. I've tried to say it to Anna. It annoys her. She doesn't understand, and I can't say everything to her. Now look at it from the other side. I'm happy in her love, but I must be occupied. I have found an occupation, and I am proud of that occupation and consider it nobler than the occupations of my former comrades at court and in the service. And I certainly would never exchange it for what they do. I work here, staying put, and I'm happy, content. And we need nothing more for happiness. I love this activity. Selenapa on Pisaler, on the contrary. Darya Alexandrovna noticed that at this point of his explanation he became confused, and she did not quite understand this digression, but she sensed that once he had begun talking about his innermost attitudes, which he could not talk about with Anna, he would now say everything, and that the question of his activity on the estate belonged to the same compartment of innermost thoughts as the question of his relations with Anna. And so, to continue, he said, recovering himself, the main thing is that, as I work, I must be sure that my work will not die with me, that I will have heirs, and that is not the case. Imagine the situation of a man who knows beforehand that his children by the woman he loves will be not his but someone else's. Someone who hates them and does not want to know them. It's terrible. He fell silent, obviously in great agitation. Yes, of course, I understand that. But what can Anna do? Asked Darya Alexandrovna. Yes, that brings me to the point of what I'm saying, he said, making an effort to calm down. Anna can do something. It depends on her. A divorce is necessary even in order to petition the emperor for adoption. And that depends on Anna. Her husband agreed to a divorce. At that, this is not making the best of a bad thing. Your husband had it all but arranged. And even now, I know, he would not refuse. It would only take writing to him. His answer then was that if she expressed the wish, he would not refuse. Of course, he said gloomily, this is one of those Pharisaic cruelties that only such heartless men are capable of. He knows what torment any remembrance of him costs her, and, knowing her, he demands a letter from her. I understand that it torments her, but the reasons are so important that she must pass a par-dessus toutes ses finesses de sentiment. Tu y vas du bonheur et d'existence dans et de ses enfants. I'm not speaking of myself, though it's hard for me, very hard, he said, with a look as if he were threatening someone for making it so hard. And so, princess, I am shamelessly seizing upon you as an anchor of salvation. Help me to talk her into writing to him and demanding a divorce. Yes, of course, Darya Alexandrovna said pensively, vividly remembering her last meeting with Alexei Alexandrovich. Yes, of course, she repeated resolutely, remembering Anna. Use your influence on her. Make her write to him. I don't want to talk with her about it and almost cannot. Very well, I'll talk with her. But how is it she doesn't think of it herself? Said Darya Alexandrovna, at the same time suddenly recalling for some reason Anna's strange new habit of narrowing her eyes. And she remembered that Anna had narrowed her eyes precisely when it was a matter of the most intimate sides of life. As if she narrows her eyes at her life in order not to see it all, thought Dolly. I'll be sure to talk with her. For my own sake and for hers, Darya Alexandrovna replied to his look of gratitude. They got up and went towards the house. 22. Finding Dolly already at home, Anna looked attentively into her eyes, as if asking about the conversation she had had with Vronsky, but she did not ask in words. I think it's time for dinner, she said. We haven't seen each other at. One must pass over all these fine points of feeling. The happiness and the existence of Anna and her children depend on it. All yet. I'm counting on the evening. Now I must go and dress. You, too, I think. We all got dirty at the construction site. Dolly went to her room and felt like laughing. She had nothing to change into because she had already put on her best dress, but to mark her preparations for dinner in some way, she asked the maid to brush her dress, change the cuffs and the bow, and put lace on her head. This is all I could do, she said, smiling, to Anna, who came out to her in a third, again extremely simple, dress. Yes, we're very formal here, she said, as if apologizing for being dressed up. Alexei is rarely so pleased with anything as he is with your visit. He's decidedly in love with you, she added. But aren't you tired? There was no time to talk about anything before dinner. Coming into the drawing room, they found Princess Varvara and the men in their black frock coats already there. The architect was wearing a tailcoat. Vronsky introduced the doctor and the steward to his guest. She had already met the architect at the hospital. The fat butler, his round, clean-shaven face and the starched bow of his white tie gleaming, announced that the meal was ready, and the ladies rose. Vronsky asked Sviazhsky to give Anna Arkadyevna his arm, and went over to Dolly himself. Veslovsky got ahead of Tushkevich in offering his arm to Princess Varvara, so that Tushkevich, the steward and the doctor went in by themselves. The dinner, the dining room, the dinnerware, the servants, the wine and the food were not only in keeping with the general tone of new luxury in the house, but seemed even newer and more luxurious than all the rest. Darya Alexandrovna observed this luxury, which was new to her, and, being herself the mistress of a house, though with no hope of applying to her own house anything of what she saw, so far did its luxury exceed her style of life, involuntarily took note of all the details, asking herself who had done it all and how. Vasenka Veslovsky, her own husband, and even Sviazhsky, and many other people she knew, never gave it a thought, and took for granted what any decent host wishes his guests to feel, namely, that everything he had arranged so well had cost him, the host, no trouble and had got done by itself. But Darya Alexandrovna knew that not even the porridge for the children's breakfast got done by itself, and that therefore such a complicated and excellent arrangement had required someone's close attention. And from the look of Alexei Kirillovich as he inspected the table, nodded to the butler, and offered her a choice between cold borscht and soup, She understood that everything was done and maintained through the care of the host himself. It obviously depended no more on Anna than on Veslovsky. She, Sviazhsky, the princess and Veslovsky were guests alike, cheerfully enjoying what had been prepared for them. Anna was hostess only in conducting the conversation, and that task, quite difficult for a hostess at a small table in the presence of people like the steward and the architect, people from a completely different world, trying not to be intimidated by the unaccustomed luxury and unable to take part for long in a general conversation. Anna performed with her usual tact, naturalness and even pleasure, as Darya Alexandrovna noticed. The conversation turned to how Tushkevich and Veslovsky had gone for a boat ride alone, and Tushkevich began telling them about the last race at the Petersburg Yacht Club. But Anna, after a suitable pause, turned at once to the architect, to draw him out of his silence. Nikolai Ivanovich was struck, she said of Sviazhsky, by how the new building has grown since he was here last, but I'm there every day, and every day I'm surprised at how quickly it goes. It's good working with His Excellency, the architect said with a smile. He was a quiet and deferential man with a sense of his own dignity. A far cry from dealing with the provincial authorities, where we'd fill out a stack of papers with them. I just report to the count, we discuss it, and in 3 words it's done. American methods, Sviazhsky said, smiling. Yes, sir, buildings done rationally there. The conversation turned to government abuses in the United States, but Anna immediately turned it to a different subject, so as to draw the steward out of his silence. Have you ever seen these harvesting machines? She turned to Darya Alexandrovna. We were coming from looking at them when we met you. It was the first time I'd seen them myself. How do they work? Asked Dolly. Just like scissors. A board and a lot of little scissors. Like this. Anna took a knife and fork in her beautiful, white, ring-adorned hands and began to demonstrate. She obviously could see that her explanation would not make anything understood, but, knowing that her speech was pleasant and her hands were beautiful, she went on explaining. Rather like pen knives, Veslovsky said playfully, never taking his eyes off her. Anna gave a barely noticeable smile, but did not reply to him. Isn't it just like scissors, Karl Fedorich? She turned to the steward. Oh, ja, the German answered. Ist ein ganz einfaches Ding. And he began explaining the construction of the machine. Too bad it doesn't bind. I saw one at an exhibition in Vienna that binds with wire, said Sviazhsky. They'd be more profitable. Es kommt drauf. Der Preis vom Draht muss ausgerechnet werden. And the German, roused from his silence, addressed Vronsky. Das lässt sich ausrechnen, erlaucht. The German was about to go to his pocket, where he had a pencil in a little notebook in which he calculated everything, but, remembering that he was sitting at dinner and noticing Vronsky's cold gaze, he checked himself. Zu kompliziert. Macht zu viel troubles, he concluded. Once man rubles, so had man auch troubles, said Vasenka Veslovsky, teasing the German. Jadorlemand. He turned to Anna again with the same smile. Sas, she said to him with mock severity. And we hope to find you in the fields, Vasily Semyonich. She turned to the doctor, a sickly man. Were you there? I was, but I evaporated, the doctor replied with gloomy jocularity. So you got some good exercise? Magnificent. Well, and how's the old woman's health? I hope it's not typhus. Typhus or no, her condition is not of the most advantageous. What a pity, said Anna, and having granted due courtesy to the people of the household, she turned to her own friends. But still, it would be difficult to build a machine from your description, Anna Arkadyevna, Sviazhsky said jokingly. No, why? Anna replied with a smile which said that she knew there had been something endearing in the way she had explained the construction of the machine, something Sviazhsky had noticed as well. This new feature of youthful coquetry struck Dolly unpleasantly. It's quite a simple thing. That depends. The cost of the wire must be taken into account. It can be calculated, Your Excellency. Too complicated. Makes too much troubles. A man who wants rubles will also have troubles. I love German. Stop it. On the other hand, Anna Arkadyevna's knowledge of architecture is amazing, said Tushkevich. That it is. Yesterday I heard Anna Arkadyevna say Instrobulis and plinths, said Veslovsky. Am I saying it right? There's nothing amazing about it when one has seen and heard so much, said Anna. "And you probably don't even know what houses are made of." Darya Alexandrovna saw that Anna was displeased with the playful tone between her and Veslovsky, but involuntarily fell into it herself. Vronsky in this case acted not at all like Levin. He obviously did not attach any significance to Veslovsky's chatter and, on the contrary, encouraged these jokes. "So, tell us, Veslovsky, what holds the bricks together?" "Cement, naturally." "Bravo. And what is cement?" "Just some sort of paste." "No, putty," said Veslovsky, provoking general laughter. The conversation among the diners, except for the doctor, the architect, and the steward, who were sunk in gloomy silence, never flagged, now gliding along smoothly, now touching and cutting someone to the quick. On one occasion Darya Alexandrovna was cut to the quick and got so excited that she even turned red and later tried to recall whether she had said anything out of place or unpleasant. Sviazhsky had started talking about Levine, telling of his strange opinions about machines being only harmful for Russian farming. "I don't have the pleasure of knowing this Mr. Levine," Vronsky said, smiling. "But he has probably never seen the machines he denounces. And if he has seen and tried one, it was not of foreign make but some Russian version." "And what views can there be here?" "Turkish views, generally," Veslovsky said with a smile, turning to Anna. "I cannot defend his opinions," Darya Alexandrovna said, flushing, "but I can tell you that he's a very educated man, and if he were here he would know how to answer you, though I'm unable to." "I like him very much and we're great friends," said Sviazhsky, smiling good-naturedly. "May pardon, Ileon Petty Putok, for instance, he maintains that the Zemstvo and the local courts, that it's all unnecessary, and he doesn't want to participate in any of it. But, excuse me, he's a bit cracked." "That's our Russian apathy," said Vronsky, pouring water from a chilled carafe into a thin glass with a stem. "Not to feel the responsibilities imposed on us by our rights and thus to deny those responsibilities." "I don't know a man more strict in fulfilling his responsibilities," said Darya Alexandrovna, annoyed by Vronsky's superior tone. On the contrary," Vronsky went on, evidently touched to the quick for some reason by this conversation. On the contrary, such as I am, feel very grateful for the honor done me, thanks to Nikolai Ivanitch here," he indicated Sviazhsky, "in electing me an honorable justice of the peace. I think that for me the responsibility of attending the sessions, of judging the case of a muzhik and his horse, is as important as anything I can do. And I will consider it an honor if I'm elected to the council. That is the only way I can pay back the benefits I enjoy as a landowner." Unfortunately, people don't understand the significance major landowners ought to have in the state. Darya Alexandrovna found it strange to hear how calmly in the right he was, there at his own table. She remembered Levine, who thought the opposite, being just as resolute in his opinions at his own table. But she loved Levine and was therefore on his side. "So we can rely on you, Count, for the next session?" said Sviazhsky. "But you must leave early so as to be there by the 8th. Why don't you honor me with a visit first?" "And I'm somewhat in agreement with your beau-frère," said Anna. "Only not in the same way," she added with a smile. "I'm afraid we've had too many of these social responsibilities lately. Just as there used to be so many officials that there had to be an official for every case, so now it's all social activists. Alexei's been here 6 months and he's already a member of 5 or 6 social institutions. He's a trustee, a judge, a counselor, a juror, and something to do with horses. Du train que cela va, all his time will be spent on it. And I'm afraid when there's such a host of these affairs, it's all just form." "How many places are you a member of, Nikolai Ivanitch?" She turned to Sviazhsky. "More than 20, isn't it?" Anna spoke playfully, but irritation could be felt in her voice. Darya Alexandrovna, who was observing Anna and Vronsky very closely, noticed it at once. She also noticed that Vronsky's face during this conversation immediately acquired a serious and stubborn expression. At this rate, noticing this and the fact that, to change the subject, Princess Varvara at once began talking hurriedly of some Petersburg acquaintances, and recalling Vronsky's stray remarks in the garden about his activities, Dolly understood that the question of social activity was connected with some private quarrel between Anna and Vronsky. The dinner, the wines, the table, it was all very fine, but it was all the same as Darya Alexandrovna had seen at big formal dinners and balls, which she had become unused to, and had the same impersonal and strained character, and therefore, on an ordinary day and in a small circle, it all made an unpleasant impression on her. After dinner they sat on the terrace for a while. Then they began to play lawn tennis. The players, dividing into two groups, installed themselves on a carefully leveled and rolled croquet ground, on either side of a net stretched between two gilded posts. Darya Alexandrovna tried to play, but at first she could not understand the game, and by the time she did understand it, she was so tired that she sat down with Princess Varvara and merely watched. Her partner, Tushkevich, also dropped out, but the others went on with the game for a long time. Sviazhsky and Vronsky both played very well and seriously. They kept a sharp eye on the ball sent to them, ran to it adroitly, without haste or delay, waited for it to bounce and, hitting the ball squarely and firmly with the racket, sent it back over the net. Veslovsky played worse than the others. He got too excited, but, to make up for it, he enlivened the other players with his merriment. His laughter and shouting never ceased. With the ladies' permission, he removed his frock coat, as did the other men, and his big, handsome figure in white shirt sleeves, with his red, sweaty face and brisk movements, etched itself in the memory. When Darya Alexandrovna went to bed that night, the moment she closed her eyes she saw Vasenka Veslovsky dashing about the croquet ground. But during the game Darya Alexandrovna was not happy. She did not like the playful relations between Vasenka Veslovsky and Anna, which went on all the while, and that general unnaturalness of grown-ups when they play at a children's game by themselves, without children. But, so as not to upset the others and to pass the time somehow, she joined the game again, after resting, and pretended to have fun. All the day she had had the feeling that she was playing in the theater with actors better than herself and that her poor playing spoiled the whole thing. She had come with the intention of spending 2 days if all went well. But that same evening, during the game, she decided to leave the next day. Those painful cares of motherhood that she had hated so on her way there, now, after a day spent without them, presented themselves to her in a different light and drew her to them. When, after the evening tea and a late boat ride, Darya Alexandrovna went to her room alone, got undressed and sat down to do her thin hair for the night, she felt great relief. It was even unpleasant for her to think that Anna would shortly come to her. She wanted to be alone with her thoughts. 23. Dolly was about to get into bed when Anna came in dressed for the night. During the day Anna had several times begun talking about her intimate affairs and had stopped each time after a few words. Later, when we're alone, we'll discuss everything. There's so much I must tell you, she had said. Now they were alone and Anna did not know what to talk about. She sat by the window, looking at Dolly and going through all that seemingly inexhaustible store of intimate conversation, and found nothing. It seemed to her just then that everything had already been said. "Well, how's Kitty?" she said, sighing heavily and looking guiltily at Dolly. "Tell me the truth, Dolly, is she angry with me?" "Angry? No," Darya Alexandrovna said, smiling. "But she hates me, despises me?" "Oh, no. But, you know, such things don't get forgiven." "Yes, yes," said Anna, turning away and looking out of the open window. "But it wasn't my fault." "And whose fault was it?" "What does fault mean? Could it have been otherwise?" "What do you think? Could you not be Steve's wife?" "I really don't know. But tell me this." "Yes, yes, but we haven't finished about Kitty." "Is she happy?" "He's a wonderful man, they say." "To say he's wonderful isn't enough. I don't know a better man." "Ah, I'm so glad." "I'm very glad." "To say he's a wonderful man isn't enough," she repeated. Dolly smiled. "But tell me about yourself. I must have a long talk with you." "I spoke with—" Dolly did not know what to call him. She felt awkward calling him either the Count or Alexei Kirillitch. "With Alexei," Anna said. "I know you did. But I wanted to ask you directly, what do you think about me? About my life?" "How can I say so suddenly? I really don't know." "No. Tell me all the same. You see my life." "But don't forget you're seeing us in the summer, on a visit, and that we're not by ourselves, but we came in early spring. We lived completely alone, and we shall live alone, and I don't wish for anything better than that." "But imagine me living alone without him." "Alone, and it will happen. Everything tells me that it will be repeated often, that he will spend half his time away from home," she said, getting up and moving closer to Dolly. "Of course," she interrupted Dolly, who was about to object. Of course, I can't keep him by force. And I'm not keeping him now. There's a race today. His horses are in it. Off he goes. I'm very glad. But think of me. Imagine my position. Ah, why speak of that? She smiled. So, what did he talk about with you? He talked about what I myself want to talk about, and it's easy for me to be his advocate. About whether it mightn't be possible, whether you couldn't. Darya Alexandrovna faltered. Improve your situation, put it right. You know how I look at. But all the same, if possible, you should get married. Meaning a divorce? Said Anna. You know, the only woman who came to see me in Petersburg was Betsy Tverskoy. Do you know her? Oh, c'est la femme la plus depravée qui existe. She had a liaison with Tushkevich, deceiving her husband in the nastiest way. And she told me that she didn't want to know me as long as my situation was irregular. Don't think I'm comparing. I know you, my darling. But I happened to remember. Well, so what did he tell you? She repeated. He said he suffers for you and for himself. You may say it's egoism, but it's such legitimate and noble egoism. He would like, first of all, to, at bottom, she's the most depraved woman in the world. Legitimize his daughter and to be your husband, to have the right to you. What wife, what slave, can be so much a slave as I am, in my situation? She interrupted gloomily. And the main thing he wants you not to suffer. That's impossible. Well, and the most legitimate thing, he wants your children to have a name. What children? Said Anna, not looking at Dolly and narrowing her eyes. Annie, in the future, he can rest easy about that. I won't have any more children. How can you say you won't have any more? I won't, because I don't want it. And, despite all her excitement, Anna smiled, noticing the naive look of curiosity, astonishment and horror on Dolly's face. The doctor told me after my illness. It can't be, said Dolly. Why died? For her it was one of those discoveries the consequences and conclusions of which are so enormous that for the first moment one feels only that it is impossible to grasp it all, but that one must think about it a great deal. This discovery, which suddenly explained for her all those formerly incomprehensible families with only 1 or 2 children, called up in her so many thoughts, reflections and contradictory feelings that she was unable to say anything and only looked at Anna with wide-eyed astonishment. This was the very thing she had dreamed of that morning on her way there, but now, on learning that it was possible, she was horrified. She felt it was a much too simple solution of a much too complicated question. N'est-ce pas immoral? Was all she said, after a pause. Why? Consider, I have to choose between the two, either to become pregnant, meaning ill, or to be a friend, a companion for my husband, or the same as my husband, Anna said in a deliberately superficial and frivolous tone. Ah, yes, Darya Alexandrovna repeated, listening to the very "isn't it tomorrow?" same arguments she had produced for herself and finding them no longer convincing. For you, for others, Anna said, as if guessing her thoughts, there may still be doubt, but for me, understand, I'm not a wife. He loves me as long as he loves me. And what then? How am I to keep his love? With this, she held her white arms out in front of her stomach. Thoughts and memories came crowding into Darya Alexandrovna's head with extraordinary quickness, as happens in moments of excitement. I didn't make myself attractive to Steva, she thought. He left me for other women, and the first one he betrayed me for did not keep him by being always beautiful and gay. He dropped her and took another. And is this how Anna is going to attract and keep Count Vronsky? If he's looking for that, he'll find clothes and manners that are still more gay and attractive. And however white, however beautiful her bare arms, however attractive her full bosom, her flushed face against that dark hair, he'll find still better ones, as my disgusting, pathetic and dear husband seeks and finds them. Dolly made no answer and only sighed. Anna noticed her sigh, which showed disagreement, and went on. She had more arguments in store, such strong ones that it was impossible to answer them. You say it's not good? But you must consider, she went on. You forget my situation. How can I want children? I'm not talking about the suffering, I'm not afraid of that. But think, who will my children be? Unfortunate children, who will bear another man's name. By their very birth they'll be placed in the necessity of being ashamed of their mother, their father, their birth. That's just why you must get divorced. But Anna did not hear her. She wanted to voice the same arguments with which she had so often persuaded herself. Why have I been given reason, if I don't use it so as not to bring unfortunate children into the world? She looked at Dolly, but went on without waiting for an answer. I would always feel guilty before those unfortunate children, she said. If they don't exist, at least they won't be unfortunate, and if they're unfortunate, I alone am to blame. These were the same arguments Darya Alexandrovna had produced for herself, but now she listened to them and could not understand them. How can she be guilty before beings who don't exist? She wondered, and suddenly a thought came to her. Could it be better in any possible case for her favorite, Grisha, if he had never existed? And it seemed so wild to her, so strange, that she shook her head to scatter this swirling confusion of mad thoughts. No, I don't know, it's not good, she merely said, with a squeamish look on her face. Yes, but don't forget what you are and what I am, and besides, Anna added, as if, despite the wealth of her arguments and the poverty of Dolly's, she still admitted that it was not good. Don't forget the main thing, that I'm not in the same situation now as you are. For you the question is whether you do not want to have any more children, and for me it's whether I want to have them, and that is a big difference. You see, I can't want it in my situation. Darya Alexandrovna did not object. She suddenly felt she had become so distant from Anna that there were questions between them which they would never agree on and of which it was better not to speak. 24. Then you need all the more to settle your situation, if possible, said Dolly. Yes, if possible, Anna said suddenly, in a completely different, soft and sad voice. Is divorce impossible? I was told your husband has agreed. Dolly. I don't want to talk about it. Well, then we won't, Darya Alexandrovna hastened to say, noticing the look of suffering on Anna's face. I only see that you look at things too darkly. Me? Not a bit. I'm very cheerful and content. You've noticed, J. passions. Veslovsky. Yes, to tell the truth, I didn't like Veslovsky's tone, Darya Alexandrovna said, wishing to change the subject. Ah, not a bit. It tickles Alexei, that's all, but he's a boy and he's entirely in my hands, you understand. I control him as I please. He's the same as your Grisha, Dolly. She suddenly changed her tone. You say I'm a success with men. I look at things too darkly. You cannot understand. It's too terrible. I try not to look at all. But I think you must. You must do everything possible. But what is possible? Nothing. You say marry Alexei and that I don't think about it. I don't think about it, she repeated, and color came to her face. She rose, drew herself up, sighed deeply, and began pacing the room with her light step, pausing every now and then. I don't think. There isn't a day or an hour that I don't think of it, and don't reproach myself for that thinking, because the thought of it could drive me mad. Drive me mad, she repeated. When I think of it, I can't fall asleep without morphine. But, very well. Let's talk calmly. Divorce, I'm told. First of all, he won't grant me a divorce. He is now under the influence of Countess Lydia Ivanovna. Darya Alexandrovna, drawn up straight on her chair, with a suffering and sympathetic face, kept turning her head as she watched Anna pacing. You must try, she said softly. Suppose I try. What does it mean? She was obviously saying something she had thought over 1,000 times and learned by heart. It means that I, who hate him but still acknowledge myself guilty before him, and I consider him magnanimous, that I must humiliate myself by writing to him. Well, suppose I make an effort and do it. I'll either get an insulting reply or his consent. Good, so I get his consent. Just then Anna was at the far end of the room, and she stopped there, doing something to the window curtain. I get his consent, but my son? They won't give him to me. He'll grow up despising me, with the father I abandoned. You must understand that I love two beings, equally, I think, but both more than myself, Seryosha and Alexei. She came to the middle of the room and stopped in front of Dolly, her arms pressed to her breast. In the white peignoir her figure seemed especially big and wide. She bowed her head and with shining wet eyes looked from under her brows at the small, thin Dolly, trembling all over with agitation, pathetic in her mended chemise and nightcap. I love only these two beings, and the one excludes the other. I can't unite them, yet I need only that. And if there isn't that, the rest makes no difference. It all makes no difference, and it will end somehow, and so I can't. I don't like talking about it. Don't reproach me, then. Don't judge me for anything. You with your purity can't understand all that I suffer over." She went up to Dolly, sat down beside her and, peering into her face with a guilty expression, took her by the hand. "What are you thinking? What do you think of me? Don't despise me. I'm not worthy of being despised. I'm just unhappy." "If anyone is unhappy, I am," she said, and, turning away, she wept. Left alone, Dolly prayed and went to bed. She had pitied Anna with all her soul while talking with her, but now she was unable to make herself think about her. Memories of her home and children arose in her imagination with some new radiance, some special loveliness she had not known before. That world of hers now seemed so precious and dear to her that she did not want to spend an extra day outside it for anything and decided to leave the next morning without fail. Anna meanwhile, on returning to her boudoir, took a glass and into it put a few drops of medicine, of which morphine made up a significant part, and after drinking it and sitting motionless for a time, grown quiet, she went to the bedroom in calm and cheerful spirits. When she came into the bedroom, Vronsky looked at her attentively. He saw traces of the conversation which he knew she must have had with Dolly, since she had stayed so long in her room. But in her expression, excitedly restrained and concealing something, he found only that beauty which, familiar as it was, still captivated him, and her awareness of that beauty and her desire that it affect him. He did not want to ask her what they had talked about, but hoped she would say something herself. But all she said was, "I'm glad you like Dolly." "You do, don't you?" "But I've known her for a long time. She's very kind, I think, mais excessivement terre à terre. But still, I'm very glad of her visit." He took Anna's hand and looked questioningly into her eyes. She, understanding that look differently, smiled at him. The next morning, despite her host's entreaties, Darya Alexandrovna made ready to leave. Levin's driver, in his none too new kaftan and something half resembling a postboy's hat, with his ill-matched horses, gloomily and resolutely drove the carriage with patched splashboards under the covered, sand-strewn portico. Taking leave of Princess Varvara and the men was unpleasant for Darya Alexandrovna. After a day together, both she and her hosts clearly but excessively down-to-earth felt that they were unsuited to each other and that it was better for them not to get together. Only Anna felt sad. She knew that now, with Dolly's departure, there would be no one to stir up in her soul those feelings that had been aroused in her at this meeting. To stir up those feelings was painful for her, but she knew all the same that that was the best part of her soul and that it was quickly being overgrown in the life she led. Driving out into the fields, Dolly felt pleasantly relieved, and she was about to ask the servants how they had liked it at Vronsky's when the driver, Philip, suddenly spoke himself. "Maybe they're rich, but they only gave the horses 3 measures of oats. They clean the bottom before cockcrow." "What's 3 measures?" "Just a snack. Nowadays innkeepers sell oats for 45 kopecks. At home we give visitors as much as they can eat." "A miserly master," the clerk agreed. "Well, and did you like their horses?" asked Dolly. "Horses is the word. And the food's good." "Found it a bit boring otherwise, Darya Alexandrovna. I don't know about you," he said, turning his handsome and kindly face to her. "I thought so, too." "Well, will we get there by evening?" "Ought to." On returning home and finding everyone quite well and especially nice, Darya Alexandrovna told them about her trip with great animation, about how well she had been received, the luxury and good taste of the Vronskys' life, their amusements, and would not let anyone say a word against them. "You have to know Anna and Vronsky. I've come to know him better now, to understand how sweet and touching they are," she said, now with perfect sincerity, forgetting the vague sense of dissatisfaction and discomfort that she had experienced there. 25. Vronsky and Anna spent the whole summer and part of the autumn in the country, in the same conditions, without taking any measures towards the divorce. It was decided between them that they would not go anywhere, but they both sensed, the longer they lived alone, especially in the autumn and without guests, that they would not be able to endure that life and would have to change it. Life, it seemed, was such that it was impossible to wish for better. There was abundance, there was health, there was the child, and they both had their occupations. Anna paid attention to herself in the same way without guests, and was also very much taken up with reading, of novels and the serious books that were in vogue. She ordered all the books that were mentioned with praise in the foreign newspapers and magazines she received, and read them with that concentration that one only finds in solitude. Moreover, by means of books and special journals, she studied all the subjects that interested Vronsky, so that he often turned directly to her with questions of agronomy, architecture and, occasionally, even horse breeding and sports. He was amazed at her knowledge, her memory, and, being doubtful at first, wanted corroboration, and she would find what he had asked about in her books and show it to him. The setting up of the hospital also occupied her. She not only helped but also arranged and devised many things herself. But her chief concern was still her own self, insofar as she was dear to Vronsky, insofar as she was able to replace for him all that he had abandoned. Vronsky appreciated this desire, which had become the only goal of her life, not only to be liked by him but to serve him. Yet at the same time he found those amorous nets in which she tried to ensnare him a burden. The more time that passed, the more often he saw himself ensnared in those nets, and the more he wanted not so much to get out of them as to test whether they hampered his freedom. Had it not been for this ever-strengthening desire to be free, not to have a scene every time he had to go to town for a meeting or a race, Vronsky would have been quite content with his life. The role he had chosen, the role of the rich landowner, of whom the nucleus of the Russian aristocracy ought to consist, not only proved entirely to his taste, but now, after living that way for half a year, gave him an ever-increasing pleasure. And his affairs, which occupied and engaged him more and more, went splendidly. Despite the enormous amount of money that the hospital, the machines, the cows ordered from the Switzerland and many other things had cost him, he was certain that he was not wasting but increasing his fortune. Wherever it was a matter of income, of selling timber, grain, wool, of leasing land, Vronsky was hard as flint and knew how to stick to his price. In matters of large-scale farming, on this and other estates, he kept to the simplest, least risky ways, and was shrewd and frugal to the highest degree in small household matters. Despite all of the cleverness and cunning of the German, who tried to get him involved in buying and presented every estimate in such a way that it was necessary to begin by investing more, but then calculated that he could do the same thing for less and have an immediate profit, Vronsky never yielded to him. He listened to the steward, asked questions, and agreed with him only when the things he ordered and set up were of the newest sort, still unknown in Russia and capable of causing amazement. Besides that, he would decide upon a major expenditure only when he had some extra money and, in making this expenditure, went into all the details and insisted on getting the best for his money. So that, by the way he conducted his affairs, it was clear that he had not wasted but increased his fortune. In the month of October, there were elections among the nobility of Kazan province, where the estates of Vronsky, Svievsky, Koznishev, Oblonsky, and a small part of Levin's estate, were located. These elections, owing to many circumstances, including the people taking part in them, attracted public attention. They were much talked about and prepared for. People from Moscow, Petersburg and abroad, who never attended elections, came for them. Vronsky had long ago promised Svievsky that he would attend. Before the election Svievsky, who often visited Vozdvizhinsky, drove over for Vronsky. On the eve of that day Vronsky and Anna had almost quarreled over this proposed trip. It was the most boring, difficult autumn time in the country, and therefore Vronsky, preparing for a fight, announced his departure with a stern and cold expression on his face which he had never had before when talking to her. But, to his surprise, Anna took the news very calmly and only asked when he would come back. He looked at her attentively, not understanding this calm. She smiled at his look. He knew this ability she had of withdrawing into herself, and he knew that it happened only when she had decided on something in herself without telling him her plans. He feared it, but he wished so much to avoid a scene that he pretended to believe, and in part sincerely believed, in what he would have liked to believe in, her reasonableness. "You won't be bored, I hope?" "I hope," said Anna. "Yesterday I received a box of books from Gautier." 7. "No, I won't be bored." She wants to take this tone, and so much the better, he thought, otherwise it would be the same thing all over again. And so, without challenging her to a frank explanation, he went off to the elections. It was the first time since the start of their liaison that he had parted from her without talking it all through. On the one hand, this troubled him. On the other, he found it better this way. At first it will be like now, something vague, hidden, but then she'll get used to it. In any case, I can give her everything, but not my male independence, he thought. 26. In September Levin moved to Moscow for Kitty's confinement. He had already spent a whole month in Moscow doing nothing, when Sergei Ivanovich, who owned an estate in Kazan province and took great interest in the question of the forthcoming elections, got ready to attend them. He invited his brother, who had a ballot for the Seleznev district, to go with him. Besides that, Levin had business in Kazan, of the utmost importance for his sister, who lived abroad, to do with settling the matter with the trusteeship and obtaining a quittance. Levin was still undecided, but Kitty, who saw that he was bored in Moscow, advised him to go and, without asking, ordered him a nobleman's uniform that cost 80 rubles. And the 80 rubles spent on the uniform were the main thing that made Levin go. He went to Kazan. Levin had been in Kazan for 6 days already, attending the meetings every day and busying himself with his sister's affairs, which did not go well. The marshals were all occupied with the elections and it was impossible to settle the very simple matter which depended on the trusteeship. The other business, obtaining the money, met with obstacles in the same way. After long efforts to have the freeze lifted, the money was ready to be paid, but the notary, a most obliging man, could not issue the check because the chairman's signature was needed, and the chairman, without handing over his duties, was attending the session. All this bustling, going about from place to place, talking with very kind, good people, who well understood the unpleasantness of the petitioner's position but were unable to help him, all this tension, while producing no results, gave Levin a painful feeling similar to that vexing impotence one experiences and dreams when one tries to use physical force. He felt it often, speaking with his good-natured attorney. This attorney did everything possible, it seemed, and strained all his mental powers to get Levin out of the quandary. Try this, he said more than once, go to this place and that place, and the attorney would make a whole plan for getting round the fatal principle that was hindering everything. Then he would add at once, they'll hold it up anyway, but try it. And Levin tried, visited, went. Everybody was kind and courteous, but it always turned out that what had been got round re-emerged in the end and again barred the way. In particular it was offensive that Levin simply could not understand with whom he was struggling, who profited from the fact that his case never came to an end. This no one seemed to know. The attorney did not know either. If Levin could have understood it, as he understood why he could not get to the ticket window at the station otherwise than by waiting in line, he would not have felt offended and vexed, but no one could explain to him why the obstacles he encountered in his case existed. However, Levin had changed greatly since his marriage. He was patient, and if he did not understand why it was all arranged that way, he said to himself that he could not judge without knowing everything, that it probably had to be that way, and he tried not to be indignant. Now, being present at the elections and taking part in them, he tried in the same way not to condemn, not to argue, but to understand as well as he could this business, which honest and good people, whom he respected, took up with such seriousness and enthusiasm. Since marrying, so many new, serious aspects had been revealed to him, which formerly, because of his light-minded attitude towards them, had seemed insignificant, that he assumed and sought a serious meaning in the business of the elections as well. Sergei Ivanovich explained to him the meaning and importance of the revolution that was supposed to take place at the elections. The provincial marshal of nobility, in whose hands the law placed so many important social matters, trusteeships, the same from which Levin was now suffering, the huge funds of the nobility, high schools for girls and boys, the military school, public education as prescribed by the new legislation and, finally, the Zemstvo. The provincial marshal, Snitkov, was a man of the old noble caste, who had run through a huge fortune, a good man, honest in his way, but who failed completely to understand the demands of the new time. He always took the side of the nobility in everything, directly opposed the spread of public education, and to the Zemstvo, which was supposed to have such enormous significance, attributed a class character. It was necessary that he be replaced by a fresh, modern, practical man, completely new, and that things be conducted in such a way as to gain from the rights granted to the nobility, not as nobility but as an element of the zemstvo, every possible benefit of self-government. In the rich Kachin province, which always led the others in everything, such forces had now accumulated that, if matters were conducted properly, it could serve as an example for other provinces, for the whole of Russia. And therefore the whole matter was of great significance. The plan was that Snetkov be replaced as Marshal of Nobility either by Sviazhsky or, better still, by Nevdovsky, a former professor, a remarkably intelligent man and a great friend of Sergei Ivanovitch's. The assembly was opened by the governor, who delivered a speech to the noblemen, saying that they should elect people to posts not out of partiality, but by merit and for the good of the fatherland, and that he hoped the honorable nobility of Kachin would fulfill their duty religiously, as they had done in previous elections, thus justifying the high trust of the monarch. Having finished his speech, the governor left the room, and the noblemen noisily and animatedly, some even rapturously, followed him and surrounded him just as he was putting on his coat and talking amicably with the provincial marshal. Levine, wishing to understand everything and not miss anything, stood there in the crowd and heard the governor say, "Please tell Marya Ivanovna that my wife is very sorry but she must go to the orphanage." And after that the gentlemen cheerfully took their coats and went to the cathedral. In the cathedral Levin, lifting his hand and repeating the words of the archpriest along with the others, swore with the most terrible oaths to fulfill all the governor's hopes. Church services always had an effect on him, and when he uttered the words, "I kiss the cross," and turned to look at the crowd of young and old people repeating the same thing, he felt himself moved. On the second and third days the discussions concerned the matters of the funds raised by the nobility and of the girls' school, which, as Sergei Ivanovitch explained, were of no importance, and Levine, occupied with his business, did not follow them. On the fourth day, the auditing of the provincial accounts lay on the provincial table. And here for the first time a confrontation took place between the new party and the old. The commission entrusted with verifying the accounts reported to the assembly that all was in order. The provincial marshal rose to thank the gentlemen for their trust and waxed tearful. The nobility loudly cheered him and shook his hand. But at that moment one of the gentlemen from Sergei Ivanovitch's party said he had heard that the commission had not audited the accounts. Considering auditing an insult to the provincial marshal, one of the members of the commission imprudently confirmed it. Then one small, very young-looking, but very venomous gentleman started to say that it would probably be a pleasure for the provincial marshal to give a report of the accounts and that the excessive delicacy of the members of the commission deprived him of that moral satisfaction. Then the members of the commission withdrew their statement, and Sergei Ivanovitch began to demonstrate logically that the accounts must be acknowledged as either audited or not audited, and developed this dilemma in detail. Some speaker from the opposing party objected to Sergei Ivanovitch. Then Sviazhsky spoke, and then again the venomous gentleman. The debate went on for a long time and ended with nothing. Levine was surprised that they argued about it for so long, especially since, when he asked Sergei Ivanovitch if he thought the money had been embezzled, Sergei Ivanovitch answered, "Oh, no. He's an honest man." But this old-fashioned, patriarchal, family-like way of running the affairs of the nobility has to be shaken up. On the fifth day came the election of district marshals. In some districts this was a very stormy day. For the Seleznev district Sviazhsky was elected unanimously without a vote, and there was a dinner that day at his house. 27. On the sixth day the provincial elections were to be held. The rooms, big and small, were filled with noblemen in various uniforms. Many had come for that day only. Acquaintances who had not seen each other for a long time, some from the Crimea, some from Petersburg, some from abroad, met in those rooms. By the governor's table, beneath the portrait of the emperor, a debate was underway. The noblemen in both big and small rooms grouped themselves by camps, and from the hostility and mistrustfulness of the glances, from the hushing of talk whenever an outsider approached, from the fact that people went off to a far corridor to whisper, one could see that each side had secrets from the other. In outward appearance, the noblemen were sharply divided into two sorts, the old and the new. The old were for the most part either in the old-style buttoned-up uniforms of the nobility, with swords and hats, or in their particular navy, cavalry, or infantry uniforms. The uniforms of the old noblemen were of an outmoded cut, with the sleeves puffed up at the shoulders. They were obviously too small, short at the waist and tight, as if their wearers had outgrown them. The young were in unbuttoned noblemen's uniforms, low-waisted and wide at the shoulders, with white waistcoats, or in uniforms with the black collars and embroidered laurels of the Ministry of Justice. To the young also belonged the court uniforms that adorned the crowd here and there. But the division into young and old did not coincide with the division into parties. Some of the young, by Levin's observation, belonged to the old party and, on the contrary, some of the oldest noblemen whispered with Sviazhsky and were apparently ardent supporters of the new party. Levin stood in the small room for smoking and refreshments, by a group of his own people, listening to what they were saying and uselessly straining his mental powers to understand it. Sergei Ivanovich was the center around which the others grouped themselves. He was now listening to Sviazhsky and Khlyustov, the marshal of another district, who belonged to their party. Khlyustov would not agree to go with his district and ask Snetkov to stand, but Sviazhsky was trying to persuade him to do it, and Sergei Ivanovich approved of the plan. Levin did not understand why the opposition party should ask the marshal to stand when they intended to vote him down. Stepan Arkadyevich, having just had a snack and a drink, wiping his mouth with a perfumed cambric handkerchief with a border, came over to them in his uniform of a gentleman of the bedchamber. Positioning yourself, Sergei Ivanitch, he said, smoothing down his side whiskers. And, after listening to the conversation, he confirmed Sviazhsky's opinion. One district will be enough, and Sviazhsky's obviously already in the opposition, he said in words that everyone except Levin could understand. So, Kostya, it seems you've acquired a taste for it, too? He added, turning to Levin and taking him under the arm. Levin would even have been glad to acquire a taste for it, but he could not understand what the point was and, moving a few steps away from the talkers, he voiced his perplexity to Stepan Arkadyevich as to why the provincial marshal should be nominated. "O sancta simplicitas." 9, said Stepan Arkadyevich, and he explained the matter briefly and clearly to Levin. If all the districts nominated the provincial marshal, as at the previous elections, he would be elected unanimously. That must not happen. Now 8 districts have agreed to nominate him. If the other 2 refuse to nominate him, Snetkov may refuse to stand, and then the old party may choose someone else from among themselves, and all our calculations will go for naught. But if Sviazhsky's district alone does not nominate him, Snetkov will stand. He will even be chosen, and they will purposely give him more votes to mislead the opposition, and when our candidate is put forward, they will give him more votes. Levin understood, but not completely, and was about to ask a few more questions, when everyone suddenly started talking and moving noisily into the big room. "What is it? What? Whom? A warrant? For whom? What?" They refute it. "There's no warrant. Florov's not admitted." "What if he is on trial? That way no one will be admitted." "It's mean." The law came from all sides, and along with the rest, who hurried from everywhere and were afraid of missing something, Levin went to the big room and, jostled by the noblemen, approached the governor's table, around which a heated discussion was going on between the provincial marshal, Sviazhsky and other leaders. 28. Levin was standing quite far away. Beside him stood one nobleman who was wheezing and breathing heavily and another whose thick soles creaked, preventing him from hearing well. He could only hear the marshal's soft voice from afar, then the shrill voice of the venomous nobleman, and then Sviazhsky's voice. They were arguing, as far as he could gather, about the meaning of an article of the law and especially of the words, "being under investigation." The crowd parted to make way as Sergei Ivanovich approached the table. Sergei Ivanovich, after waiting for the venomous nobleman to finish his speech, said it seemed to him that the right thing to do would be to consult the article of the law, and he asked the secretary to find it. In the article it said that in case of disagreement there should be a vote. Sergei Ivanovich read the article and began to explain its meaning, but here a tall, fat, slightly stooping landowner with a dyed mustache, in a tight uniform with a collar that propped his neck up from behind, interrupted him. He came up to the table and, rapping on it with his signet ring, shouted loudly, "To the vote. Cast your ballots." "No point talking." "Cast your ballots." Here several voices started talking, and the tall nobleman with the signet ring, growing more and more angry, shouted louder and louder. But it was impossible to make out what he was saying. He was saying the same thing that Sergei Ivanovich had suggested, but he obviously hated him and his whole party, and that feeling of hatred communicated itself to the whole party and provoked the response of the same anger, though more decent, from the other side. Shouts arose, and for a moment everything was so confused that the provincial marshal had to call for order. To the vote. To the vote. Every nobleman will understand. We shed our blood, the monarch's trust. Don't count the marshal, he's no one to give orders, that's not the point. The vote, if you please. Disgusting, angry, furious cries came from all sides. The looks and faces were still more angry and furious than the talk. They expressed irreconcilable hatred. Levin had no idea what it was all about and was astonished at the passion with which they discussed the question of whether the opinion about Florov should or should not be put to the vote. As Sergei Ivanovich later explained to him, he had forgotten the syllogism that for the common good it was necessary to bring down the provincial marshal. To bring down the provincial marshal, a majority of the votes was necessary. For a majority of the votes, Florov had to be given the right to a voice. To have Florov's eligibility recognized, they had to explain how to understand the article of the law. One vote could decide the whole thing, and you must be serious and consistent if you want to serve the common cause, Sergei Ivanovich concluded. But Levin had forgotten that, and it was painful for him to see these good people, whom he respected, in such unpleasant, angry agitation. To rid himself of that painful feeling, he went to the other room without waiting for the end of the debate. No one was there except the servants at the buffet. Seeing the servants busily wiping platters and setting out plates and glasses, seeing their calm, animated faces, Levin experienced a sudden feeling of relief, as if he had gone from a stinking room into the fresh air. He began pacing up and down, looking with pleasure at the servants. He liked it very much when one servant with gray-side whiskers, showing his contempt for the younger ones who kept teasing him, taught them how to fold napkins. Levin was about to get into conversation with the old servant when the secretary of the nobleman's trust, a little old man whose specialty was knowing all the noblemen of the province by name and patronymic, distracted him. "If you please, Konstantin Dmitrich," he said to him, "your brother is looking for you. The question is being put to the vote." Levin went into the room, was given a little white ball and, following his brother Sergei Ivanovich, approached the table at which Sviazhsky stood with a significant and ironic face, gathering his beard in his fist and sniffing it. Sergei Ivanovich thrust his hand into the box, put his ballot somewhere and, yielding his place to Levin, stayed right there. Levin came up, but forgetting what it was all about and becoming embarrassed, he turned to Sergei Ivanovich and asked, "Where shall I put it?" He asked it softly, while there was talk around him, and hoped his question would not be heard. But the talkers fell silent, and his improper question was heard. Sergei Ivanovich frowned. "That is a matter of individual conviction," he said sternly. A few smiled. Levin blushed, hastily put his hand under the cloth and placed the ballot to the right, since it was in his right hand. Then he remembered that he should also have put his left hand in, and put it in as well, but too late, and, still more embarrassed, hurriedly retreated to the farthest rows. 126 in favor, 98 against. The voice of the secretary, who swallowed his rs, rang out. Laughter followed. A button and 2 nuts had been found in the box. The nobleman was admitted, and the new party was victorious. But the old party did not consider itself defeated. Levin heard that Snitkov was being asked to stand, and saw a crowd of noblemen surround the provincial marshal, who was saying something. Levin went closer. In answer to the nobleman, Snitkov spoke of the confidence of the nobility, of their love for him, which he did not deserve, for his whole merit consisted in his being loyal to the nobility, to whom he had devoted 12 years of service. Several times he repeated the words, "I have served with all my strength, truly and loyally, I appreciate and thank you," and suddenly he stopped, choked by tears, and walked out of the room. Whether those tears were caused by awareness of the injustice done him, or by his love for the nobility, or by the strained position he was in, feeling himself surrounded by enemies, his emotion communicated itself. The majority of the noblemen were moved and Levin felt a tenderness for Snitkov. In the doorway the provincial marshal ran into him. "I'm sorry, please excuse me," he said to him, as to a stranger, but recognizing Levin, he smiled timidly. It seemed to Levin that he wanted to say something, but could not because of the emotion. The expression of his face and of his whole figure and the uniform, the crosses and white trousers with galloons, the hurried way he walked, reminded Levin of a hunted beast who sees that things are going badly for him. Levin found the expression on the marshal's face especially touching because only yesterday he had called on him at his home on the matter of the trusteeship and had seen him in all the grandeur of a good family man. The big house with its old family furniture, the unfashionable and slightly shabby but deferential old servants, apparently former house serfs who had never changed masters, the fat and good-natured wife in a lace cap and Turkish shawl, caressing a pretty little grandchild, her daughter's daughter, the fine fellow of a son, a sixth-grade student on holiday from the school, who kissed his father's big hand in greeting, the host's imposing, benign conversation and gestures. All this had involuntarily called up respect and sympathy in Levin the day before. Now he found the old man touching and pitiful, and he wanted to say something nice to him. "So you are to be our marshal again," he said. "Hardly," said the marshal, looking round fearfully. "I'm tired and old. There are others worthier and younger than I. Let them serve." And the marshal disappeared through the side door. The most solemn moment arrived. The elections were about to begin. The leaders of both parties were tallying white and black ballots on their fingers. The debate over Florov had given the new party not only Florov's one vote but also a gain in time, so that 3 noblemen who had been kept from participating in the elections by the machinations of the old party could be brought in. 2 of these noblemen, who had a weakness for wine, had been made drunk by Snetkov's minions, and the third had had his uniform stolen. Learning of it, the new party managed, during the debate over Florov, to send 2 of their people in a cab to furnish the one nobleman with a uniform and bring one of the 2 drunk men to the meeting. "I poured water over one and brought him," said the landowner who had gone on the errand, coming up to Sviazhsky. "Never mind, he'll do. He's not too drunk. He won't fall down," Sviazhsky said, shaking his head. "No, he's fine, as long as they don't give him any more to drink here. I told the barman on no account to serve him." 29. The narrow room for smoking and refreshments was filled with noblemen. The excitement kept mounting, and anxiety could be noticed on all faces. Especially excited were the leaders, who knew all the details and the count of all the ballots. They were the directors of the impending battle. The rest, like rank-and-file soldiers, though readying themselves before the fight, meanwhile sought distraction. Some ate and drank, standing up or sitting at the table. Others paced up and down the long room, smoking cigarettes and talking with friends they had not seen for a long time. Levin did not want to eat and did not smoke. He also did not want to mix with his own people, that is, with Sergei Ivanovitch, Stepan Arkadyevitch, Sviazhsky and the others, because Vronsky was standing with them in his equerry's uniform, engaged in an animated conversation. Levin had noticed him at the elections the day before and had carefully avoided him, not wishing to meet him. He went over to the window and sat down, looking at the groups and listening to what was being said around him. He felt sad, especially because he could see that everyone was animated, preoccupied and busy, and he alone, along with one extremely old, toothless man in a navy uniform, who sat next to him chewing his gums, had no interest and nothing to do. "He's such a rogue," I told him, but no. Really. In 3 years he couldn't collect it. A short, stooping landowner, with pomaded hair that hung over the embroidered collar of his uniform, was saying energetically, stomping solidly with the heels of his new boots, evidently donned for the elections. And, casting a displeased glance at Levin, he abruptly turned away. "Yes, it's dirty work, say what you will," the little landowner said in a high voice. After them a whole crowd of landowners, surrounding a fat general, hurriedly came towards Levin. The landowners were obviously looking for a place to talk without being overheard. How dare he say I ordered his trousers stolen? He drank them up, I suppose. I spit on him and his princely rank. He daren't say that. It's swinishness. I beg your pardon. They're basing it on the article? Voices came from another group. The wife must be on record as a noble woman. The devil I care about the article. I'm speaking from the soul. That's what makes us nobility. There has to be trust. Come, Your Excellency, there's fine champagne. Another crowd followed after a nobleman who was loudly shouting something. He was one of the 3 who had been made drunk. He always advised Maria Semyonovna to lease it, because she can't make any profit. A grey-mustached landowner in the uniform of a colonel of the old general headquarters said in a pleasant voice. This was the landowner Levin had met at Sviazhsky's. He recognized him at once. The landowner also looked closer at Levin, and they greeted each other. Delighted. Of course. I remember very well. Last year at Marshal Nikolai Ivanovitch's. Well, how goes the farming? Asked Levin. The same. Still at a loss. The landowner, stopping near Levin, answered with a resigned smile, but with an expression of calm conviction that it had to be so. And how have you wound up in our province? He asked. Come to take part in our coup d'état, he said, pronouncing the French words firmly but poorly. All Russia's assembled here. Superior Cognac, gentlemen of the bedchamber and all but ministers. He pointed to the impressive figure of Stepan Arkadyevitch, in white trousers and the uniform of a gentleman of the bedchamber, walking about with a general. I must confess that I have a very poor understanding of the significance of these elections among the nobility, said Levin. The landowner looked at him. What's there to understand? There is no significance. An obsolete institution that goes on moving only by the force of inertia. Look at the uniforms. Even they tell you, this is an assembly of justices of the peace, of permanent members and so on, and not of the nobility. Then why do you come? Asked Levin. Out of habit. That's all. And one must also keep up one's connections. A moral responsibility in a sense. And then, to tell the truth, there is a certain interest. My son-in-law wants to stand as a permanent member. They're not well-to-do people and I must help him win. But why do these people come? He said, pointing to the venomous gentleman who had spoken at the governor's table. That's the new generation of nobility. New it is. But not nobility. They are landlords. And we are landowners. As nobility, they're committing suicide. But you yourself say that it's an outdated institution. Outdated it is, but still it ought to be treated more respectfully. Take Snitkov, good or not, we've been 1,000 years growing. You know, when you want to make a garden in front of your house, you have to lay it out, and there's a 100-year-old tree growing in that spot. Though it's old and gnarled, you still won't cut the old-timer down for the sake of your flower beds. You'll lay them out so as to include the tree. It can't be grown in a year, he said cautiously, and immediately changed the subject. Well, and how's your estate? Not so good. About 5%. Yes, but you're not counting yourself. You're also worth something. I'll tell you about myself. Before I took up farming, I had a salary of 3,000 rubles in the service. Now I work more than in the service, and like you I get 5%. And thank God for that. And my work is done free. Then why do it, if it's an outright loss? You just do. What can I say? A habit, and also knowing that you have to do it. I'll tell you more, the landowner went on, leaning his elbow on the windowsill and warming to the subject. My son has no interest in farming. It's obvious he'll be a scholar, so there won't be anybody to carry on. And still you do it. I've just planted a garden. Yes, said Levin. It's perfectly true. I always feel that there's no real economy in my farming, and yet I do it. You feel a sort of responsibility towards the land. Here's what I'll tell you, the landowner went on. I had a merchant for a neighbor. We took a walk round my farm, my garden. No, he says, Stepan Vasilyevich, you've got everything going in good order, but your little garden's neglected. Though my garden's in quite good order. If it was me, I'd cut those lintens down. Only the sap must have risen. You've got 1,000 lintens here, and each one would yield 2 good pieces of bast. Bast fetches a nice price these days, and you can cut a good bit of lumber out of the lintens. And he'd use the money to buy cattle or a land for next to nothing and lease it out to muzhiks. Levin finished with a smile, obviously having met with such calculations more than once. And he'll make a fortune. While you and I, God help us, just to hang on to what's ours and leave it to our children. You are married, I hear, said the landowner. Yes, Levin replied with proud satisfaction. Yes, it's a strange thing, he went on. The way we live like this without reckoning, as if we've been appointed, like ancient Vestals, 11, to tend some sort of fire. The landowner smiled under his white mustache. There are also some among us, our friend Nikolai Ivanitch, for instance, or Count Vronsky, who's settled here now. They want to introduce industry into agronomy, But that hasn't led to anything yet except the destroying of capital. But why don't we do as the merchants do? Cut down the lintels for bast? Said Levin, going back to a thought that had struck him. It's ending the fire, as you say. No, that's no business for noblemen. And our noblemen's business isn't done here at the elections, but there in our own corner. There's also the instinct of your class, what's done and what isn't done. And the muzhiks are the same. To look at them sometimes, a good muzhik just takes and rents as much land as he can, no matter how poor it is. He plows away, also without reckoning for an outright loss. Just like us, said Levin. It's been very, very nice to meet you again, he added, seeing Sviazhsky approaching them. And here we've just met for the first time since we were at your place, said the landowner, so we fell to talking. Well, have you denounced the new ways? Sviazhsky said with a smile. That, too, unburdened our souls. 30. Sviazhsky took Levin under the arm and went with him to their people. Now it was impossible to avoid Vronsky. He stood with Stepan Arkadyevich and Sergei Ivanovich and looked straight at the approaching Levin. Delighted. I believe I had the pleasure of meeting you, at Princess Strubutsky's, he said, holding out his hand to Levin. Yes, I remember our meeting very well, said Levin and, flushing crimson, he turned away at once and began talking with his brother. Vronsky smiled slightly and went on talking with Sviazhsky, evidently having no wish to get into conversation with Levin. But Levin, while talking with his brother, kept looking back at Vronsky, trying to think up something to say to him to smooth over his rudeness. What comes next? Asked Levin, looking at Sviazhsky and Vronsky. Next is Snitkov. He must either refuse or accept, replied Sviazhsky. And what about him? Has he accepted or not? The thing is that he's done neither, said Vronsky. And if he refuses, who's going to stand? Asked Levin, who kept looking at Vronsky. Whoever wants to, said Sviazhsky. Will you? Asked Levin. Certainly not, said Sviazhsky, embarrassed and casting a fearful glance at the venomous gentleman who was standing by Sergei Ivanovich. Who, then? Nevdovsky? Said Levin, feeling himself at a loss. But that was worse still. Nevdovsky and Sviazhsky were the two candidates. Not I, in any case, the venomous gentleman replied. This was Nevdovsky himself. Sviazhsky introduced him to Levin. What, has it got under your skin, too? Said Stepan Arkadyevich, winking at Vronsky. It's like a race. We could bet on it. Yes, it does get under your skin, said Vronsky. And once you take something up, you want to go through with it. It's a battle, he said, frowning and clenching his strong jaws. What a mover Sviazhsky is. Everything's so clear to him. Ah, yes, Vronsky said distractedly. Silence followed, during which Vronsky, since one had to look at something, looked at Levin, at his feet, at his uniform, then at his face, and noticing the sullen look directed at him, said, in order to say something, and how is it that you are a permanent country dweller and not a justice of the peace? You're not wearing the uniform of a justice of the peace. Because I think the local court is an idiotic institution, Levin replied sullenly, though he had been waiting all along for a chance to strike up a conversation with Vronsky in order to smooth over his initial rudeness. I don't think so, on the contrary, Vronsky said with calm astonishment. It's a game. Levin interrupted him. We don't need justices of the peace. I haven't had a single case in 8 years. And when I did have one, it was decided inside out. The justice of the peace lives 25 miles from me. I have to send an attorney who costs 15 rubles on business that's worth 2. And he told them how a muzhik stole flour from a miller, and when the miller told him about it, the muzhik sued him for slander. This was all inappropriate and stupid, and Levin felt it himself as he spoke. Oh, what an original, said Stepan Arkadyevich with his most calm and buttery smile. But come, I think they're voting, and they dispersed. I don't understand, said Sergei Ivanovich, who had observed his brother's awkward escapade. I don't understand how it's possible to be deprived of political tact to such a degree. That's what we Russians lack. The provincial marshal is our opponent and you are amico shown with him and ask him to stand. And Count Vronsky, I'm not going to be friends with him. He's invited me to dinner. I won't go, but he's one. Fast friends of us. Why make an enemy of him? And then you ask Nevdovsky if he's going to stand. It isn't done. Ah, I don't understand any of it. And it's all trifles, Levin replied sullenly. "You say it's all trifles and then you muddle everything up." Levin fell silent and together they went into the big room. The provincial marshal, though he felt that a dirty trick was in the air, prepared for him, and though not everyone had asked him, still decided to stand. The whole room fell silent. The secretary announced stentoriously that Captain of the Guards Mikhail Stepanovich Snitkov was standing for provincial marshal. The district marshals began circulating with little plates of ballots, from their own tables to the governors, and the elections began. "Put it on the right," Stepan Arkadyevich whispered to Levin, as he and his brother followed the marshal to the table. But just then Levin forgot the calculation that had been explained to him and feared that Stepan Arkadyevich was mistaken when he said to the right. For Snitkov was the enemy. As he approached the box, he held a ballot in his right hand, but, thinking he was mistaken, he shifted it to his left hand and then, obviously, put it on the left. An expert who was standing near the box and could tell just from the movement of the elbow where the ballot had been put, winced with displeasure. There was nothing for him to exercise his perspicacity on. Everyone kept silent and the counting of the ballots could be heard. Then a single voice announced the numbers for and against. The marshal was elected by a large majority. A hubbub arose and everybody rushed headlong for the door. Snitkov came in and the nobility surrounded him, offering congratulations. "Well, is it over now?" Levin asked Sergei Ivanovich. "It's just beginning," Svievsky, smiling, answered for Sergei Ivanovich. "The new candidate for marshal may get more votes." Again Levin had quite forgotten about that. Only now did he remember that there was some subtlety here, but he found it boring to recall what it was. He was overcome with dejection and wanted to get out of the crowd that instant. Since no one paid any attention to him and he seemed not to be needed by anyone, he quietly went to the smaller room where refreshments were served and felt greatly relieved to see the servants again. The little old servant offered him something, and Levin accepted. After eating a cutlet with beans and discussing the servant's former masters with him, Levin, unwilling to enter the big room where he felt so uncomfortable, went for a stroll in the gallery. The gallery was filled with smartly dressed women who leaned over the balustrade trying not to miss a word of what was being said below. Beside the ladies sat or stood elegant lawyers, bespectacled high school teachers and officers. The talk everywhere was about the elections, and how tormenting it was for the marshal, and how good the debate had been. In one group Levin heard his brother praised. A lady said to a lawyer, "I'm so glad I heard Koznishev. It was worth going without dinner." "Charming. So lucid. And one can hear everything. In your courts no one ever speaks like that. Only Mikhail, and even he is far less eloquent." Finding free space by the balustrade, Levin leaned over and began to look and listen. All the noblemen sat behind their partitions, by districts. In the middle of the room a man in a uniform stood and announced in a loud, high voice, "Now standing for provincial marshal of the nobility is cavalry staff Captain Yevgeny Ivanovich Opukhin." A dead silence ensued, and one weak old man's voice was heard, "Decline." Now standing is court councillor Pyotr Petrovich Bol. The voice began again, "Decline." A shrill young voice rang out. The same thing again, and again a decline. It went on that way for about an hour. Levin, leaning on the balustrade, looked and listened. At first he was surprised and wanted to understand what it meant. Then, realizing that he was unable to understand it, he became bored. Then, remembering the agitation and anger he had seen on all faces, he felt sad. He decided to leave and went downstairs. Passing through the corridor behind the gallery, he met a dejected high school student with puffy eyes pacing up and down. And on the stairs he met a couple, a lady running quickly on her high-heeled shoes and a light-footed assistant prosecutor. "I told you you wouldn't be late," the prosecutor said just as Levin stepped aside to let the lady pass. Levin was already on the main stairway and taking the tag for his coat from his waistcoat pocket, when the secretary caught up with him. "Please come, Konstantin Dmitrich. We're voting." The so resolutely declining Nevdovsky was now standing as a candidate. Levin came to the door of the big room. It was locked. The secretary knocked, the door opened, and two red-faced landowners whisked out past Levin. "I can't stand any more," said one red-faced landowner. After him, the face of the provincial marshal stuck itself out. Exhaustion and fear gave this face a dreadful look. "I told you not to let them out," he shouted to the doorkeeper. "I was letting them in, Your Excellency." "Lord," and with a heavy sigh, The provincial marshal, shuffling wearily in his white trousers, his head bowed, walked across the room to the governor's table. Gnezdovsky got the majority of votes, as had been calculated, and became the provincial marshal. Many were amused, many were pleased, happy, many were delighted, many were displeased and unhappy. The provincial marshal was in despair, which he was unable to conceal. As Gnezdovsky left the big room, the crowd surrounded him and followed him out, just as it had followed the governor on the first day when he had opened the elections, and just as it had followed Snetkov when he had been elected. 31. The newly elected provincial marshal and many from the victorious party of the new dined that day at Vronsky's. Vronsky had come to the elections because he was bored in the country and had to assert his right to freedom before Anna, and in order to repay Sviazhsky with support at the elections for all the trouble he had taken for him at the Zemstvo elections, and most of all in order to strictly fulfill all the responsibilities of the position of nobleman and landowner that he had chosen for himself. But he had never expected that this business of the elections could get him so involved, could so touch him to the quick, or that he could do it so well. He was a completely new man in the circle of the noblemen, but he was obviously a success, and he was not mistaken in thinking that he had already gained influence among them. Contributing to that influence were his wealth and high birth, his splendid lodgings in town, which his old acquaintance, Shirkov, a financial dealer who had established a flourishing bank in Kashin, allowed him to use, an excellent chef, whom Vronsky had brought along from the country, his friendship with the governor, who had been Vronsky's comrade, and a patronized comrade at that, and most of all his simple, equable treatment of everyone, which very soon made most of the noblemen change their opinion about his supposed pride. He himself felt that, apart from the crack-brained gentleman married to Kitty Strubitsky, who, apropos de botte, had told him, with ridiculous anger, heaps of totally inappropriate inanities, every nobleman whose acquaintance he had made had ended by becoming his adherent. He saw clearly, and others admitted it as well, that he had contributed greatly to Gnezdovsky's success. And now, at his own table, celebrating Gnezdovsky's victory, he experienced a pleasant feeling of triumph for the man of his choice. The elections themselves enticed him so much that, should he be married by the end of the 3-year term, he was thinking of standing himself, in the same way as, after winning a prize through a jockey, he would always wish he had raced himself. But now the jockey's victory was being celebrated. Vronsky sat at the head of the table, to his right sat the young governor, a general at imperial headquarters. For everyone else he was the master of the province, who had solemnly opened the elections, delivered a speech, and inspired both respect and servility in many, as Vronsky could see. But for Vronsky he was Katy Maslov, as he had been nicknamed in the court of pages, who felt abashed before him and whom Vronsky tried to mettre au son aise. To the left of him sat Gnezdovsky, with his youthful, unshakable and venomous face. With him Vronsky was simple and respectful. Sviazhsky bore his failure cheerfully. It was not even a failure for him, as he said himself, addressing Gnezdovsky with a glass. It was impossible to find a better representative of that new direction which the nobility must follow. And therefore all that was honest, as he said, stood on the side of the present success and celebrated it. Stepan Arkadyevitch was also glad that he was having a merry time and that everyone was pleased. Over an excellent dinner they recalled, apropos of nothing, set at ease, episodes from the elections. Sviazhsky comically imitated the marshal's tearful speech and observed, turning to Gnezdovsky, that His Excellency would have to find a different method, more complicated than tears, for auditing the books. Another jocular nobleman told them that stockinged lackeys had been summoned for the provincial marshal's ball, and that now they would have to be sent back, unless the new provincial marshal gave a ball with stockinged lackeys. During dinner Gnezdovsky was constantly addressed with the words Our Provincial Marshal and Your Excellency. This was done with the same pleasure as when a young woman is addressed as Madam and with her husband's last name. Gnezdovsky pretended that he was not only indifferent to but even scorned the title, yet it was obvious that he was happy and only kept a tight rein on himself so as not to express a delight unsuited to the new liberal milieu in which they all found themselves. Over dinner several telegrams were sent to people interested in the course of the elections. And Stepan Arkadyevitch, who was very merry, sent Daria Alexandrovna a telegram with the following content: Nabokov won by 12 votes. Congratulations. Spread news. He dictated it aloud, observing, "They must share the glad tidings." When she received the telegram, Daria Alexandrovna merely sighed over the waste of a ruble, realizing that it must have been the end of the dinner. She knew that Steva had a weakness for fair telegraphy at the end of a good dinner. Everything, including the excellent dinner and the wines, not from Russian wine merchants but bottled abroad, was very noble, simple and merry. The circle of 20 people had been selected by Dostoyevsky from like-minded new liberal activists who were at the same time witty and respectable. Toasts were drunk, also half in jest, to the new provincial marshal, to the governor, to the bank director, and to our gentle host. Vronsky was pleased. He had never expected such nice tone in the provinces. At the end of dinner things grew merrier still. The governor asked Vronsky to attend a concert for the benefit of the brothers, 12, arranged by his wife, who wished to make his acquaintance. Bringing the telegraph into play. There will be a ball, and you'll see our beauty. In fact, she's remarkable. Not in my line, Vronsky answered in English, having a fondness for the expression, but he smiled and promised to come. Before leaving the table, when everyone had already begun to smoke, Vronsky's butler came to him with a letter on a tray. By messenger from Vozdvizhinsky, he said with a significant look. "It's amazing how much he resembles the assistant prosecutor Sventitsky," one of the guests said in French, referring to the butler, while Vronsky read the letter with a frown. The letter was from Anna. He knew its contents even before reading it. Supposing the elections would be over in 5 days, he had promised to be home on Friday. Today was Saturday, and he knew the letter contained reproaches for his not having come on time. The letter he had sent the previous evening probably had not yet reached her. The contents were just as he had expected, but the form was unexpected and particularly disagreeable to him. "Annie is very sick. The doctor says it may be an infection. Alone I lose my head. Princess Varvara is not a help but a hindrance. I expected you 2 days ago, then yesterday, and now I'm sending to find out where and how you are. I wanted to come myself but changed my mind, knowing it would displease you. Give me some answer so that I know what to do." Their child was sick, and she wanted to come herself. Their daughter was sick, and there was this hostile tone, the innocent merriment of the elections and that gloomy, oppressive love. He had to go back to struck Vronsky by their contrast. But he had to go, and that night he took the first train home. 32. Before Vronsky left for the elections, Anna, considering that the scenes repeated each time he left might only make him colder and not bind him to her, decided to try as hard as she could to calmly endure her separation from him. But the cold, stern look he gave her when he came to announce that he was leaving offended her, and even before he left her calm was already broken. Later, when she was alone, she thought about that look, which expressed his right to freedom, and arrived, as always, at one thing: the awareness of her humiliation. He has the right to go off wherever and whenever he wants, not only to go off but to abandon me. He has all the rights and I have none. But, knowing that, he shouldn't have done it. And yet what did he do? He looked at me with a cold, stern expression. Of course, that is indefinable, intangible, but it wasn't so before, and that look means a lot, she thought. That look shows that the cooling off has begun. And though she was convinced that the cooling off had begun, still there was nothing she could do. She could not change anything in her relations with him. Just as before, she could only try to keep him by her love and her attractiveness. And as before, by being occupied during the day and taking morphine at night, she could stifle the terrible thoughts of what would happen if he stopped loving her. True, there was one other means, not to keep him, for that she wanted nothing but his love, but to get so close to him, to be in such a position, that he could not abandon her. That means was divorce and marriage. And she began to wish for it, and decided to agree to it the very first time he or Steva brought it up. In such thoughts she spent 5 days without him, those days when he intended to be away. Walks, conversations with Princess Varvara, visits to the hospital and, above all, reading one book after another, occupied her time. But on the 6th day, when the coachman came back without him, she felt that she no longer had the strength to stifle her thoughts of him and of what he was doing there. Just then her daughter became sick. Anna began to look after her, but that did not distract her either, particularly as the sickness was not dangerous. Much as she tried, she could not love this girl, nor could she pretend to love her. Towards evening of that day, left alone, Anna felt such fear about him that she almost decided to go to town, but, thinking better of it, wrote that contradictory letter which Vronsky received and, without rereading it, sent it with a messenger. The next morning she received his letter and regretted her own. She anticipated with horror the repetition of that stern look he had cast at her as he was leaving, especially when he discovered that the girl was not dangerously sick. But all the same she was glad she had written to him. Anna now admitted to herself that he was burdened by her, that he would regret parting with his freedom and coming back to her. But in spite of that she was glad of his coming. Let him be burdened, but let him be there with her, so that she could see him and know his every move. She was sitting in the drawing room, under a lamp, with a new book by Taine, 13, reading and listening to the noise of the wind outside, and expecting the carriage to arrive any moment. Several times she thought she heard the sound of wheels, but was mistaken. At last she heard not only the sound of wheels but the driver's shouts and the hollow sound under the portico. Even Princess Varvara, who was playing Patience, confirmed it, and Anna, flushing, got up, but instead of going downstairs as she had already done twice, she stopped. She suddenly felt ashamed of her lie, but frightened most of all at how he was going to greet her. The offended feeling was gone now. She only feared he would show his displeasure. She remembered that their daughter had already been well for 2 days. She was even vexed that she had recovered just as the letter was bent. Then she remembered him, that he was there, all of him, with his hands, his eyes. She heard his voice, and, forgetting everything, she joyfully ran to meet him. "Well, how's Annie?" he said timidly from below, looking at Anna running down to him. He was sitting in a chair, and the footman was pulling off one of his warm boots. "All right, she's better." "And you?" he said, giving himself a shake. She took his hand in both of hers and drew it to her waist, not taking her eyes off him. "Well, I'm very glad," he said, coldly looking at her. Her hair, the dress he knew she had put on for him. He liked it all, but he had already liked it so many times. And the stony, stern expression she had been so afraid of settled on his face. "Well, I'm very glad." "And are you well?" he said, wiping his wet beard with a handkerchief and kissing her hand. "It makes no difference," she thought, "as long as he's here, and when he's here he daren't not love me." The evening passed happily and cheerfully in the presence of Princess Varvara, who complained to him that without him Anna took morphine. "What was I to do? I couldn't sleep. My thoughts troubled me. When he's here I never take it. Almost never." He told her about the elections, and Anna, with her questions, was able to guide him to the very thing that cheered him, his success. She told him about everything that interested him at home, and all her news was most cheerful. But late at night, when they were alone, Anna, seeing that she was again in full possession of him, wished to wipe away the painful impression of that look owing to the letter. She said, "But confess, you were vexed to get the letter and didn't believe me?" As soon as she said it, she realized that however amorously disposed he was towards her now, he had not forgiven her for it. "Yes," he said. "The letter was so strange. First Annie's sick, and then you want to come yourself." "It was all true." "I don't doubt that." "Yes, you do. You're displeased, I can see." "Not for 1 minute. I'm only displeased, it's true, that you seem not to want to admit there are responsibilities to go to a concert." "Let's not talk about it," he said. "And why not talk about it?" she said. "I merely wish to say that business may come up, something necessary. Now, you see, I'll have to go to Moscow to do with the house." "Ah, Anna, why are you so irritable?" "Don't you know I can't live without you?" "If so," said Anna, in a suddenly changed voice, "then this life is a burden to you." "Yes, you'll come for a day and then go, as men do." "Anna, that's cruel." "I'm ready to give my whole life." But she was not listening to him. "If you go to Moscow, I'll go, too. I won't stay here. Either we separate or we live together. You know that is my only wish." "But for that, a divorce is necessary." "I'll write to him. I see that I can live like this, but I will go with you to Moscow." "It's as if you're threatening me." "Yet there's nothing I wish more than not to be separated from you," Vronsky said, smiling. But the look that flashed in his eyes as he spoke those tender words was not only the cold, angry look of a persecuted and embittered man. She saw that look and correctly guessed its meaning. "If it is like this, "It is a disaster," said the look. It was a momentary impression, but she never forgot it. Anna wrote a letter to her husband asking him for a divorce, and at the end of November, having parted with Princess Varvara, who had to go to Petersburg, she moved to Moscow with Vronsky, expecting the reply from Alexey Alexandrovich any day, to be followed by a divorce. They now settled together like a married couple.